So hello friends, welcome to Coding Techniques. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a chat app with the dark mode and along with all the latest features of Ionic Angular. So watch this video till the end where we are going to make a complete chat app with a new era UI UX design. Before starting the video, let me know in the comment section how excited you are to start this particular video. And if you haven't checked our website yet, go and check out right now. A lot of offers are going on, and do check out membership program too. In fact, you have lots of offers in the membership program. What are you waiting for? Go and enroll right now. You get an opportunity to get in touch with me and we can start learning all together. So go and check all of it in the description. It's time to start the video. Let's get started.
To start off, let me at first explain you. If you are new to Ionic, you need to install the Ionic CLI at first. This is a command with the help of which you can install it globally in your system. Then you have to create a new project using this command. This will be a standalone approach project for Ionic, to which you have to pass a name, then what kind of template you want to use and what kind of framework you want to use, along with the approach which you want to follow. If you want to go for ng module, then either don't pass this or you simply go for -nos -standalone. That's what you have to write here in order to create a ng modules project. After doing that, you simply need to run your project by using the command ionic serve. If you do that up, it will open up in the browser in this particular way, the way I am showing you right now. So after setting up the project, what all things do we have? We have lots of files here, and we are going to work with that to create a design which we are looking for. So currently we have a home page which is available by default. I'm going to remove that. I don't need that. I'm going to create my own pages and I'm going to clear it from the route also. Otherwise it's going to give me some errors. Let me clear it up, and by default let me keep this for the time being. Now I need to create some pages and work with that. So let me just open up another terminal here, and with the command ionic g for generate page, then I'll create a pages folder, and within that I will at first create the auth screens. But within the auth screens, we will have the welcome screen where we will show the on-screen onboarding screens. Then we will have the login screen and the sign up screen. Okay, so I'll create a auth folder, and within that I will have the welcome screen. You can create this welcome outside the auth folder too, because welcome is not a part of the login and sign up. Alright, so we'll create it in this particular way. Let me create a welcome screen. Then what we'll be needing? We will be needing a login screen. So the design which you have already seen, we are going to build it up for this particular chat application where we are going to have a login screen. So I'm going to create that, and then I will also create one more screen. Should we create it later on? Yes, that will be better. For the time being, now we have two screens and whose routes are already available here by default. Let me just go to welcome screen for the time being. Now this is opened up. So let's work on it now. I'll go to pages. Within that we have two pages available. I'll go to the welcome screen HTML file and we'll clear up everything from here. I don't need any design. So in the imports also, I'm going to clear up everything here. And if you cannot see it properly, let me just increase the size. Now it will be better for you to understand everything. So what all things we don't need? Well, we don't need this imports for the time being. I am going to give it later on. So everything is cleaned up. We have no design so far. Great. Let's work on it now. I'll go to the HTML file of the welcome screen and work on it, where I'm going to start off with the ion content, to which I'll give full screen to be true. So this will be the content which will be holding the onboarding screens, and for that we are going to use Swiper.js. So Swiper.js, in order to install it, I will run the command npm iswiper, with the help of which we will get our onboarding screen design. So at first we have to pass Swiper container. That's how we use it. But in order to register the Swiper.js into our application, I have to use the register function let me use it in my app.component.ts file, so that if you want to use this Swiper.js features anywhere else in the application, you don't have to register it twice or thrice. Alright, but here, since I will be using it only in the welcome screen, so I can pass it there, but it's better you pass it in the app.component.ts file. So let me just pass it here, register function, not this. That's how we do it. And it will be imported from swiper slash element slash bundle. You see the error is gone and we will be able to use it now. Let's go to our HTML once again. And for this swiper container, you're getting an error. Don't need to worry. This will come. We have to pass custom element schema into our schemas. I'm going to show you that up. But before that, we need to have all our tags to be ready. Otherwise, it's not going to show us any error if we do not import any other Ionic tag or component. So let me just keep it in this particular way for the time being. And I'm going to pass here modules. That's what it's going to take, which will hold the swiper modules. That's what I'm going to create in my, let me just close this, and in the welcome page TS file, I have to create that. So swiper modules, which will be holding an array in which I'm going to pass Ionic slides. So you can go to the if you are not sure about how I'm working with this, you can simply go to the Ionic framework documentation. In the guide section, you will find how to migrate to swiper.js. So you will find it there, okay? And if you don't want to go there, simply follow me, whatever I'm doing, and you will get the design ready. Now, after doing that, let me pass schemas also for the timing. I'll just show you how this can be done. Later on, I will just comment it to use it wherever we need to import some of the tags. Then we will uncomment it once again. All right. For the timing, let's keep it in this particular way. It's done. We won't be getting any errors now. Great. The next thing, I will pass pagination to show the dotted bullets at the bottom. And here, I'll pass the value as clickable to be true. And then, once this is done, the next property which I need to pass is, if you want to use keyboard, so there are lots of properties that are available. Whichever you want to use it, definitely you need to work on that. So keyboard, let me pass it true. Then you will be able to use the keyboard. If that doesn't work, then remove this particular brackets. Then it will work possibly. If it doesn't work, remember that. And the effect that I want to use here is of the cards. Let me show you without effects. Then we will give it later on, so that you can understand what does it means. So I've just aligned everything properly by formatting the document. Now within this swiper container, we will have each slide, and I'm going to loop it up. And in order to loop those, I have to pass it in an array in my welcome page.ts file. So in order to show the design, if I show you my assets folder, I already have the onboarding screens available along with some fonts and some logo images also. So you can just get it from the source code. Just check it out, whatever I am giving. You can just have your own stuff here. All right. So these are the onboarding screens which I have. This is our logo, which I'm going to use. Along with that, the font also we are going to apply is Leto. So it's going to be pretty interesting how we can actually pull it off. So let's check it out, what can be done here. Now I'm going to create a property. Let me call it slides, which will hold our slides in an array in a string format. So we'll have each string here in the locations asset slash onboarding screens slash 1.png. Similarly, I'll give two more images, 2.png, 3.png. Now after doing that, let's get to our HTML once again. And here I'll use @4 slide of slides. Then you need to track it by index. All right, this is how we do it with the help of index. If you do not know, you can just check my Ionic course in which I have explained everything about Ionic. This course is for those who have already learned about Ionic. All right. Now within this loop, I'm going to use swiper slide. So this is going to be helpful because this is a place where the slide will start, where I'm going to work with a div and pass each and every design whichever we want to work with. Now in this div, I will pass a background image to it. And it has to be the dynamic image which we have passed into our slides array. So how do we do that up? I'm going to use ng style here, ng style, where I will pass the background image. How will I pass it? This is the way, background image. And I need to pass a dynamic value. So I'll be passing it within the quotes, URL, within the brackets. And then I'll pass my value, which is going to be slide, because this particular slide is holding each and every item from the slides array. That's how we do it. Now let me optimize it. To get rid of the error, I need to go to welcome page TS file and pass it in the imports ng style. If I do that up, the error will go away. Just check it out. Everything is good to go now. And if you want, you can just break it down so that it will be very easy to understand. Fine. Now within this div, what I will have, I'll simply have a single button, which will be for getting started. So let me have an iron button here. Okay, it is imported, great, without even doing anything. Not actually, it's not imported, so I need to pass it here, iron button. See, that's what happens if we are using custom element schema. Since I didn't get the suggestion, let me just do one thing. I'll just comment it up and I'll get back here. If I hover on it now, it's imported. Just check it out, right? So the error is gone and I can get it back again. So that's what I was talking about. This happens when you are using some Ionic tags and you don't get the suggestion properly. Now within this, what all things I'm going to have, don't worry. Once I do that up, you will be able to see the design, then it will be great. Or should I show the button after I fix this design? That would be better. Let's do that. I'll go to the SCSS file and work on it. So in the SCSS file of the welcome screen, we need to work around and show us the design properly. Let's start with IN content where we will have everything within that. I'm going to work with the swiper container here, to which I will at first give the height to be 100% so that it can take the full height. Okay. Then the div within that will also have height of 100%. All right. Once that is given, we can see some of the design that is coming up. That is basically the background image that we have applied. Now we need to fix it. So I'll give background position to be the center so that it will be present at the center. Right. Then I'll also change the background size. This is the one. And let me pass, let's say 100% for the time being. I want to take the full size. And there are some repetitions which I don't want. So background repeat to be no repeat. I have to pass in order to get rid of this problem. So once I do that up, there won't be any repetition of the images. That's great. After that, if you want to take the whole size, full size, you can also pass here background size to be cover. If you do that up, it's going to take the full size. And if you want to show the full image, then you can go for contain here. So it will contain the image properly. So that completely depends up to you whether you want to show it or not. For the timing, let me keep it in this particular way. And I'm also going to change the background color. So the background color which I'm going to keep is of the actual background color that we are going to have, because we are going to work with the dark mode also here. So let me just pass here variable iron color, iron background color. So whatever background color will be available, whether it's dark mode, it will be dark. It's light mode, it will be light. So that's what it's going to take. When we will work with the dark mode, that's a default mode that we are going to keep. Once we do that up, then what will happen? It will have the darker image, right? All the background will be darker. In that scenario, the color of the background color, which will be the dark color, will come up here. And I'm going to show you that up in a few minutes. Now this particular image, if you want to increase it a bit more, let me just pass, let's say 130%. This was 100%. Now 130% is looking good. You can design an image which can take the full size also. I have designed this image just to show you how we can play around with the background. All right. But if you want, definitely you can take the whole size also. Or you can redesign this up as per your requirement. Okay, moving ahead, it's time to work with the button here. So I'll have an iron button, which I just commented. Let's work with that now. So I'll go to the HTML and work with that iron button now. So in the iron button, I'll give the shape to be round because I want it to be looking as the round shaped. This is the one which we can see here. And the name that I'm going to pass here will be let's start. Or you can pass let's get started also. Whatever you want to pass, definitely you can work around with that. Along with the shape, I will also pass the size to be large. I want the button to be bigger. And the color, the default color, you can change it. For the timing, let me just keep it in this particular way. Because in light mode, it will have a different color. And for dark mode, it will have a different color. Now I want the text to be bold. So I can pass here strong to be true to make it bold. Just see, there are some changes that is happening. And on click of this button, I want to apply some functionality. So let me say that go to login if I click on this particular button. So I'll create this function now in my TS file. Let me just scroll down and work with it. Go to login. All right. So this function is created. No more errors are here. And we are good to go with working with the iron button. Why do we need to work with the iron button? You must be thinking of, right? So basically, we have to align it properly. It has to be there at the bottom and at the center part, right? Also, we need to fix this pagination. So we have to work around with a lot of things. Let's do it one by one. For the time being, let me just do one thing. The background color, should I keep it always the dark one? That would be better, I think. So background color, let me just skip it. 000. That will be the darkest color that we can have. Yes, now it's looking better. Let's keep it in that similar way. For light mode also, we'll keep the same color. So in that way, it won't change. That would be great. Now for the iron button, to align it at the center, I'll give at first position to be absolute because it should be independent of the position. Then only we can align it properly. There are some other ways also, but I think that would be better if we do it in this particular way. And from bottom, I need 10% towards the top. So it would be great. And towards the left side, I want to give 50%. Done. That would be fine. Last thing which I need to apply is transform. So this is one of the ways by which we can center it up, where I'm going to pass translate in X direction. So in X direction, I will pass simply by minus 50%, and that's how it's going to get to the center part. Now finally, this text is looking little bigger. Mostly in case of Android device, we are using as of now the iPhone to show it up. But in the Android device, it will look much bigger. So I don't want that. That is why I'll just wrap this particular text within another tag called iron text here. So within the iron text, I'm going to pass this particular text which I have here. All right. Once I do that up, let me just check the imports. No, it's not passed. So let me just do it manually. Iron text, and I'll just copy it, pass it in the imports also so that there won't be any problem now. Now we can use it. And to this iron text also, the strong, it will be still bold since we have passed here this strong property. Now in the CSS, what I have to do, I have to mention the font size. That's how we can manage the font size of the text here. So let me give one rem, that would be better. It's bigger and appropriate to work with. All right. After doing that, I need to work around with the bullet colors. Also the design too. So let me start off with the swiper container where we'll be having the bullet. So I'm going to pass hyphen swiper. These are the predefined CSS properties that are available. So pagination color. I will change the color to, let's say, var hyphen iron color light, which will be little whitish color, which will look great according to our design. It's better now. We can see that, right? And let me keep the other colors to be as it is. I don't want to change it. See, we have 3 slides. These are showing up. Great. Now the next thing which I need to work with is with the active bullet, which is this particular one, and the other parts which are not the active ones. So let me just design that up properly, for which I have to work with another class called swiper container, and within that the shadow part I need to work with, where I'm going to pass the bullet active class and work with that. So this is the part, shadow part, where I'm going to pass margin bottom, let's say of 5 VH, and I'll have some weight for the active bullet. Let me give it 40 pixels so that we can identify which one is the active one properly. See, this is working. And finally, to make it impressive, I'll give a border radius of, let's say, 4 pixels will be enough. Now see, this is looking much better. After doing that, I also need to apply some of the things for the shadow part to the bullets which are not the active ones currently. In order to do that, I just need to remove this active, and margin bottom I'm going to apply, not the width. So let me just remove the width, not the border radius also. So I'll get rid of the border radius. Instead of that, I'll pass background color or directly the background, where I'm going to pass the RGBA color with the opacity. So let me give 255, 255, 255, and the opacity of 0. Let's say 3 or 33 would be fine. Then it would be visible a little bit. So after doing that, still it's not visible. So let me give opacity to be 1. Now you see it is visible here. Great. That's what we have to do in order to show it up properly. So now bullets are ready. The design is ready and we are good to go, right? So this is just the dark mode that we have applied here. Later on, I'm going to show you how we can work actually with the dark mode. But for the time being, since we have given the background color to it, it will look nice, right? So our onboarding screen is totally ready. Just one thing is left, which is the effect, basically the animation that we need to apply. So on the swiper container, I'm going to pass effect of, let's say, cards, which also you can see in the Ionic framework documentation, or you can go to swiper.js also in order to check how we can pass it up. But in Ionic framework documentation, this can be done in a different way. All right, the way we are passing it up, it's not the same that is shown in the swiper.js documentation. Little different. So once I do that up, just focus on the design part now. If I just swipe it, just check it out. Look how quick, how cool it is looking, isn't it? Great, I'm liking it. So the design is done. Whatever we needed, we have achieved that into our welcome screen. It's time to move on to the login screen. Now the last thing that I need to apply is the color for our button too. I need to change it. It's not looking great. For which in the HTML, let me just pass here. Let me pass color to be light color. Okay, if I do that up, this is looking much better now. So now everything is good to go. Now you see the design is looking great. I have kept this same button everywhere. Why? I want the user, if they are not liking it, definitely they can directly start the application. You can pass here a skip button also if you want, or you can remove this button and pass it on the last one. All right. By detecting the index value of the last one, definitely you can do that up. All right. But I want to show it everywhere. Give the user the option to remove it or to get rid of these screens whenever they want. That's why I'm doing that. All right. So this is done. One final thing which remains is the functionality for the go to login. In order to go to login, I have to work with the router. Let me inject it up. Private router equals to, I'll use the inject function, which is the newer way of injecting the classes. So I'll use here router from @angular/router, import it. So now you will see that everything is imported properly. Just check this out. After importing is done, let me just align everything properly. So after importing is done, what I'll do, I can directly pass it here. That go to login by using this .router.navigate by URL, where I'm going to redirect to /login. Along with that, replace URL will be true, which means that the stack will be cleared. All right, no previous URL will be available. It will start directly from the slash. So this is done, but if I go to welcome screen once again, it will still show up. So this will just get us to the login screen, but we need to store something in our local storage with the help of which we can identify whether the user has seen these images or not, or the onboarding screens or not, whether the user has clicked this button or not. So that when the app restarts the next time, it won't show the user this particular screens. In order to do that, we have to work with the storage part. And that part I'm going to show you right now.
To work with the local storage into our project, we have to use the capacitor plugin called preference. So let me just install it. Then we are going to use it up. So npm I add capacitor /preferences. So it works for both Android and iOS, and even for web. In web, you have the option to store it in local storage directly, and for Android and iOS, it's going to store in there. Like in Android, it's share preference, and for iOS also, I forgot the name, but that's how it is stored there too. So let me just install it, and this is installed now. What I will do now is to create a new service where we are going to have the functionality for this particular storage. So Ionic G service, I'll create a services folder. Within that, we'll create a storage folder, and then our storage service will be there. This is created. Now let's get there and work with it.
So in this particular service, I'm going to create some functions for saving the data in storage. I'm going to create set storage function where I'm going to accept the key as type string and a value as the arguments, which will also be of type. You can accept it as a string or as any value and then process it accordingly. For the time being, let me just pass it as string itself, and it's not going to return anything. So let me just do it first, and then we will see preferences, and it will be imported from, let me just do it, import preferences from at capacitor / preferences. Now the error is gone. I can simply use the function dot set, and within the set function, it's going to accept few options. What are those options? Well, it will accept the key and the value. So key and the value of this particular key which I need to pass is key only. That's what we are getting it from the argument. But since the name is same, so I can pass it in this particular way. And then the value. All right. Here also we have the value. So I'm just going to pass it in this way. Nothing else I need to do. Now this set function is going to return a promise of type void. If I don't return anything, it will return a type void by itself, which is fine for me. So I'll just keep it in this particular way. Now, the next function which I need to create is get storage, where I will pass the key of type string and will fetch the value. So I'm going to return preferences dot get function I'm going to call, where I'm going to pass the key, which will be passed from the argument itself. But it has to be passed as an option in this way. Now it's good to go. And what it is going to return? It is going to return promise of type get result. So it will have some value there. Then the next function which I need to create is to remove the storage for a particular key. If you want to get rid of some keys or the values within that, then definitely you can do it in this particular way, where I'm going to call preferences dot remove function I'm going to call, where I'll simply pass the key within the braces in this way, and we are good to go. All right. Now, one more function you can create if you want to clear up everything, but I'll just keep it in this particular way. I don't need any other functionality for the time being. Let's get ahead and work with it into our welcome page TS file. So I'm going to call that service here by injecting it up using the inject function. Private storage equals to inject function. Within that, I'm going to call this storage service. This is the one imported. After that is called, I can directly use it here, this dot storage, and I'm going to set the storage for a particular key. Now, in order to create the key, let me create an enum so that I don't forget the name of the key and there won't be any problem. So we can create an enum, Ionic enum. Within an enums folder, I'm going to name it as strings. So in this way, it will be created. Let's check it out. Where do we have it? It's available here. Now I'm going to rename it. So let me just rename it because I don't want any confusion. I should know which is the enum here. That is why I'll just pass .enum, and it's not going to make any changes into our functionality. If you don't pass it also, still it's fine. But I prefer to do it in this particular way. Now here I will pass intro key, and the value will be, let's say, chat U. That's our app name. And let me pass here intro. Let me keep it in this way. You can pass a comma, and that's it. Let's go to our welcome page TS file once again, and I need to pass this key here. So I'll be calling strings, import it, dot, I get all the options now, intro key. That's what I need to pass. Once that is done, everything is good to go. All right, great. Now still I'm getting an error. Why? Because it accepts 2 arguments. That's pretty okay, as I need to pass a value here. What can be that value? So let me keep it as a string. Let me call it welcome. Okay, you can give 1 or true also you can pass, but let me keep it as welcome. That would be better. Fine, this is done. This functionality is completely ready. What is next that we need to work with? Well, we need to go to login now. So for login, we have already created the page. We just need to work around with that. So I'll just show you one more thing here. If I go to now to app.route.ts file, what will I see? I have welcome and login, and I'm redirecting by default to welcome. If I redirect to login, then what will happen? Let me just get rid of the URL. Let me clean it up. Now I'm getting back to login now by default. So here I also need to track down if you haven't entered the welcome screen and you're opening the application for the first time. Let's say that you are entering the application for the first time in your mobile phone and you haven't seen the welcome screen. So how do we redirect to the welcome screen from here itself? So by default, I'm redirecting to login. In the login route, we have to detect whether the user has been navigated to the welcome screen or not. And how we are going to do that? Well, you are going to do that with the help of guards, which we are going to implement right now. Now to create a guard, I have to run the command ionic g guard. Let me create everything within a guards folder. And the name of the guard, let me give it welcome guard. And actually I have created the welcome folder. Let me create the welcome guard inside that. So this is the way which I'm going to use, and I'm going to use here can activate. By pressing the space button, you can simply select that up and hit enter. So this is created. Let's get inside that and check it out what exactly we have done there or we have to do there and how it actually looks like. So where is our guard? This is the folder. There we go. This is our can activate functionality which we have, where we have two parameters, route and state. So route belongs to activated route snapshot and state belongs to the router state snapshot. The route is used to hold the path or any kind of a data that you're passing on your route, or you can in fact get the URL also, and with the help of state you can get the router state, means in which route it is currently available, and you can get the full path also and work with that accordingly. So these are the things that you can work around within the can activate guard, and it's going to return boolean of type promise or observable or simply boolean. Now here I'm going to implement some functionality by calling my storage service here. So constant storage equals to, I'm going to use the inject function. That's why inject function is very, very useful. We can call it anywhere we want. Storage service. That's what I need to do. Along with that, I also will be needing a router to navigate it to a certain page. So I'll use again the inject and pass the router here. Import it. Once everything is done, next thing, I have to create another constant. Let me call it data. And within this, I'll call storage dot get storage functionality, where I need to pass the key. So key, I'm going to get it from the strings itself. See, this is the importance of using an enum. I don't need to think which is the key name or something. I can directly call it up and it's going to protect me from making any mistakes, spelling mistake or any kind of a thing or any silly mistakes. Okay. So this is ready now. Once we get the data out of this get storage, this constant will hold it, and we are going to check here if this value exists or not. If this value exists within that, and we get some kind of a data. So data question mark dot value, that's how we fetch it. But there is a catch here. I'm getting an error. Why am I getting an error? Because the value it is going to return, it will be of type promise and then get result. But here we are directly accessing it up. So it's not going to work. We have to use async await in order to fetch the data from the promise. So I'm passing await here, and I need to pass async to our function, then only it's going to work for us. So once that is done, within the if condition, what I will do, if the value exists and it is equals to or triple equals to welcome, that's what we have given, right? So if the string matches up, then what we are going to do, we will simply return true here. All right. Otherwise, now what does return true means? Return true basically means that you can navigate to the login. You don't have to go to the welcome because welcome is already seen by the user. That's what it means. Otherwise, we won't be saving it up. We will only save this data into our storage when you click on the let's start in the welcome screen button, right? So if we don't have that, if this condition is not satisfied, that means we have to navigate to the welcome screen, for which I'm going to use router dot navigate by URL, where we can give an absolute path for a definite route. And I'm going to pass here welcome, that's the route. Along with that, I'm also going to pass replace URL to be true. All right. And that's it. So it will make the welcome a root folder in this particular way. And by doing that, at last we need to return a Boolean value. So I'll return false here. In this way, I have prepared my route guard called welcome guard, which is of type can activate, to detect whether I have to go to the welcome screen or to the login screen. Now let me implement it up into my app.route.ts file. So here we are going to implement it up. How will I do that? I have to pass it to the login. Why? Because this is our default route that we have implemented, and here only the logic will be applied. So let me pass a comma and pass here can activate guard. That's what we are implementing. So whichever guard you are implementing, simply pass it there. And here I am only implementing one guard whose name is welcome guard. So let me just import it and you're good to go. Nothing else you need to do. Now you see, I was into the login and I'm getting navigated to the welcome screen. Let me just try it once again. I'll just remove it and I'll hit enter. You just see I'm getting navigated to the welcome screen by default. So that's what happened when you're using a guard in this particular way with a condition. Now if I click on get started, I'm getting to login. Now again, if I try to remove the whole route, and by default it's going to navigate me to the login screen. So if I hit enter, just see I'm into the login screen now. I'm not getting redirected to the welcome screen once again. So this is what happens with the condition that we have given into our guard. So this guard is making sure that if the condition is satisfied, then it's going to go to login. Otherwise, it will navigate us to the welcome screen. So that's how we are accessing it. So that's how we are protecting our routes. Alright. Now this is a login screen that we are going to design, where we have the dark mode applicable and we have a logo here, right? So this is what we are going to design at first. Then we will have a card-like structure in which we will have our email ID, password, forgot password, and to show off the password or to hide it. Then a button for login. That's what we are going to have within this particular card-like design. And finally, we are going to have an option to go to our sign up if you are not an authorized user. That's what we are going to build here. So this is a design which we are going to implement, and also we are going to navigate to the sign up from here itself by clicking on this particular button. Only clicking on the sign up will navigate us, not clicking on the don't have an account. So that's what we are going to implement one by one, starting off with the logo here. You have already seen that we have our logo into our assets folder. That's what we are going to implement. This is the logo. So let's do it one by one. Let's go to our login page at first and start designing it up. To start the design, let me just clear up the header part. We don't need that. All right, it's cleared. Along with that, I will go to the TS file and remove all the unnecessary imports that we have here. So let me just clear everything. We'll just hover on it and get everything once again. Let me clear this up. We'll be needing this import, the same import. That is why I'm keeping the import and clearing everything from here. Now, if I hover on it, just see it's entered automatically. The next thing that we need to work with within our iron content is a particular div which will be created for our logo. I'm going to align everything, whatever is available within the div, to the center part. And we'll also pass a custom class called logo with which we can work around. I'm going to pass an img tag within that, where I'll call my location, that will be asset/imgs/logo.png. That's the name. And for alternate option, then we can pass simply logo. See, we get our logo here. Great. Once we get the logo, we also need to design it or align it properly. In order to do that, I'll go to my SCSS file and work around with the div here. We have already given a class to our div called logo. Let's work on it. So I'll pass a margin. At the top, I'll give, let's say, 6 VH, on the left 0, 4 VH to the bottom, and on the right 0. That's what I'm going to do. After that, to the img tag, I'm going to pass a height of 20 VH, and now it is aligned properly. In fact, you can give a width also if you want to. So width 20 VH if you want to give, but without width, it's looking fine. So I'll just keep it in this particular way. Now our logo is aligned. The next thing we need to work with is the card design. So let's work around. I will directly use the iron card, where I'm going to give some padding, because we saw there's some spacing, right? So I'm just going to pass padding within that. Let me just show you once again. So within this, we have some padding, right? Applied on all sides. That's what I'm going to do. And what next I need to pass within the iron card? Well, simply I need to create a form, and I'm going to use the reactive forms module, for which I'm going to pass form group here. Form group, it's going to give me error. Don't need to worry, I'll fix it. So this is how I'm going to create a form. Now to fix the errors, I'll go to the TS file and pass here reactive forms module, import it. And one more thing I need to work around is the form. That's what we have passed there as a property. So form of type form group, group group, okay. And I'll give an exclamation symbol here to denote that its initial value is not initialized currently. So I will be passing some value later on. So kindly don't give me error. That's what it means if I give an exclamation symbol. So let's get to our HTML once again. And within this form, I will have an ion input tag in which I will at first pass the placeholder. Name will be email there. Type of it will be email. And the form control name that I need to pass will be same as email. If you have any error, say like you're not passing something, because this is a required field that we are going to create. Don't need to worry about it. I'm going to show you how we can work around with that. So if there is any error, we have a property called error text or the attribute, where I'm going to simply pass, please enter your email. This will only work when you give this input tag a required field. Not here. In case of reactive forms module, we have to work around from the TypeScript. And I'm going to show you how we can work around with that. But few things are left here, which is to work with the ion icon within the ion input. That's what we can do, where I'm going to pass the name as, let's say, mail outline. I won't be able to see the icon as of now, but let me just pass it, mail outline, and slot of it will be start. Means it will be showing up here at the start, all right, of the ion input. So in order to show the icons, I have to pass it in the constructor, add icons. That's how we do it in the standalone project. It's not the same in our ng modules project. We don't have to pass any icons there. So within the icons, I will pass mail outline. I don't get the suggestion, so I have to import it directly. Import mail outline from ion icons / icons. And the error is gone. Let me format the document. Now it's looking nice, right? Let's go to our HTML and everything is fixed. We can see the icon available here. Now let me format a document here also in the HTML so that it will look nice. Now I'm going to copy this ion input and we'll create one more. The next one is for the password here. So I'll have the same stuff apart from the name. Means the placeholder will change. The type will change to password. Form control name will be password, and please enter your password will be the message. The icon that I'm going to use here is lock closed outline, and it will be positioned at the starting position only. Along with that, I will also be needing one more icon, which will not be an icon but actually a functionality which we have, and it's called ion input password toggle, with the help of which we can see and hide the password. And we will be giving the slot to be end. So that's what I will be doing. Along with that, I need to import it because it won't be imported automatically. That's what happens most of the time. Some things doesn't work automatically. So ion input password toggle. That's the name. Let me copy it and pass it in the imports also here. And you will see now no more errors, and we see an icon here too. So if I try to write something and click on it, see, it's able to show and hide. Great. Along with that, we also need one more icon called lock closed. You can see suggestion is now coming. Lock closed outline. And we can see an icon here also. It's properly working, whatever we have done so far. Let me format the document once again, and we are good to go. Let's get to our HTML. Anything else we need to work with? Yes, we need the button along with that some other things. Then we are going to redesign this up with the help of our SCSS file. Now the next thing which I need to work around is with the forget password. So I'm going to give a div because I need to align it at the right side. So align equals to right. And within this, I'm going to pass an iron button where I'll pass fill to be clear so that we don't see any border or any background or anything for the button. Size of the button, I'll keep it smaller as it should not be that big. And on click of it, I'll be applying some functionality, but for the time being, let's see how it shows up. And I'm going to give the name as forgot password with a question mark. Let's see now. You can see here we got the button which is up and running. So far so good. Along with that, we also need another button for our login. So after this div, let me create an iron button whose size will be large, and it's going to expand to the full size up till the block, and the text within that will be bold by giving strong to true, not in this way. Yeah, now it's correct. And on click of it, we are going to submit the form. But I'm going to implement some classes also. So class, default class, iron margin. I want to give some margin top. Along with that, I want to give some padding top too. And finally, we'll have a custom class for it so that we can work around into our SCSS file. Okay, something went wrong. I have to give a closing tag to it. Now it's fine. After giving the closing tag, I will have here an iron text, because when we work with size to be large, the text also becomes large. I want to handle it automatically. So that is why I'm passing or wrapping it up within iron text, to which I'll pass the color to be light and the text will be login. Okay, so this is done. Great. We can see the card design here, which is looking fine for the time being, but we need to make it much more attractive as the one that we have seen in the image here, right? We are almost getting there. We are going to design it at the very end. The last thing which we need to create at first is a sign up design. Let's go for it. Now after the iron card, I'll create another div. Again, here also I'll be aligning everything to the center, and we'll also give a custom class called sign up so that we can work around. Then I'm going to have an iron text here, which will read as don't have an account with a question mark. And after the text, I'm going to have a button here where fill will be clear, and its size, I'll make it smaller. Text will be bold, of course. And if you click on it, it's going to redirect you to the sign up page. So I'm going to use router link directly. We can pass it here. It will not give me an error, but it will not work until and unless I pass it in the imports here. You have two options. Either you pass router module, or you can simply work around with the router link. Since we are only using router link, I'm going to pass router link here directly, and we are good to go. Because router module will hold lots of things. If we don't need that, why should we pass it? Alright, so this is done. And finally, I need to pass a name to this particular button, which is pretty simple to guess. That's going to be sign up. So all of it is aligned now, and we can see this button, but the alignment is not great. Let's fix everything with the help of our SCSS. So let's start working with our iron card here. Starting off with the width of the iron card. I don't want 100% width. I want just 85% width will be fine for me. Let's see. Now it is squeezed. I want margin to be auto on left and right side. So I'll give margin auto so that it can equalize the spacing and put it at the center. Now work with the iron input here, where font size for all the iron input will be 1 rem, which is fine now. Looks okay to me with an iron icon of a font size of little bigger. Let's say 1.2 rem will be nice to look into. Now it's bigger and better. After doing that, I just need to work around with the sign up here. So for the sign up, let me go for the sign up. I have to align it properly by giving margin top of 5VH so that it will have some spacing from the top. Then work around with the iron text to reduce the font size to 0.9 rem, which will be bigger and better. That's fine. And I want to center everything because it's not centered vertically. So vertically align, I'll give WebKit baseline middle. So if I do that up, it's centered up now. But still, there is a lot of spacing that is available. So within that, we also have the iron button to work around with that. I'll give padding start, which is the default CSS property that is available for this iron button. So padding start, I'm going to change it to, let's say 2 pixels by default. Now it's quite closer. If you want more spacing, definitely you can increase it. but I'll keep it in this particular way. And finally, I'll give text transform to be none. And why I'm doing that? Because if you go for the Android device, we are currently executing it into our iOS device in our browser. But if you go for the Android device, it will look in uppercase, which I don't want. That is why I'm giving text transform to be none. So the default UI is ready. Whatever we see here, we just need to work around with the colors and everything, which we are going to see when we apply the theming part. All right. Design part is not yet over. We also need to do some more stuff here. Let me show you what all things I need to apply more. Well, I'm going to start off with the login button after the sign up. Let's work around with that. So for the login button, I will pass a gradient background by using the linear gradient here. So linear gradient, I'm going to rotate it to, let's say, 135 degree, and we'll pass two colors. The first color will be 4A90E2, little bluish color. Along with that, I'll give another color, which will be purple color, and the hex code for that will be 6030FF. When we apply theming, we are going to include all of it. Now it's looking better, similar to the design that we have in the image. Now after this is done, I'll go to the HTML once again and need to work around with the input. So for the email, let me pass a class here to pass some margin bottom. So class ion margin bottom. Now the spacing is fine. Well, the next thing which we need to work around is with this particular button. If you click on it, it should provide a loader to us, right? So how we can achieve that? Well, we have to go to the TS file to work around with that. So let's go to our TS file, and actually at first I'm going to prepare my form. Then I'm going to work around with the other things. So let's do everything step by step. Now let me create a function called initForm, in which I will initialize my form here, which will be equals to new form group. You can use form builder also if you have complex form to be shown. But since we are using just a simple form, definitely I'm going to go for form group, where I will have the email of type new form control, import it, and the initial value, let me pass it null. Along with that, I will also pass some validators in this way, validators, and within the bracket, that means an array of validators I can pass, multiple validators, we can pass it here. Validators dot, first of all, it should be required field. Along with that, validators dot, it should be an email. That's what we need to pass. And I'll pass a comma here, not a semicolon, because not only email, we will also have password too. So password will also be similar, new form control. Along with that, the initial value that I'm going to pass will be null. And within the braces, I'm going to pass the validators here. So validators, initially it should be required field. And along with that, I will also pass validators dot min length. So minimum length of the password should be 8 characters long. That's what I want to achieve here. Okay. So this is my form which I have prepared. You can just see and understand. And I'm going to pass it within the ng on it, or in the constructor also you can initialize it up. So let me just pass it in the constructor itself, init form. Fine. Let's get to our HTML here and work around with the password message, because if there is 8 characters long password, if you don't type it up, I need to change this error text, isn't it? Let me just change it on a particular condition. How will I track it down? I'm going to show you now. I'll use the condition form dot get the password. In this way, I'm going to access the value of the password. If it has an error, function, I'm going to implement it here, undo it. I will give a spacing, then I'll pass error once again. And this is a function which will look for whatever we need. We need here the mean length. So if there is an error related to mean length, I'm going to pass a different message. Otherwise, I'll pass the message which we had earlier. Okay. This is how I'm going to differentiate between the two. The message which I will be passing will be password should be 8 characters, at least 8 characters long. Password must be 8 characters long. That's the message which I have given. Now it will be fine. Let me just align everything properly. Why the error is coming up? opening tag is not closed properly. That's what it is saying. But actually we have already closed it properly. All right. We are giving this quotes, which is not needed. We need to pass semicolon here. That's it. So that was a mistake which I did. Now everything is fine. So that's how you can play around with it. Now let me just show you how it can be implemented. So if I click here and click on somewhere else, I get the error. If I click here and click on somewhere else, that means I'm touching it but not passing the value. Then I'm getting the error. If I pass a value, let's say 1, anything, I'll get a different error. Why? Because I'm trying to enter some value, but if the value is not greater than or equals to 8 characters, then it's going to give me an error. Let me just show you. Just see, the error is gone if I enter a string which is greater than equals to 8 characters. And you can see the value here and hide it too. That's how you can play around. So everything is working here nicely. What's next? We need to work around with this button. I'm going to pass a condition, and to have our condition to be working properly, I need to have a boolean value here. Let me call it is login, which will be of type signal. We are going to use signal here, and it will hold the value of type boolean, whose initial value will be false. Now let me create a function for it, is login, so that we can initialize the value here whenever we need. Set is login. You are basically creating a setter for the is login, where you will have a value of type boolean, and you're going to set this dot is login dot set function you're going to use, and within that you can simply pass a val. That's it. Now I'm going to use this is login into my HTML to detect if if is login, if it is true, then I'm going to show the spinner. Otherwise, I will show the simple button, the one that we have created. Or we can toggle the condition also. If is login is false, by giving a not symbol, I'm going to show this button. Let me just cut it and pass it here. Also, I'm going to pass the same button here. Now in the else condition, I'll have the same stuff except the spinner. Instead of the text, I'm going to use ion spinner here. Spelling is wrong. It should be ion spinner. And the name will be, let me give crescent, and the color of it will be light color. All right. So now it will show us the spinner. If I just toggle the condition, I will be able to see that. How will it look like? Just see, this is how it's going to look like, and it's great. Fine. I'm happy with that. So far, so good. I just need to pass a click event to my login button. So on click of it, I'm going to go for on submit function, which I need to create in my TS file. Let me create that on submit function, where at first I'm going to track down a condition. What that condition will be, that if this dot form dot invalid, if it is true, means if the form is invalid, then I'm going to mark all as touched and show the errors to the user by using this function and return it up. I won't go ahead and work with the other things. All right, let's try it. If I click on this button here, just see I'm getting all the errors all together because it is marking all as touched. So if everyone is touched and the value is not passed, the ones that are required field will show us the error. And if that's not the case, if we pass through this condition, I can check the value, this dot form dot value, and pass those value in another function which will be used for login in. Not is login. I'll create another function called login, where I'm going to pass this form value. So form dot value. Let me create this function, login function, which will accept the form value of type email of type string, along with that password of type string. So this function is created. Now within this function, I'm going to set my is login to be true at first, then execute my login functionality, and then once the login functionality is done, I'm going to set is login to false once again, because if it is executed, we need to go to the next step, that will be navigating to the other screen or the main home screen. So navigate to home screen. In this case, we will have a different screen, but I'm just going to write here home screen. And after doing that, I will reset my form dot reset function. I'm going to call it here. Okay. So this is what we are going to implement. Now, how to catch the error here? In order to catch the error, I'm going to make sure that everything is passed within the try catch block. So try catch block will be passed in this particular way, since whatever functionality we'll be doing, mostly it will be of type promise. So if we get any kind of an error, we are going to catch everything within the catch block. Let me pass all of it within the try block in this way. And in the catch block, at first I need to set is login to false if we get any kind of an error. And then I'll just log the error for the time being and work around with that later on. Depends on what kind of error we are getting. I'm going to show the user a toast message with the help of it, or an alert message. It will be fine. So to show the alert message, I have to do something here. So how do we do that up? Let me create another property here called error message, which will be of type signal of type string or having the value as null. Initial value will be null here. Now I'm going to assign it to a value whenever needed. In this case, we will be needing it up, but I'm going to create a getter for it the way we have done for set is login. Not getter, actually it will be setter. So set error message, where I'm going to receive a message as an argument, which will be of type string or null. And I'm going to set whatever value I get within the error message signal function. This is a writable signal function where I'm going to set the value directly. So this is set now. I can use it wherever I want now. But in order to implement it up, I have to go to the HTML and work with the Ion alert. To work with the Ion alert, let me just scroll down towards the bottom. After the last div, I'm going to create a comment here called alert message, in which I'm going to use an Ion alert. That's an inline alert controller that we are using here, where we can pass certain properties like is open. When should we open it up? Whenever error message is having some value, but directly we cannot pass it. We have to pass the value as true or false. So in order to get the actual value, I'll use two not symbol or two exclamation symbols. One is for toggling the value to boolean, and the other one is to get the actual value. Suppose it is having some value, so this first not symbol will turn it into the opposite one. If it has some value, it will be false. If it does not have some value, it will be true. And again, giving a not symbol will get the actual value, which means if it has some value, it will be true, otherwise it will be false. That's what we are doing here directly. Now, if this is dismiss, what I will do, did dismiss function, I'm going to call it here. This is the event that will be triggered once this alert is dismissed. And I'm going to set error message. I will set it to false by calling the function directly here. Set error message to null. Done. Now I also need to pass a header to it. The header message will be alert, and the message that we want to display to the user will be the error message that we will be getting. So error message, I'm going to access it up using this function. Because this is a writable signal function, then that's how we use it. Now the buttons that I'm going to pass there will be only a single button within an array, which will read as OK. And that's it. We don't need to do anything else. Let me just show you how we can implement it up. For example, I will be showing, let's say, a message here. This dot set error message fill form. Okay, let's check it out whether it gets implemented or not. If I click on it, just see the error message is coming in an alert. So this is working fine according to our need. Use it wherever you want. All right, let me just remove it. Great, everything is ready to go. The next thing that we need to work around is this forget password functionality. So let's work on that now. Now we are going to design our forget password screen. Basically, it's not going to be a screen. We are going to create a model inside our login screen with the help of which we will open it up. And in order to do that, I have to go to the HTML and create a model here. So after Ion alert, I'm going to create forget password model. The forget password model will look something like this. It's in dark mode, don't need to worry. When we are going to work with the theming section, Then we will also implement the dark mode and light mode. Everything we are going to implement into our application. But for the time being, this is the design which we are going to prepare. So let's get started with that. In our model, I will use Ion model. That's how we create a model in which I will pass a attribute called is open, which will be conditional. It will open only when a certain condition is satisfied. So I'm going to create a writable signal into my TS file for that. For the time being, let me keep it as empty. Let me create the other attributes also. The next one will be the event, did dismiss event. Whenever it's getting dismissed, I want to trigger something. So what am I going to trigger? I will do it later on. Then next comes the breakpoints, because I don't want to show the forget password model in a full screen. I would just want to take like 50% of the screen or below that. And at the same time, I want to give the user the flexibility to move it top to bottom as they please. So I'm going to keep the breakpoints as 0.4, 0.5, 0.8. Also, if the user wants to go for the full screen, it can go for 1 also. And along with that, I will also keep 0. If they want to drag it towards the bottom, definitely they have the option to do that too. Now, what will be the initial breakpoint with which the design will start? So initial breakpoint, I'm going to give it as, let's say, 0.4. Now, after this is done, I will have my ng template within my model. So ng template, where I will have my designing part. So in order to show you the design, I have to prepare all of it first. And to do that, let me go to my TS file of the login screen and work with that. So let me scroll towards the top and we'll start off from here itself by creating a signal function. So is FP model, that means forget password model, should we open it up or not? For that, I'm just giving a flag, which will be a writable signal of type Boolean, and initial value will be false here. Now let me create a setter for this. So in order to work with that, I'll just scroll down towards the bottom after the login. Let me create a function called set fp and we'll pass the value there of type Boolean. Now here I'm going to simply set is fp model. Using the set function, I'll set it to true. Let's get to our HTML. And when it will open up, when is fp model is set and it is true. And on dismiss, what I need to do is set fp function I'll be calling here, setting the value to false once again. And when should this model open up? As soon as I click on the button of forget password. Where is it? This is the button to which I'll give a click event where I'll be calling this set fp function and setting the value to true. Let's try it now. I'll click on this forget password and you can see something is opening up. That's a model. Now we need to design it up to see something on the screen. We don't see anything as of now. So in our ng template, I'm going to design it. We can also create a component to do so. It would be better, I think. So let me create a component. I'll do it here. Ionic G component. Within the pages folder, within the login, I'll create forgot password component. In this particular way, it will be created and we can design it there directly. Where is it? This is the one. So within this, if I get inside the TS file, I have to make it a standalone so that I can use it wherever I want, for which I'll pass here standalone to be true along with imports. If it has any, then it can be passed. Once that is done, I can go to the login TS file and import it in my imports. Forgot password component. You can see suggestion is coming up. I'll import it. Once that is imported, I can use it wherever I want. Okay. Now we can use it into our HTML. So let me get there to the HTML and I will directly call app forgot password in this way and we're good to work with it. Let's go to our forgot password and design it there. I'll just remove everything which was there earlier on and I'll start off with ion content, giving full screen to true. Let me design everything within an ion list where there will be no lines. Now within the ion list, I'm going to design an ion header, ion list header actually, along with some margin vertically You will be able to see the design in some time. Let me just finish it up, because you can simply understand by checking it out. What am I trying to do? I'm just creating a list with an header at the top where I'm giving some spacing vertically and naming it as reset password. If you want to check it out, if I click on it, you see reset password is showing up. Then within our iron list, I'll go forward and create a form here. So this form will again be of form group. So I need to import it. But let me pass a property to it. Let me pass form, or you can rename it to FP form so that you don't get any confusion. Since we are using the same in login page also, it won't hamper if you pass the same name, but still I want to keep it different. So let's get rid of the error. At first, I'll go to the TS file and we'll pass here the reactive forms at first. Done. After that, I will have FP form, not symbol, since we are not going to initialize it right now, and pass form group here. Import it and you're good to go. No more errors? Great. Let's get to our HTML and finish up our design, where I'm going to start off with iron row and an iron column within that. So basically, the design that we are going to implement is this particular one, for which I'm going to create a row. Within that, two columns will be there. This is first column for the input and the second column for the button here. That's what I'm going to achieve. So let's see how it can be done. First of all, I'll give the first column a size of 9 with an offset of 1. And again, I'm going to create another column with no offset but a size of 2. That's how we can use a size of 12. For the first column, I will work with the iron input, where I'm going to pass the placeholder at first, naming it email. Then the type will be email. Form control name will also be email in this way. And then finally, we will have the error text 2, where I'm going to pass the same thing that we did earlier. Please enter your email. You can change the text as per your requirement, but I want to prefer this particular text only for the error message. And for the iron icon, what can I do? I'll pass name equals to mail outline, and we will be able to see the icon because we have already passed it into our page. So we are opening this component from the page itself. That is why we don't have to initialize it again into our constructor for the forgot password. The slot of it will be start, and mostly I think we are done with the input. Let's check it out. If I click on it, I can see an input tag coming up, which is great. And this line is coming up because we are passing error text. If you pass error text, you will get a line here. But this is looking nice. After this is done, I'll work with the button here within the second iron column that we have designed. So iron button, where I will make the text to be strong or bold. Then, and on click of it, I'll work with the functionality that is to submit. So on submit, any function name I'm passing it here. Let's go to our TS and create it. On submit function, create it. Errors are gone. Now within this iron button, I'm going to pass the name as nothing. Actually, I'm going to pass only the iron icon, whose slot will be icon only, because I'm passing only the icon. So I can do it in this particular way, by which it will understand that only I'm passing the icon, and it will make the size bigger of the icon to carry out the whole space. The name of the icon will be checkmark outline, and the color will be light color. For the button, I'll pass a gradient color like the one we have done here. So let's keep it in this way. Format the document. It's looking nice. So far, so good. We also need to, let's first check out our design. So I'll click here and we can see our design apart from the icon, for which I have to go to the login page TS file and pass it there in the constructor. So here I have to pass it check mark outline. This is the one, import it. Once that is imported, I will be able to see the icon now. If I click on it, you see it's working. Also, I need to center this icon or the button, for which I'll use iron text center. Let's do it at first. Here I'm going to apply class iron text center, and the button will be centered up now. Just check it out. There is spacing on the left side also now. After doing this, I'm going to work around with the button here. When I click on it, it is loading and it will show up a loader here instead of the icon, for which I will create a writable signal or a flag here. Let me name it as is forgot submit, or I can rename it to, let's say, is FP. Little smaller name will be better. Let me pass it as writable signal, import it, and it will be a boolean value. Initial value will be false. Okay, need to create a setter for it. Let's go. Set is FP val of type boolean, and set this dot is FP dot set function, set the value to whatever value we are getting in the val. It's done. Setter is ready. Now I need to go here and check it out. If this condition is true, then what we should do, I should show the button, right? So within the column, I'll pass this condition at the rate if is FP function. If it is true, then I'm going to do execute something else. Otherwise, this particular button. So let me just toggle the event. If it is false, then I want to show this particular button here. Let me just move it inside the condition. Otherwise, I'll show the loader in the else condition. For doing so, I'll copy the same button and pass it here. Instead of the icon, I'll pass the spinner, and I don't need any click event for that. So I've removed it and pass an iron spinner here, whose name will be crescent. Also, I'm going to pass the color to it to be light colored. Can do the same, or I have already done the same for the icon here. Now, when we submit it, if there is a, so this condition is fine. Let me just give it a check. I just want to check one thing. In this on submit, what will I do? I'll just put a log submit, which will be a string. Okay. I want to see if I toggle this, okay, and click on this particular spinner, whether that function will be executed or not. Why am I saying that? Because we are using a forms module, reactive forms module basically, and on click of that, it can be submitted in some cases. Mostly it happens in forms module, but I want to show you whether it happens here or not, because some people will have this doubt. Okay, so I want to clarify that doubt of yours. Now we have this. Let me just open up the console log. We have an error, don't need to worry. If I click on it, you see nothing is happening, which is fine. So if you have that doubt, I'm sure it's gone now. So let me just change the condition once again and put it in not symbol or exclamation symbol here. Now this is fine. Let's check it out. It's looking good. If I click here now, you will see that the function will be executed. All right, you can see submit. Let's get rid of the errors which we are encountering, for which I have to create an init form to initialize my form, where this dot fp form will be equals to new form group, within which I'm going to have email of type new form control imported, where the initial value will be null and validators will be validators dot required. That's the first condition, and it should be of type email. You can give some pattern also if you want to, but I'll keep it in this particular way. Now I just need to pass it. So let me just pass it in the constructor. That would be better. Init form, and the errors will go away. Let's check it out. You see, no more errors. If I click here, I won't find any error here now. Great. So this is solved. What next I need to do? The designing part is almost done. Not done yet. Actually, we need to design a bit more with the help of our CSS. Okay, so let's go to our CSS and work with it. So I'm going to start to work with the iron list here, where I'm going to pass background color or background. I'll make it transparent. If you have any color of the background, whether it's dark mode, light mode, it's going to take that properly. Not going to apply any other color. And for the iron row, I'll pass a margin depending on my requirements. Let's say on the top 4 VH will be fine. Left, right, 1 VH will be better. Bottom also 1 VH will be fine. Okay. Also, I'm going to pass a border to it of 1 pixel solid, and the color that I'm going to pass will be medium color. So iron color medium. We'll check it out. If I click here, you see this is coming up. Let's design it a bit more by giving a border radius of 10 pixels in this way. Then we need to work with the iron button within that, to which I'll give the border radius, but this time there is a custom CSS property which is available by default for the iron button. So hyphen border radius will be 50 pixels because I want to make it round shaped. And the background, I'll pass the linear gradient background which we have already passed. So linear gradient to 135 degree, just the same colors and everything I'm going to pass it. All right. So it's done. It's time to check it now. I'll click on it and you can see almost the same design which we are getting here. Now I'll just check it for the other one also, that is the loader part. So I'll just go to the condition once again and toggle the condition. Okay, let's check it now with how it is showing up. No, it's quite big. I don't want it that big. So what should I do to fix it? Mostly I have to fix the height and width of it. For doing so, let me do it here for the iron button. Let's say width to be, how about 4VH and a height of also 4VH. Let's check it out how it looks like. But it's not looking great, so let me just remove it. And I have an option to pass the size directly. So let me try it with the size. I'll just pass small size to it. So if I give size to be small and check it now, okay, not bad, not too bad actually. But let me just try with the toggling stuff. If I toggle it once again and check the actual value, there will not be any impact here, but still I wanted to check. Now everything is fine. Let me keep the height and width to be 4VH only. I think that would be better. For that I have to go to the CSS and work around with that. Now if I try it once again, let's see what happens now. But I have to toggle the condition once again to check it out if it works or not. So I'll just toggle it and we have to check it once again. This time it's pretty fine. That's what I need. So you have to try something or the other to get the desired result. All right. That's what I have done. Now this is ready to go. Along with that, what I have to do in the CSS, let's go and try it out. I will work around with the iron input also. That's also available within our iron row. So within the iron input, I'll work with the iron icon to pass a font size of 1.2 rem, and within the iron input, the font size will be 1 rem. That's what I'm fixing. So it is repetitive, little repetitive, which I'm using the same in login screen also. If you don't want it to be repetitive, you can create a class and pass it in both. That's how you can avoid the redundancy if you want to. But I'm okay with this. Let's check it now. It's looking bigger and better. So the design is almost done. I don't think we need anything else to do here. And you can do one more thing. You can just drag it towards the top and towards the bottom. After submitting it up, what we have to do? Well, I have to take the value and pass it to the login screen. How will I do that? Let me just show you. Now on submit of this particular functionality, I'm going to implement the same stuff that we have done for the login. So I'll just paste everything from there, change the form to FP form. Here also it's going to be FP form. Fine, everywhere it is changed. This login functionality will be changed to reset password. That's what I'm going to create now. So let me just move this function after the init form, and then I'm going to create reset password function where I'm going to get the form data, this dot form value. Or instead of passing the form value, I can directly pass the email here, dot email, because we only have the email data, right? So email of type string, which I'm going to get. So now here we have two options. Either I can pass the data of the email to the login by creating a variable or a writable signal function, or not a writable signal function. It's going to be an output signal function, which I can directly pass it here and move the data to my login. Okay, that's what I can do. That's one. Secondly, I can directly execute the whole functionality here itself in the forget password screen, which I think would be a better option for the time being. So let me just do it. Everything within the try catch. That's what we did into our login screen also, right? So I'll get the email where I'll set this dot set is forgot password to true to initialize the loader, and we'll also set it to false. In between that, we are going to work around with the other functionality. So setting it to false here. We'll do the same thing in my catch block also and log the error. Console.log the error. Now in between, what I have to do, I have to call reset password functionality, right? Now if you have any error, you can call the ion alert or ion toast, or in fact you can call the alert directly from the login itself by triggering an event from here, from the component. Let me show you how we can do that up. For which I'm going to create an output signal. So error message will be an output signal of type string. And what am I going to pass within that? Well, let me not pass anything. I just have the option of passing the name with the help of which I want to trigger it there. So I don't want to change the name. Let me keep it in this particular way. By giving the alias, you can simply change it. I don't want that. So let's say I'll be using error message dot emit function to emit the error e dot error dot error dot message if you have any, or please try again if there is any error. So let me just pass error, please try again. Fine. So this will be my message which I'm passing here. I think it would be fine. Let me give it of type any to get rid of the unnecessary error that is coming up. Everything is okay. For the reset password functionality, we are going to work in some time where we will see how we can actually just trigger some of the functionality. It's not going to be connected to the database. We are just going to see the design part for the time being. So for the design part, I think everything is good to go. You can simply try it out. But once this is done, I also want to trigger an event to close this particular model, right? Now what I have to do for doing that? In order to do that, I have to create another output signal. So let me just do it here. This will be close model and it will be of type Boolean. So let me just pass it here. After everything will be done, this dot close model dot emit, and I'm going to emit the value which will be true. So whenever it will be triggered, mostly I'm going to close the model. That's what I'm going to do. And if you want to pass the value, definitely you can pass the value in this particular way if you want to pass some data to the login screen. Let's go to our login screen and work with that. I'll go to the HTML of login screen and pass here two events. The first one will be close model, as you can see suggestion is coming up. I'm going to call this particular function itself, which will close the model. So let me just pass it, or I can set, let me just pass it here. And the next event that will be triggered is of the error message. So if error message is triggered, whatever the message that will be coming up, which will be coming up in underscore event, that's how we detect it. I'm going to call set error message function directly and pass the message there, which will be passed in $event. Because we are just passing the message, whatever event we are going to trigger, we are going to directly display the same error using this functionality. So everything is set properly. If I try it now, just see, if I type anything here, I'll just scroll it towards the top. So let me just type something. Let's say abc@gmail.com, and we'll click on this button. I'm getting the email, but nothing is happening. Why? Let's check it out. In our forgot password screen, why is that so? We are passing the email, we are getting the email. We are working with that currently, but we are closing the model if something is happening. Means if we get everything success, which is not happening, right? So let me go to the login screen and check it out. How will I check it? I'll just simply pass here a log. Whether it's coming here or not, I just need to check it. So console.log, or actually instead of doing this, I can do one more thing. It would be better, I think. What I'll do is, I'll go to the login page HTML file, and instead of calling this particular function, I will call an identifier which I'm going to create for this particular model. Let me call it as fp model. All right. And I'm going to use it up fp model dot. I can use the dismiss function. So this will dismiss the model. Let's try it now, whether it works or not. So I'll just open it up. If I click here, I'm getting the error. I'll just pass a value. I'll get rid of the error. And if I click on it, you can see it's gone. So that's how you need to dismiss it. What I was trying to do is I was trying to set this to false, but that will be set twice. Now this is perfect. I'm trying to dismiss the model, and then on the dismiss, basically this functionality will be called. So everything is working pretty nicely now, smoothly also, which is great. And if we get any error, definitely it will be shown up. So how will I show you the error? Well, if I pass the error, instead of passing it here, if I pass it in the success, definitely I'll be able to show you that part. So let me just copy it and comment this up and pass it. Instead of passing the error message directly, I'll just pass a default message. So let me just show you how exactly it works. If I click on it and if I pass something here, let me see. Okay. And if I click on it, I am able to see the alert message. If I click here, it's gone. Great. And you can see the whole stuff by scrolling it up. So everything is working here as expected. You can see the complete design and everything is fine to work with. So now let me just undo it to get the actual stuff, and everything is good to go now. So our forget password design is also ready. It's time to work with the sign up design. Let's go for that. Sign up design will be very easy for us to create it because we have already created the login, and the sign up is like the similar design. So I just need to create the page at first. Let's go for it. Ionic G page. Within the pages folder, within the login folder, I'm going to create this sign up. I want to maintain the proper hierarchy. That is why I'm doing that. Now it will be created. And also one more thing I'll do. Within the login page, I'm going to create a folder called components, and I'm going to move this forgot password within this so that I can identify which one is the component and which one is the with a single page. And I'm going to update all the imports everywhere, so I get the option automatically, which I have done. And now it's much more clear to me whatever I'm doing. I'm going to copy everything from login screen for the time being except the model. So let me just check it and do it one by one. I'll start off with the iron content here, and okay, for the timing, let me copy everything. I'm going to remove it and do it one by one. So copied. Let's go to our sign up page HTML and going to move everything here. Just the model I don't want, so I'll get rid of it in this way. Alert, I can keep it. Rest of the things I'll keep in the same way. Now for the CSS also, for the timing, I'll copy everything and pass it to the sign up page CSS file, TS file. Also, I'll do the same. Let me copy everything and pass it there. See, why I'm doing that? Because most of the functionality will be similar, right? That is why I don't want to create it again. And that's how we can do this stuff to save our time. So you can also do the same stuff. We are going to exclude the stuff which we don't want to work with, like the forget password we don't need to work with. Login, instead of login, we have to go for the sign up. So I'm just going to work around with one of the things and change everywhere. Alright, so I have just copied everything. It's time to change it one by one, starting off with the TS file of the sign up screen, where I'm going to remove all the imports. I don't want to pass anything for the time being and do everything as fresh. So remove all the imports, import the form group which I need to work with here. Then instead of is login, it will be is sign up. Make everything relatable so that there won't be any issue. I'll keep the error message, forgot password model I don't need, and the icons, definitely I'll be needing these two icons along with one more that's gonna be related to person outline, because I'll have the name also of that particular person. So person outline, import it. Also add icons, I need to import it up. Once that things are imported, in the form group, what I'll do, I'll import it at first and import all the validators also. I'll be needing the email and password. Along with that, I also will be needing one for the name. So let me pass here and change it to name, where I don't need to check the email. That's it. Okay, everything else remains the same. It's done. Okay, set is login. No, it's going to be is sign up, and the property will be is sign up here. Okay, rest of the things will be similar or same except the function name. It's not sing up, it's sign up. So I've corrected it. Now everything looks good to me except one thing. Here I will also have name of type string, comma. So all of them written here. Set is sign up. Everywhere I'm going to change the function name, and no more errors will be available here. In the HTML, I will be needing the ion alert, so I'll just hover on it to get it imported. Then what else I need? I don't need the router link, so let me just remove it. This is fine. Well, actually I don't need any of it. So let me just get rid of it. I need the card. Within that, everything will be similar. What I need to include, what I need to exclude, let's check that out. So it will be sign up, not sing up. Why am I writing sing up every time? Sign up. That's great. This will be is sign up. What next? There will not be any forgot password. And apart from that, I need this. Okay, the icon also. This particular tag, I need to import it manually. Apart from that, I can just hover on the other and it will be taken, right? So imported. Okay, great. Maximum things are being done. We have to include some more stuff, like here I need to include one more ion input for the name. So I'll just pass it here, and then we'll change everything to, let's say, for the icon person outline, and please enter your name. Everything will be name here, right? Type will be text and placeholder will be name. I also need to import reactive forms module to get rid of the errors. So for doing that, in the imports, let me pass reactive forms module. Import it. Once that is imported, we will have a lot of errors gone, except one, which is for the ion input password toggle. Let me fix that by passing it here directly. Ion, I have to pass a comma here at first. Ion input password toggle. Just copy it up and pass it in the imports also to get rid of the unnecessary error that you're getting, right? Fine. Everything is fixed. You can simply go to sign up and check it out. Okay, I'm clicking here, but I won't be able to go there because possibly in the app.route.ts file, you don't have it in a proper order. So you have the sign up, but sign up should be children of login, because that's the hierarchy we are maintaining, right? So what will I do is I'll create children of the login path in this way, and we'll create another path which will be the default path. You can directly pass /login/signup, but I don't want to do that. I want to create nested routes. That's the way I like. And I'm going to move this can activate towards the top, or you can do it after the children also. And this load component, I'm going to move it within the default path in this way. Okay. Let me pass a comma here to get rid of the error. Then you simply need to cut your route for the sign up and pass it here, and you will be good to go. No more errors will be there. And if you click on this sign up now, it will be redirecting to the sign up screen where you can see the design. It's coming up. Great. Looking great. Everything is fine. Now you can play around with this design as per your requirement. But this is still not over. I'm into the sign up page HTML now, and I have to work with the ion header also, because I need to give a back button there. So I will remove the full screen, which I have already done. Now I'll create an ion header part where I don't want any border. So ion no border. And within this, I'll have my toolbar where I'll only pass ion buttons whose slot will be start. Spelling is wrong. Ion button slot start, in which I'll pass an ion back button whose default href will be /login. Okay, so basically if you click on that, it's going to get back to the login page. It is coming up. Let's design it up in the SCSS. So in the SCSS, I also need to change the class name, for which I have to change it here at first. So wherever I'm using login, I will change it to sign up. So mostly where am I using it? Only in one place or what? Okay, in two places I was using it up, which I have already replaced. And this default href was also replaced, which I don't want. So I will just again go for the login part. Then let's move to the SCSS and change it to sign up. And the sign up one which we have here, I'm going to get rid of it. We don't want that. The spelling is wrong here. Let me just correct it. Fine, it's implemented now. Apart from that, the card will remain the same. I don't want to play around with the card anymore, but I need to work around with the ion header part. So for the ion header, I'll change the toolbar color. So ion toolbar will have what color? So -- background. That's what I can pass directly, where I'm going to pass the color of the background. So variable ion background color. Let's see what happens now. If I do that up, you can see the color is gone and it's taking the default background color. As of now, it is white color, so it is taking white color. If it will be dark, it will take the dark color. That's how it's going to identify it up. Once that is done, I'll work around with the logo also. Reduce the margin a little bit. Let's say 5 ph will be fine for the top. And the size of the icon also, I can reduce it to, let's say 15 VH will be fine. This is better, I think. So this tweak we have done. For the card, well, if you want the size to be bigger, definitely you can go for like say 1.2 REM for the inputs, I think, which is much better for the sign up. But if you want to keep the same design, definitely you can do that also. And you can pass this iron card. Let me just do it. I'll get rid of this iron card, or actually I'll pass a class to it. So to the iron card, let me pass a class here. Let's call it auth card. All right. And that's what I'm going to use for both, for the login and sign up. Let me change it to dot auth card. Let's get it out of it, and I'm going to pass it within the globally. So global.scss will be used to do that. In the global.scss, I'll pass it here. All right. So you can see the same design is occurring everywhere in the sign up. Let's do the same for our login also. For the login, I'll go to the CSS, and what I'll do here is I'll remove this card, and I just need to pass the class name to in the HTML, and we are good to go if I do that up. So where was it? To the card, I'll simply pass auth card. That's it. Let's check it now. If I get back, you can see the same design is happening in both the places. Just by simply giving the same class name and passing it in a global place, I can use the same design. So with this, our auth screens are ready to go. We have designed it up. Now it's time to apply some of the functionalities in the sign up also for submitting the form, which we have already done actually. We just need to check it once. If I click on it, well, it's going to show up the errors. And if I enter something, say like Technyks, any value, I'm just passing it up. You can check the password also if you want to. And if you go for sign up, it's going to show up the value here. That's working, right? Now we also need to work with a service to execute the functionality here. We are not going to do a lot of things, but we will do certain things with the help of which we can navigate to the home screen or the tab screens that we are going to create later on. So that's what we are going to implement now. Next, which we are going to implement is the auth service. We're going to create a service with the help of which we can at least create some of the functionalities to work with our design to navigate on sign up or login to a different screen. So let me create that Ionic G service. Within the services folder, I'll create a folder called auth. Within that, I'll create the auth service. This is created now. Let's get inside that and work on it. So here, I will be calling the storage service. So I'll inject it up because we need to save something that we can every time check whether it's available or not. And what's that gonna be? You are going to learn very soon. So private storage equals to inject function, and then the storage service, I'm going to pass it there in this way. Well, this is going to be equal, not minus. Now it's fine. I'll create at first a function for login where I'm going to accept email of type string along with that password of type string. And what this function will return, we are going to decide it later on. You can in fact return some value also if you want to. So here you can work with your backend, to perform authentication. And then you can simply set the functionality in your local storage. So in order to do that, let me create another function. We create it here, set user data. Now within this, I'll call this dot storage dot set storage function, and let me create another key for which I'll go to my strings enum, and this time it's going to be, let's say, token key, whose name will be chat U app token key. That's the name I'm giving it up. So let's get back, and I'm going to call strings. I'm going to import it dot token key. Fine. And for the value, whatever value I'll be getting here, value of type, will it be in a stringify format? I don't know. Let me pass any. Whatever value I'll be getting, I'm going to stringify that. So JSON dot stringify the data in this particular way. All right. And pass it into the local storage. Now, along with that, I will also create a writable signal called, let's say, let me call it UID. It can be a token also. It can be an ID also based on the backend and the functionality that you're trying to use. Mostly it can be a token. So I'm just keeping the token in local storage. Along with it, I also want to circulate it throughout the application by passing it into a particular variable or a writable signal function that can be used throughout the application. All right. So that you don't have to call from the local storage again and again. To do so, this is my writable signal function, which I've created that can take the value as string or null, because mostly token or ID will be of type string or it will be set to null. That's what I'm going to have. And after doing that, the next thing is to set it here. Also, I can do one more thing. I'll create a setter for UID also. So set UID UID, where I'll get the value of UID of type string or null. Whichever value you get, you simply have to set it. I'm going to check a condition if where you simply need to set this dot UID dot set function, and you need to simply set the value of UID. Alright, you can give some conditional stuff also if you want to, but I'll keep it in this particular way itself for the time being. So this is done. Now I'll execute this functionality in the login. First of all, save in storage. For doing that, this dot set user data function, and let me pass here value as, let's say, 1. At the same time, I'll also set this dot set UID, and we'll pass the same value as 1. Or I can do one more thing. I can do it in a better way. Let me const UID equals to 1, and I'll pass this constant in both the places instead of passing the value directly. That would be better. Okay, so this is done and we're good to go. Similarly, I'm going to create the sign up functionality too. So let me just paste it once again, the login, and change the function to sign up. Along with this too, I'll have name of type string too. Now the rest of the things will be the same. Again, I'm writing Signup. It's sign up now, and this function will be used to register user. One final function I'm going to create is for the reset password. So reset password, I'm going to get the email of type string, isn't it? So here I won't be applying any functionality, and I have passed it outside of the class, so I need to get it inside. Now there won't be any error, and I won't pass any functionality. This is just for executing purpose, because I'll be getting the functionality out of the forgot password screen. Basically, we're going to apply a functionality there just for the showing up, forgot password. That's it, doing nothing here. Now I need to apply these functionalities in that particular TS files. Let's start off with the login. So in the login, I'll just scroll down, and where do I need to pass it? I have to pass it here. So let me just create some gaps, and let's execute it here. This dot auth, which I need to import or inject actually. So let me just do that at the very top. Private auth equals to inject, and call my auth service within that. Done. Once that is done, I can call it directly into my functionality for login. This dot auth dot login, where I'll simply pass email. So form value dot email comma form value dot password. Done. I'm passing it up, and whatever value it's going to throw, for the timing it will be void. It's not going to give us anything. If you want to get some value out of it, definitely you can check it out by passing a constant. Let's call it data, and this is how you can initialize it and console log the value, whatever it will be coming out of it. It can be a promise also. Mostly it will be a promise, because if you work with a backend, let's say if we are implementing HTTP client, we are going to perform the post method, the get method, and all of them will be of type observable. So I'll convert them into a promise and then fetch it here. Definitely it's going to be a promise in most of the cases. That is why I will execute it in this particular way, async await, and do the same into my service also. I'll make this functionality to return promise of type void for the time being, void, but I'll check it later on what exactly I need to do with it. I'll make the function async to get rid of the error. Let me give it any instead of void. I'll keep it in the same way. I can return the UID and do everything within the try catch block. That would be better. So in that way, if I have to apply any other complex functionality also, I don't need to think twice. I have the functionality in ready. So I'll just throw the error if I get any, and we'll move all the functionalities which we have applied into the try block. Okay, in this way, I have turned this into a promise of types, let's say string, because it's going to return either the UID, or in most cases it will be token, but it will be of type string, so we don't need to worry about it. That's what I've done. In the login page also, everything is fine. We have done everything in try catch block, so we don't have to worry about anything. So we are going to work with the navigation functionality also in the auth service itself, for which in the auth service I'm going to inject one more thing. Let me do it at the top. So private router equals to inject function. I'm going to use it and pass the router here, which I can use with the help of a functionality that I'm going to create at the bottom. Let me call it navigate by URL, and we'll get a URL of type string here, within which I'm going to execute this router navigate by URL functionality, where I'll pass the URL. Along with that, there is another thing called replace URL to be true. This will reset up everything, the URL part, and we will be good to go. Basically, it's going to set the screen that we are going to pass here as a root screen. Okay, so now I'm going to implement this functionality. Let me call it directly this dot or dot navigate by URL, and let's say I'm going to pass /tab. We don't have anything called tabs as of now, but I'm going to create that in some time. This is what I'm going to work with. After this is done, the same functionality I need to apply. Let me copy it, and we'll apply on the sign up also. Let's go to our sign up screen, TS file, We'll do the same there. I'll just align everything properly by formatting the document. Then I'll just scroll down to the functionality part, and here it's not going to be login functionality. It will be actually the sign up functionality. So I'll just change it up. Now let me get rid of it. So this is fine. It will be okay. This is set up now. Okay, this will be sign up functionality. All right, now what I need to do, I have to make it sync. So some of the errors will go away, but for the auth, I have to inject it here also. For injecting it up, let's do it here. Private auth equals to inject import auth service. Now I can use the services which are available within the auth service. Means the functionality basically I'm talking about. Let's get to the bottom, and everything is already implemented. Apart from the login functionality, I need to execute this sign up functionality where I'll pass form value dot name comma and the other two. So let me just format the document. Now it will look nice. Also, I need to work around with the sign up functionality in the auth service. By pressing command plus click, I can directly go to the auth service for that functionality. And for Windows, you have to press control plus click button. Now I'm here. I'll apply the same stuff, everything within the try catch block in this way, and we'll move this functionality out of it to the try block. Once that is done in the catch, I'll simply throw the error, will not do anything else, and this functionality will be returning once again promise of type string. Let's make it async, then the error will go away in this way. Why? What's the problem now? Why am I getting an error? Well, that's because I'm not returning anything here. Let me do it. Return UID. If I do it up, the error will go away. Correct. So these two functionalities are ready, and we have executed into their respective pages also. Now everything looks fine. Great. After doing that, in the reset password, basically in the forget password functionality, which is in the component, I will work with that too by executing the function here. So at first I have to inject the auth service. For doing that, same drill. Private auth equals to inject the auth service and use the functionality. How simple it becomes. You just have to use the functionality. So everywhere we are writing the clean code with the help of which it's very easy to identify where all we have done which functionality. Like in the auth service, we are maintaining the functionality related to the login, sign up, forgot password, and some other stuff which are related to this thing. Okay. Nothing else. That's how we can keep our code very clean. Now I'll execute it up. This dot auth dot reset password. I will pass simply the email, and we are good to go. Now this one too can be of type promise. So let me pass await, and I can get the value out of it. Let's say data if we have any, and you can log the data if you get any. Perhaps I don't think I will be passing something in the reset password. Maybe I can. Depends on the backend which you are using. All right. For the time being, we are not doing anything. So I made it async, with the help of which we can just track it down. And let's go to our, which one should I go to? I should go to auth service and execute it as a promise. So I have to make it a promise by making it async, and I don't think I will be returning anything for the time being, but if you have to, then I have to make it of type promise, of type, let's say, what should I return here? For the time being, let me return void. I won't be returning anything. So if you want to, definitely you can. I'll put this functionality within try catch. If I don't put also, still it's fine, because I have given async syntax making this functionality async, which will return obviously a promise if I don't give it also. But still, I will do that to be on the safe side, and if we apply some functionality, it will be very easy for us to transform. All right, I don't have to write this code again and again. So everything is changed as per the requirement or the future requirements that we can have. Now our auth service is ready, and if I try to go and create it up, it will work. But I have to create a page called tabs, then only it's going to navigate to that particular page. For doing so, I'll create Ionic G page. Within the pages folder, I'll create a tab screen in this way. So this is created. Let's check our app.route.ts file, and then I'm going to execute and try it out. So this is my tabs page, where I will also implement some guards very soon, but this is how we have created the page. And now let's try to implement it up. I'll just try to sign up. Let me go for anything, because it is static data, so it won't harm me. Even if I tap anything, it's going to take it. So if I go for sign up, see, I'm getting redirected to the tabs page. How simple it becomes for me. And same goes for login also. If you go to login, I'm just clicking on the back button button since I do not have any guard. So I can get back to login here. And if I just type, let's say anything I am typing it out, and it's going to take that and redirect me to the tab screen. So it's working. The functionality is fine. And we also have our UID set properly. Similarly, you can also apply the functionality for the logout. Let's do that. And then we are good to go with the authentication service. We don't need to do anything else for the time being. So last but not the least is the logout functionality, where I will call this dot storage dot remove storage, or you can clear it up also, but I will remove the particular key from here, which is going to be strings dot token key. That's what I need to do. And after doing that, I will call this dot set UID, and I'm going to set it to null. So these two things I will be calling in my logout, and everything will be good to go. So this logout functionality, I'm not going to call it anywhere, just I've created it so that we can use it wherever we want to. So too many things we have learned. It's time to work with the guard. We are going to implement an auth guard onto our tab screen. So if you're logged in and if you try to enter the tabs page directly, definitely you can. But if you're not logged in, you will be redirected to the login screen if you try to enter the tab screen. That's what we are going to implement now. So let's see how we can do that. Now we are going to work with the auth guard. Let me create one first. So Ionic G. Within the guards folder, I'm going to create a auth folder. Within that, we'll have our auth guard. Okay, the syntax is wrong. Basically, I have to pass Ionic G guard at first, then the guards folder in this way. Now it's fine. Let me hit enter again. This will be created now, and I'm going to work with the can activate this time. So this is created. Let's work around with that. So let me just minimize all the pages. This is our welcome guard, which we have already created, and this is our auth guard. For the auth guard to work, I have to first of all create some functionality in my auth service, because that is what I'm going to call it there. So what exactly I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a function. Let me call it, let me do it here, is authenticated. You can call any name. So this particular function will return a Boolean value. All right. And there are ways by which we can implement it up. So actually it will be, I think, promise of type Boolean. Let's see. I will be getting the data from the storage itself whenever we are going to go for the authentication. How I can do that up? This dot storage dot get storage. Why am I not doing it from the UID? Because it will be set when you go for login or sign up. It won't be set when you are navigating to the tabs page by default, right? So in that scenario, I'm going to call it from the storage strings dot token key. I'm going to get that, and this will return a promise of type get result. And I think we have already implemented this functionality somewhere or the other, possibly. Let me just check it. Have I done it anywhere? Well, actually I do. I have called it into the welcome guard, and here also we are using async await. So I have to do the same in my auth service too. Let me just do it. So how will it work? It will be actually not a Boolean, promise of type Boolean. That's how we have to work around with. Now I'll get the data out of it by using await. For await, I have to pass async also in this way. Then I'll be able to fetch the data out of it using a constant. Let me call it data, which will hold the value. Now, if data exists and data question mark dot value exists, okay, or you can directly pass data question mark dot value in this way. If the value exists, then simply what I'll do is I will keep a check that this value is not equals to null. All right, if this value not equals to null, then I can simply work around with it. What will I do? I'll return JSON dot parse, and then I'm going to get the value. Because this value will be in a stringify format, I'll get the value out of it and pass it. So here in this case, we are just storing the key directly. So if we are storing the key in a stringify format, we don't have to do anything of such kind like the way we have done here. JSON.stringify also we don't have to do, because this is a string that we are storing, right? So I can just exclude the functionality if you don't want to do it in this particular way. How will I do it? Let me just copy it and keep it in a commented manner. If you want to use it, definitely you can, but I'm going to get rid of the value here as I am already passing a string here. Okay, let me just do it. I'm just passing a string, fine? So if I'm doing that, and what I'll do here is, instead of parsing, because I'll be getting a string, why to parse? I'll simply return the value, which will be actually what? Which will be of type string, and it will hold the token. That's what I'm going to get. Now, why am I getting an error? Okay, I'm passing Boolean. Why am I passing a Boolean? It should be of type string. So I'll change the functionality name. Don't need to worry. Now, instead of string, if I have to pass Boolean, then I have to do certain things here. Let me just show you what I can do. If this is the case, then this will be passed. Otherwise, return false. All right, that's what I'm going to do. But here, let me change it to Boolean. boolean once again. And how will I turn it into a boolean? Let me just show you. I'll pass 2 exclamation symbol, then it will be turned into a boolean value. If it exists, then first not symbol will turn the value into a boolean. Let's say if value exists, then it will be turned to false. Otherwise, it will be turned to true. And if I give another not symbol, then it will have the actual value. If it exists, then it will be true. Otherwise, it will be false. So this is done. To be on the safe side, I'll be just checking one more value. If the data exists and not equals to null, let me give a dot here. Okay, I think it will be fine. Great. Let's check it out. So this will return a boolean, a promise of type boolean. I'll go to my auth guard now and execute this functionality. So this is how I'll be getting it. I have already explained you the data which I'll be getting here. Now I'll simply use const auth equals to inject auth service injected. Now I will be using auth dot is authenticated. So it will return a promise, right? I have to get the value out of it. To do so, let me create a constant call is authenticated. Any name you can pass and it will be await. I'll pass async to this function to get the value, because connectivate can take boolean, promise of type boolean, observable of type boolean. Okay, so now we'll get the value in a boolean format, and whatever value I get out of it, I'm simply going to return it is authenticated. That's it. I don't need to do anything else here and we are good to go. But there is a catch here. If I directly pass it true and false, it's going to be fine, but there will be a problem. What that problem will be, I have to check here if is authenticated. If it is true, then I'll return true. Otherwise, what will I do? I have to navigate, right? I have to navigate to the login screen. So auth dot navigate by URL. I'll navigate to the login screen and then return false. Means it won't allow you to enter the screen of the tabs, and at the same time it's going to navigate you to the login screen. So that is why if we directly return the is authenticated, whatever value it is, then it's not going to work in the same way. That's what you need to take care of. Now it's fine. I just need to apply this guard onto my route. So let me go to app.route.ts file and I'm going to apply it on the tabs. Let me give a comma here. Can activate. You can also use can match if you want to, but can activate is also fine. Let me pass here auth guard imported. After this is done, I will change the default route to be tab. So by default, if you try to enter tabs and you are not authenticated, then it's not going to allow you. For the time being, let's see what is happening here. I will go to the application, and do we have anything called? We do have chat to app token key. So if I remove it, then let's see what happens. I've removed it, right? And if I try to hit enter and go to tabs once again, I'm getting redirected to the login screen now. This is what is happening. It is tracking it down. Let me just show you once again. I will try to go to tabs and it's not allowing me. So this is what is happening. If I go for login, then only I can go to that particular screen. So technyks@gmail.com, any email ID you can just simply pass. We are just passing the static data. So I'll just go for login and now we can navigate to the tab screen. So that is what is happening. We have successfully implemented it up. You can try it with the sign up also. It's going to work in the same manner. All right. So we have successfully implemented the auth guard. The next thing which we are going to work with is the theming part. After working with the guards, it's time to start applying our themes. And for doing that, I have already opened up variables.scss file where we are actually going to apply the colors for our application. By default, the colors are already applied and you can just check it out how you will do that. Well, the default colors are already applied. Let me just show you in the global.scss file. You will find these colors which are available. By default, system 1 is being taken. If I click command plus click, for Windows you simply go for control plus click and you will enter here. Now here you will see that in the root, the colors are being defined. These are the default colors which are being taken automatically. Now this is for the dark mode which has been given. Similarly for the light mode also, it's already applied. So that's how the colors are being taken. Now if you need to change the custom colors, you need to pass it here to apply different theming. Now in order to do that, you have to go to this particular URL. Let me just go there. I will open it up and let me just show you here properly. Now this is theming part. If I just scroll down and go to color generator, you see I can generate new colors from here directly. Now which are the colors which I need? I will simply pass the hex code here and it's going to generate me the complete column root which I need to copy and paste it into my variables.scss file. Let me just show you how I can actually do that. For example, the primary color that I need will be this particular color. Now you see it has changed and you will get all the other colors here itself, the shade, tint, color, what it will be. Similarly, all the other colors also you can change. But I'll keep all the other colors as it is, and now it's time to copy it up. Just the primary color is changed. So I've copied it. I'm going to paste it here. After I do that up, the color of my application will change little bit, which I can just see if I go to, where should I go to? I have to go to login screen, right? So let's go to login and hit enter. Now here, minor changes might occur. For example, in the sign up, this color is changed possibly to the primary color. Alright, so this is done. Now I also have another file called font.scss, which I'm going to explain you in some time, because this is not here by default. I have created it, and what I have done there, wait for some time, you will be able to understand everything very nicely now. So these colors will be applied now to our theming. And if you want to change the other colors, definitely you can according to your needs. You have all the rights to apply it. Alright. So now we are going to see how we can work around with the font styling, because I need to change the font of my entire application for the font family. How I can do that and apply custom font. Let's check that out. Now to apply the custom font, what you have to do is you have to at first have some fonts here. By default, what we can do within the root object, we can pass --in font family, and this is how you can change it. Well, you can apply some fonts here. If you do not get any suggestion, simply do one thing, comment it up and pass here font family. That's what we do in CSS, and you get lots of options. If you want to apply this, definitely you can apply. For example, if I just select this particular one, if I do that up, now will it be applied into the entire application? Possibly it is applied. To check it out, let me just see here whether it's applied or not. So if I go to root, well, we don't see much of a change. So if I just comment it out where there will be any change here, well, not really, not much of a change. Is it applied or not? Possibly it's not applied. If you want to apply it up, definitely what you have to do is, let me just cut it and pass it in the global.scss file. Now here, if I give asterisk symbol to be applied to the entire application in this particular way, now you will see that it is applied. There you go. See, the font has changed. So this is what you can do, and you can copy this up after applying or cut it, and if you pass it into your variable.scss file in this particular place, if I just pass it, you will see the same stuff happening here. Okay. Now, if you don't want this kind of a font and you want some custom fonts which you have downloaded, then definitely you can apply and work with that too. Let me just show you how you can do that. So for example, in the assets folder, I have a fonts folder where I have passed letter bold and letter regular. How I got that? Let me just show you that part. So I have just searched on the internet letter fonts which I needed for my entire application. So I got the Google fonts here. You can simply get inside it, and after getting inside that, you have to go to get font where you have the option to download it. Now if you download it, what will happen? It will give you a zip file. Now opening this will help you to find all the fonts that you need to work with. You can pass all of it, but whichever I wanted, I have just used that. Alright, and that's how you can work around with this particular thing. So after getting this up, I have passed this within my fonts folder, whichever I needed, by creating a new folder because I wanted to keep everything separately. That's why I did that. Now it's very easy for me to understand, and now this particular file comes into play. What is this file for? Font.scss file, where I'm creating a font face @font face. This is a decorator which I'm using here, in which I'm going to pass the font family, whose name I have given is at Leto. You can give any name you want, within which URL will be executed. I'm going to execute the Leto regular here. You have to give the proper path, otherwise it's not going to take it. And after doing that, I'm doing the same stuff for the Leto bold, where I can simply pass the font weight, how much I want to apply. So this is how you can create a custom font. Not create actually, you can integrate with your application this particular part. After doing that, still it's not over. In order to use it in your variables.scss file, you have to do something. Well, at first we have to import it in our global.scss file. So let's do it. I'll do it here. @import. Then within the quotes, you have to pass the location. What is the location? / you have to go to the theme folder. You get the suggestion, right? Within the theme folder, you will have font.scss file. See how I got all the suggestions, and now I can use it wherever I want into the entire application, this particular font. I'm going to apply this font instead of this. Let me just pass here. I'm just commenting it up so that you can understand and apply if you want to work with that particular part. Now, within the font family, I will simply apply Leto, the name that I gave there. I will simply use it. And now you will see that the design is changed here. That's how you can work around with this custom font. Hope you got it. And if I just comment it out, you will see that the design will change. See, the design has changed. That's how you can identify if it is changed or not. So I'm quite sure you have understood this particular part to work with the custom fonts into your application. Let's move on to the dark mode and the light mode, how we can actually apply that. Throughout the application, it should be quite smooth. So let's see how we can actually do that now. Now we are going to understand how we can actually implement our dark mode and light mode all together, also with the toggle button and everything. In order to understand that, I have to go to global.scss file and let me close all the other files which are not needed. We need to understand about these 3 files that are imported here. Out of them, 2 are commented and only one is being used, which is related to dark.system.css file. Now within this file, what will happen if your application is in light mode, means your system, currently the system that I am using is in light mode, so it is implementing in light mode. If I turn that into dark mode, it will also turn into dark mode. And same goes in your mobile application also. After building it up, if your mobile phone is in dark mode, the application will show up in dark mode, otherwise it will be in light mode. To show you how it works, I have just opened up the settings, and in the settings, if I click on dark mode, you see the whole application is turned into dark mode. And if I want to go to light mode once again, it is turned into light mode. This is what will happen if you go for a mobile application also. It works in the similar manner. And if you click on auto, so whenever it turns into dark mode, your application will also automatically turns into dark mode. So that's what happens if you're using this particular file. Now, I don't want to use it. I don't want the system settings to be implemented into my design. You can definitely work with that if you want to, but for the current time period, I don't want to execute that. The second option that we have is dark always CSS? Let's see what exactly it does. So as the name suggests, you can simply understand what exactly it does. It will always turn the application into the dark mode. That's what you can see here. No matter whether your device is in light mode or dark mode, it will always show the dark mode itself. If you want that, definitely you can work with that. But I'm going to go for a different option, which is dark.class.css. That's what I'm going to apply because it gives me the privilege to select and to give the user the option to select that whether you want to go for light mode or dark mode. Alright, so that's what I want to give you the option, with the help of which you can toggle between light mode and dark mode as per your requirement. And at the same time, you can also detect the system preference, whether it is light mode or dark mode. So we are going to implement all of it using this class. That is why I've enabled this class and commented the other two which were there. Now let's see how we can actually work with that. In order to implement the functionality for it, since we have to apply it in like mostly 2 places. First of all, we are going to apply it in our app.component.ts file to apply a theme which we select by default. And the second option we will have where we can toggle it up. So in multiple places, if you want to apply something, it's better if you pass it into a service. So let me create a service here, Ionic G service. Within our services folder, I'm going to create that and I'm going to name it as, let's say, what should I name it as? Let's call it mode or theme mode. I think theme service will be better instead of writing everything. Theme, that's a folder name, and within that folder, I'm going to create the theme service. Let's go for it. So it is ready now, created. I'm going to go inside that and work around with it. Now, in order to work with that, I will at first create a function. Let me call it init color palette. So this is the function which I have created. Well, palette spelling is wrong. It should be P-A-L-E-T-T, right? Now within this function, at first I have to match what is the user's preference if you want to check that out. So in order to check that out, what I'll do, I will create a constant and initialize window.matchMedia and pass prefers color scheme (dark). So this is how we can determine what is the user's preference, whether it is dark mode or light mode. And so if you console log the value, we can simply check it. What is the actual user's preference? To check it out, I'll go to app.component.ts file where I will inject this particular service at first. Private theme equals to inject function. I'm going to use it up and pass my theme service here in this particular way. Now I can use it in the constructor. So let me pass it here. This dot theme dot init color palette. If I pass it up, we will be able to see what is the actual color that is showing up here. As of now, we have the light color. Let's check it in our console log what the color it is showing up. So you can see here it is showing that the matches value is false. That means it is not in dark mode because we are trying to check whether the color scheme is dark or not. which means that this is in light mode. Okay, so now I need to use it up. Let's go back to our service and work with it. So to pass this thing, I'll create another function. So what kind of a functionality I'm going to create? Basically, I'm going to create a functionality with the help of which we can set the theming for the dark mode and light mode. So these three functions which I have prepared, where at first I'm going to call a function called initialize dark palette. If isDark is true or false, whatever the value is, we are going to set it here. And what is this palette toggle? Well, I will create a writable signal function. Let me just copy this spelling. Palette toggle, which will be equals to signal and of type boolean, whose initial value I'll pass it as false. Okay. Now, if it is dark, it will be set to true. Otherwise, it will be set to false. That's what we are tracking down, right? So here we will get the value of false if I access here dot matches. That's what you can do. And that's what we need to pass it here. I can simply pass this dot initial dark mode palette, and I can pass prefers dark dot matches. That's what I can do. Or if you want to set the dark mode by default, definitely you can pass true here and it will be set automatically. Now what this toggle dark palette is doing, this toggle dark palette is basically calling a class called ion palette dark, and it is setting the value as true. If you pass true or if you pass false, it will be set as false. Now this will remove or add this particular class on the HTML element. That's what it's going to do. And I've created another function for toggling it up. If you get any event within this function, then on that event.detail.checked, basically it's for toggle button that I have created. So you can simply comment it up for the timing if you are unsure about it, or if you're finding it difficult to understand, just comment it. We will understand it later on. This is basically for toggle button. If the value of toggle button is true, then it will be in dark mode. So that is why we are going to pass that value here. If it is false, then also it will be applied. Okay, so this is quite a simple functionality which I have prepared here. Now I have given prefers dark dot matches functionality. If it is light, it will be passed as light. If it is dark, it will be passed as dark in a boolean value. And let me give a comment here so that you can understand it very easily. That initialize the dark palette based on the initial, but initializing the dark palette will come at the bottom because I'll be actually passing this up once again to set it to true by default if I want to apply the dark mode by default. Alright, but for the timing, let me just comment it. I'll be showing you this particular part at first. Now the final thing that I need to apply, what is that? Well, you can simply listen for changes to the prefers color scheme media query if you want to. So if there is any change, then what you have to do, you have to call the listener prefers dark dot add event listener, and if there is any change, then this particular functionality will be executed. Okay, so that's what you can have if you're working with user preference, or basically if the user is having the dark mode as a system. If the user system is having the dark mode, then it will be shown as dark mode. If it changes, then will be detecting it up. Fine. So after this is done, I don't think anything else we need to do. We can simply execute it up. It's pretty simple to understand. That's what we are doing it everywhere. Let's implement it up into our app.component.ts file. How will I do that? Well, I'm already implementing init color palette, so I don't need to do anything here. And if you want to pass the dark mode, definitely you can, which I have already shown. So let me just comment it and uncomment it up now. Listener also, I don't want it for the time being because we are going to toggle that whenever we need. So this will work in this particular way, and the design that we saw earlier is the same now, right? That's the design which we have achieved in the dark mode. It's quite obvious. And look at this. This is also having the same design. To match it up, simply you can see this next image where you have the same design. And if I go to sign up instead of this, if I go to sign up, I'll see another design in dark mode. Now here for the forgot password, if you want, okay, it's not opening again. Why? Have we done something wrong? Let's check it out. So I have to go to forgot password once again. This is the one. If I'm clicking somewhere outside, then it is getting dismissed, right? So where is the model? I have to go to login page, HTML file, to check the model. What's wrong is happening there. So if it is dismissed, it is set to false. But what's happening? Is it set to false here? Well, no, actually it is set to true all the time. That's wrong. I should set the value here. That was the mistake which I did. Now it is corrected, I think. Just to check, I think I did that, but now it's fine. So if I click on it again, close it, click on it again, now it's working fine. So one minor mistake which I did, now it's corrected. Alright, so let's move ahead. This design is fine. If I go for tabs now, I'll be able to see the tabs screen also, right? We are able to see the tab screen. We need to work around with the tab screen and the other design part for our chat application, because we have successfully integrated the tab mode. For toggling it up, if I just show you, how do I show you now? Let me just show you that part. I have to create a button, or not a toggle button, I can give anything I want, but let's implement this toggle button now if you want to. So if I uncomment it and go to my tab screen, for the time being I'm just showing you in the tab screen, which is not permanent, just for temporary purpose I'm showing you up. So where is my tab screen? This is the one. If I get inside the HTML and clear up everything which I don't need, let me keep all the other stuff, I'll change it later on. For the time being I have to just work with ion toggle. Alright, so this is imported and this is the toggle button. On click of it, what I'll do, I will call toggle mode. Okay, this particular functionality with the event, whatever is being triggered here. So after doing that, if I create a function here, toggle mode with the event, but not $event, this is the one whose type will be, if it is toggle, then it should be ion toggle. Now after doing that, I have to inject the private theme equals to inject, then I have to call the theme service here. Alright, so once I do that up, what I'll get here is event dot detail. Well, I'm not getting that, so I don't think it's going to be of ion toggle. It should be of type any, so then only I will be able to work with that, because sometimes it doesn't work with that particular class. Now what I need to do here is I have to simply call this dot theme dot toggle change. Toggle change function, I'm going to call it directly and pass the event there. If I do that up, let's see if it is getting applied or not. If I just check it out, if I'm toggling it up, it is turned into light mode, and now again dark mode, light mode, dark mode, light mode, dark mode. That's what is happening here. So by default, I'm just keeping it to the dark mode, and that is what is applied here. Alright, now you can simply change the value and see. By default, you can keep this particular toggle button as true. Let's say, for example, if I pass here checked to be as true. Now you see, if I'm toggling it now, just see, this is light mode, dark mode, light mode, dark mode. So that's how we can work around with the toggle button also, to toggle our from light mode to dark mode or dark mode to light mode. So we have successfully implemented our theming into our application. This is just temporary. I'm going to remove it in some time when we work with the tab screen. So I'm quite sure you have understood all this part pretty nicely, and we've executed it in a clean code way. We've applied all the possible cleaning options that we needed to keep our application light and healthy. Now let's design our tab screen. Now here we are going to implement the tabs layout. Basically, we are going to have the tab buttons at the bottom of the screen, for which our design will be different. I have to remove it and need to use ion tabs. But before using anything, I have to clear out the TS file. So whatever we did so far, I'll just remove it, because I have already explained that we did it for temporary purpose in order to show you how exactly it works. I'll get rid of everything and all the imports. We don't need anything as of now. Whatever we need, we will have it again. So everything removed, even this injection is also removed now. Great. Let's close everything and then open it up once again so that the file size will be reduced. And also I'm going to zoom it. I forgot to zoom it again. Now it is zoomed. Great. I hope you are able to see it properly. Let's work on ion tabs. So within the ion tabs, we are going to work with ion tab bar, and within this particular tab bar, first of all, we are going to slot it towards the bottom. You have the option to place it at the top or the bottom. I want to place it at the bottom, and within that we will have single ion tab button. This is how it's going to look like. Until unless you pass something, it's not going to show up. So let me just do one thing. I'll pass some ion icon. Okay, spelling is wrong. Icon. And let me name it as, let's say, chat bubbles outline. I think the spelling is still not fine, because chat bubbles should be all together. We don't see anything, but you will be able to see in some time. How? Well, you already know the drill. For using any icon, we have to go to tabs page.ts file and work with that in our constructor. So add icons. Within that, we'll pass chat bubbles outline. This is the one imported. Once that is imported, you can see it is coming up here. Why it is at the center? Because we have only one single ion tab button. That is why it is coming at the center. Now let's work with the other things. But before that, why this warning is coming up? I'm not really sure. Let's fix it later on. First of all, let's go to our HTML and work with that. Now to each ion tab button, we have to pass a tab, which will be actually the route. So we will have the chat screen, we will have all the other screens that we will be having here. So first of all, let me just show one single button and make few more here. 1, 2, 3. So 3 more I have just created with the same name and everything. Now let me change it one by one. Let's say that the second one will be for the status. Well, the icon will be different, but I have to think which should be the icon here. Or in fact, the status can be the first one also if you want to. And we can keep the chats in the second, but it's fine, I think. Third will be, let's say, contacts. You can keep calls or contacts. We are not going to work with status or the contacts in this particular video. We will be mainly focusing on the chat screens and within that whatever we need. The fourth one will be settings page, where we will have the icon called cog outline. Let's have that in our TS file, cog outline, and import it. So this is the one which is showing up. Great. So far so good. For the context, I will also have people outline. So let me pass it up. People outline. There you go. It's showing up. In fact, I can have it at the second place. That would be better. So first chat, second context, third status. Well, I think this hierarchy will be better. Now for our status, I'm going to have chat bubble, ellipsis, outline. Let's have that here. Chat bubble, ellipsis, outline. This is the one. We got it and it's showing up. So this is looking fine. The icons are okay. It's time to design it a bit more because we want to give lots of animation, lots of designing part, and also we will show up the text too, but it will be conditional based. So let's work on that one by one. Status, context, settings, and chats. That's pretty okay. Now I need to find out which one is selected. For the time being, nothing is selected because we haven't created these screens or the routes are not available. So for the time being, let me create an event. IN tabs did change. So whenever the tabs are changing, I will call get selected, a function which will emit an event. Now this event will help us to determine which tab is the selected one and we can work on that. How will I do that? I'll go to my tabs page TS file and work on it. In order to work with that, I'm going to create a property called selected tab that's going to be equals to signal of type string, and let's say the initial value will be chats because I want to select chats by default. Now I need to import signals, which is not imported yet. So let me import it. It's done. And now I have to create the functionality which is get selected and event of type any. I'm going to pass it here. Within this, you can log the event if you want to check what is the value that is coming up, but I just want to set it directly because I knew what's going to come up and I'm going to show you that part too. It's going to be simply event question mark dot tab. Okay, that's what it's going to show up. And if you want to check it, simply let me just show you here. So if I click it, well, for the time being, we do not have any routes. That is why this error is coming up. So let me just create some screens because of which the error is coming up. So in order to do or work with that, Ionic G page, where am I going to create that? Within the pages folder, we have the tabs folder. Within that, I'll create the chats page. Let's do that. Now once that is created, similarly, I'm going to create one for the status. Done. Then for the contacts, this will also be done now. And after that, we will also have one for the settings screen. So all the pages are created, but still it will not work properly because we will have all the routes displayed within the app.route.ts file because we have only one single routes file. We do not have any other route file. That is why this is showing up in this particular way. If I had a route file within the tabs, let me create one because I want to separate it. So tabs.routes.ts file. If I would have had it earlier and I would have created this after we had this file, then the routes would have come directly here, not within the app.route.ts file. Now also you can simply change it. I'll go to app.route.ts file and cut all these routes because we don't need it in this particular way. We actually need it within our tabs to make it a children of it. So I'll just cut it and pass it directly within our tabs route. Otherwise, I have to make a children of this tabs here itself and work with that. But instead of doing it there, let me just pass it here directly. Const routes of type routes import equals to an array in which I will have the default path to be the empty and the component which I'm going to call here will be the tabs page. After that, I have to make children of it, which will be holding an array in which I'll pass all these routes and the URL will be little different because it will be passed directly within the tab in this particular way. It's done. Similarly here also once extra dot is required, so you can simply track down the location properly and do that in the similar manner to get rid of this problem. Fine, it's done. So I've given proper path. Now I need to create one more for the default route within the children. So within the children, let me just align it everything properly. Now it's very much proper to understand. Let me give a comma here, and within this, if the default route is called, Then what I'll do, I'll redirect to, by default, I'm going to redirect to /tabs/chats. That's what I'm going to call, and the path match will be full. That's it. This is the only thing which you need to apply, and rest of the things will work as it is. Now we have all the routes working up properly. I just need to export it, and once I export it, I have to make some changes into my app.route.ts file. Instead of calling the load component, I have to call load children now. So let me just do it, load children, because now I'll be calling the route file directly here. I hope you're finding this interesting. So this is what you need to remember properly in order to execute all these things as per your requirement. Now I'll import everything once again, .pages/tabs/tabs.routes.then, within which this time I'm going to call the route. So let me give m, that's for basically module, but here we are not executing module, but still I'll do it in this particular way. You can give any name you want, that's not a big problem. Pass a comma here and everything is good to go. Okay, great. Now you will see that the chats is selected by default. Everything is working as expected. Now we can go ahead and try this up. So I'll just open the console log here, no errors. And if I click here, just see tab contacts. That means this is coming up from our get selected event. That's what we are calling on click of it, right? So this is status, this is settings. That's what we have done. Now, since our functionality is working in the tab page.ts file, we can work around with it. I'm already setting the selected tab to this particular value. Now after doing that, I'll go to the HTML to design it up a bit. Now in the HTML, I'll check this condition @if selected tab. Now we have to call the function because it is a writable signal function. If it is equals to chats. In this case, I'm going to call ion label, within which I'm going to call chats. Now you will see the one that will be selected will be called if I go for chats. If I select it up, you will see that the text is showing up. That's what is happening. But I'll just optimize it because I don't want to use the full name. I want to use a shorter name. If you want to do that, I'll just cut it and let me just pass it here. I'll create @let tab equals to this particular value. Alright. And then I can use this tab here directly. See how easy it becomes for us. If you have something longer, you can definitely shorten it up with this particular @let. Similarly, you can apply the same for the other things. Like here, I'm going to have contacts and this will be context 2. Same goes for the status also. Just need to change the condition to status. Now the name will also be status here. Last but not the least is our settings, in which we will have it as settings and the label will also be setting. Alright, this is done. Now whichever you select will have this particular text also. But I want to align the text towards the right side, for which I have an option here equals to icon start. Now if I do that up, the one that is selected will come towards the right side. Now that is applied only for settings. Let's check it out. If I click on settings, you see this is working. Let's apply the same everywhere. I'll copy it up and place it everywhere in every iron tab button. Let's do it here too. And finally, one last thing. Alright, everywhere it's done now. Great. The design is not that great. We are going to fix that up. But for the time being, it's looking better. It's time to work with the CSS for the designing part. So I'll go to tab page CSS file and work with it on the iron tab button, where I'll start off with the color that is selected. So we have certain custom CSS properties available for this iron tab button. I'm going to access it up directly. So color selected. Let me pass white color, that would be better. Now it's fine. The primary color is gone. And the icon within that, I want to change the font size of it. So font size, let me give 1.5 rem would be better according to me. Let's see how it goes. Well, it's fine. Now after this, I also want to apply on the one that is selected. So iron tab button. You can directly call the selected class also, but I prefer to do it in this particular way, which I like. So this class, which I'm going to apply on the iron tab button, will have a background of linear gradient. So linear gradient background to 135 degree, which we have already used earlier into our login and sign up screen. So I'm going to apply the same here too. Alright. Then border radius also I'm going to pass it here of 20 pixel, and I will show you now how the design looks like, because I have to apply this particular class to my HTML to this particular tab button, but it will be conditional. And what the condition will be? It will be almost same. I will use ng class, with the help of which I'll give the class name as selected, which will be called on a certain expression, which is going to be if tab value, which means the selected tab function, if it is equals to chats. That's what the condition will be. Now to get rid of this error, let me just remove it. This is one extra thing. Now I have to go to TS file and pass here ng class in my imports. ng class, passed it. Now let's check it out. The errors are gone, but still we don't see anything nothing here. Why? What's wrong happening? Well, the route is gone. So let me have the route once again. /tabs. Well, actually, I'm getting an error here. Now in TS file, this ion tab was extra. So let me just remove it. I just commented it to find it out why that warning was coming up. And it is great that we are getting these warnings, because with the help of that, we are able to fix it very, very easily. In the HTML, there is a slight problem. There is a bracket which is extra. I've removed it. Now I think everything will work fine. Great. So let me pass the same stuff everywhere else. I'll copy it and pass it everywhere. To each and every tab button, I'll pass it and change the condition. In this case, what it will be? It's going to be context. Now in the third case, what it will be? Let me just pass it at first. It will be status. And finally, the last one will be setting. First of all, let's pass and then change it to setting. After you do that up, if you select the other one, it's going to show up properly, which is nice. So up till here, it's looking nice, but still the game is not over. We have to do a lot of things into our SCSS also. So let's do it one by one. Now, whatever I make changes here, you will be able to see it properly. Let me give some margin. Top and bottom 0 and left and right 5 pixels will be fine. Let's see how it looks like. Well, there is a minor impact. I'll go ahead and work with the box shadow because I want it to look, a 3D effect should be given here. That's why. So x-axis offset 0, y-axis offset 0, 4 pixel blur, and then I'll pass here 3 pixels, then RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.15 opacity. Let's see how it looks like. Well, you can see a slight box shadow is being given. Since it is dark mode, so you won't be able to grab that very easily, but in your mobile device, it's going to look pretty nice. Now I'll work with the iron label and pass a font size of 1 rem with a font weight of bold. And after you do that up, it's time to work with the iron icon, where the font size will be again 1.5 rem like the way we did earlier. And I'll make it important so that it doesn't change. But even if you don't do it, I think still there won't be any problem. But if you want to change it, definitely you can. Now, apart from that, the min width, let me change it to, let's say 0. Now, after doing this, I'll work for iOS device and make some changes for the selected one. We'll do that for Android too. But let's start off with iron tab button, where we have implemented the class selected, within which I'll pass a height of 4 VH. Now it's looking nice. It is coming towards the top. Now this is looking nice. The height is reduced, and along with that, I'll give some padding of 5 pixel on top and bottom, and on left and right, well, it will be dynamic, so you can work with 5 VW if you want to. Alright, it's looking fine. Then on iron label, you can try with passing some margin top of, let's say, 3 pixels and some margin left of, let's say, 10 pixels, so that it will have some spacing from the icon and it will look nice. If I don't give margin top, then it will be little towards the top side. Well, actually, it's not much of a difference, so I can simply remove it also. I don't think it's required since everything is aligned properly. Now let's apply the same for our material design. So for the mobile device of Android, I'll go for 4.5 VH height, and I won't pass any padding because it will be coming out of it, which I don't want, and some margin left of, let's say, 5 pixel will be better instead of 10 pixels because I want it little short. So far so good. Now our tab button design is ready, but we need to work around with the iron tab bar because I want to reduce some size and work on it. So first of all, I'll change the width to be 90% and margin will be auto on left and right side. So in this way, I'm going to reduce the size of it. Also, let me pass a background to it. So hyphen background, let me pass variable hyphen iron color light. So I'm passing the light color background. See, this is what it's showing up. Now let me move it at the top, which will look, nice. After that, I'll have some margin top because it's not looking that great. So margin top of 1.5 VH will be fine according to me. Same goes for margin bottom too. I'll give 1.5 VH. Now both of them will have some spacing, which is nice. Equal spacing, I'm passing it everywhere. I'll give some padding also on all sides of 0.5 VH will be better according to me. Right, it's looking fine. Bigger and better. Lastly, a border radius of 50 pixel will make it round shaped, will look nice after giving it up. That's it. That's the design which I need, but doesn't need this particular color for our iron tab bar in dark mode. So in order to change it in our dark mode, I'll do something different. This will be in lighter mode, and for darker mode, I'm going to change it with the help of colon, host, and then working with the context. Host context, it will help us to provide a different design for the dark theme. So I'm going to access it up and work on my iron palette dark. Where we have passed it, let me just show you. So if I go to theme service, you will see it there. Where is it? In the services, we have the theme service, and within that, if I just scroll down, you will be able to see that this is the one. This is the class which we have implemented. So you can access this class with the help of our host context and work on it whenever you want to work with the dark mode. So I'm going to access it up and pass my iron tab bar, where I'll pass the background color. To which color should I pass it? Well, either I can pass -- iron background color, which will be the color of the dark theme, but I want to pass a different color. It will be a hex code. So let's say 151414. Almost dark color, but little lighter than the actual dark color, which will give you the look and feel that it is showing something here. Alright, you are able to see a nice design with a slight background to it, which is different, and you can see the round shape also. So according to me, this is looking great. We have achieved it. Now, still it's not over. In our tabs, if I'm just transforming or moving from one tab to another, the animation is not great. In order to fix this animation, I'll go to my tab page TS file and work with the animation controller. To work with that, well, I have to do something. First of all, I have to inject the animation controller, for which I will pass it here. Private, let's say animation ctrl equals to inject function, inject, import it from @angular/core import. And after importing, you simply need to pass animation controller. If you don't get the suggestion, don't need to worry. I'll show you where to pass it. So I'll just copy it and move it towards the top. Within this particular package, you need to pass it. So in standalone, you don't get the suggestion as of now. Hopefully it will change later on with the upcoming versions. And what about the inject function? Where it is? Is it not imported? Well, let's import it again. Now it will be imported and the error is gone. We will be able to use it now. How will I use it? Well, actually, whenever the tab is getting changed, I will apply some animation. So let me call a function called apply animation function. And within this function, I will do something. So let me create it quickly. Apply animation function. Where what am I going to do? I'm going to create a constant called tab button, because on that tab button only we are going to execute some functionality. Document. I'm going to apply some JavaScript code. Dot query selector. Now within the query selector, I'm going to access iron tab button, where tab equals to whatever value we get inside the selected tab. So this dot, but this is not how we execute it. It will be dollar with the braces, and within that we can pass a variable, which will be this dot selected tab function. So this is how we are going to detect it up, and there should be a closing braces. Now the error is gone and everything looks fine, right? Okay. So we get the tab button here. After we get the tab button, we have to access on the one that is selected. So I'm going to create a constant called, let's say, fade animation. That will be equal to another function which I'm going to create. I'll name it as this dot create feed animation function, where I'm going to pass this tab button as an HTML element. So HTML element, import it. Okay, let's create this function now. So create feed animation function, where the base element, whose type will be element, or actually the HTML element, I'm going to pass it here. That's what we have done. And I pass it as HTML because otherwise, if I don't pass it in this particular way, it might not accept it. Now within this function, I will call this dot animation, and actually I need to return it. So let me just pass return here. That's the animation we are going to return. Otherwise, we will not be able to accept here anything in the fade animation, right? So return this dot animation control dot create. We're going to create an animation here in which I'm going to add an element. Which element I'll add? I'll add the base element here, which we are passing from the argument, and then pass a duration of 300 milliseconds to pass some delay. Along with that, also I can pass some easing, where I'll pass ease in out. So these things you have already seen in the CSS, I hope. We have already implemented it many times. These are simple animation which we directly pass it into our CSS, but we are doing it here in our TypeScript file. Also, you can do one more thing if you want to pass some opacity changing. So definitely you can use from to, and you can pass here opacity changing from 0 to 1. So you pass 0 value at first, then value 1 will be passed. So this kind of an animation I'm going to create, which will look nice. Okay. And it will be passed here. After this is initialized, I am not still satisfied. Let's check it out at first, but then I'll tell you what exactly we are doing here. But in order to show you this particular thing to work, I'll pass fade animation dot play function. I'm going to pass it. Then only it's going to work. It's done. This animation will be passed here. Let's check it out whether it's applied or not. So if I transform, just see here, something is happening, right? Some animation is there, but it's not looking that great. So in order to make it much better, what I'll do, I will apply few more things here, which will be fade animation dot keyframes. I'll apply keyframes too, within which I'll pass an array. So within this array, the value of offset will be starting from 0, where I'm going to transform by passing a scale. So scale value will be what? Initially it will be 1 when you are at 0%. So basically it's going to jump from 0 to 1, and I'll copy it 2 more times to give certain conditions between 0 and 1. So 0.5 and then 1. So how am I going to scale it? Well, I'm going to go for, when it is reaching 50%, I'll go for 1.2 scaling and then back to 1. So that's the keyframe that I'm going to apply here. You can have more options also if you want to, but I'm happy with that. So let's try it out. See, it's jumping, scaling, and then coming back to its original position. That's what I'm playing here, which is fine actually. Or you can change the value to, let's say, 0.2. Let's see how it works. So if I just click here, just see, it's fine. It's not looking bad. I'm happy with it, but I think it would be better if I give 0.4 possibly. Let's check it now. I think this is much better. So let me keep that. You can play around with it and use as per your requirement. Okay. And also you can keep this particular functionality in some other functions too if you want to, but I'm okay with it. So that's the animation which we have applied and everything is good to go. We don't need to do anything else here. So our tab screen is completely ready. It's time to work with the other screens and prepare it as per our requirement. Let's go for that. Now we are going to design our settings screen, where we actually will do what? We will have our image and name for the profile, and below that we are going to have the dark mode toggle button, which we have already designed into our home screen, where I actually removed it. It was actually made in the tab screen just for temporary purpose. Whatever we did, we are going to do that exactly the same stuff into our settings screen, also along with the logout functionality too. Let's get going with that. So here I don't need to make a lot of changes because this is the iOS design, which is pretty fine. I just need to change it to capital letter. The first letter should be capital, which is fine now. And then we are going to work with what? Well, we will design a list here. So let's go for an ion list, within which what am I going to have? I'll have an ion item. Now within this ion item, I'm going to design my ion avatar, whose slot will be start because I want to place it at the starting point, within which I will have the image. So image tag is also passed, where what will be my SRC? Well, I have to get the profile data to show that up, right? So don't worry, we are going to work with that. But after that, I will have my ion label. So for the time being, if I just pass profile, you will be able to see that. Just look at it. It's showing up. Great. Now what if I give here the color to be light so that I can make it visible? Otherwise it's not visible at all right now. Just look at it. I will give some margin here. So ion margin, that's better. Now for the image, since we do not have any data here for the time being, so we need to pass some random data. Later on, I'll just put some data in an array and then we can access it up. For example, let me just give any data here for the time being. And for the image, I will access some dynamic image. So I'll just get a URL here. So let me just pass it. I call this particular URL. I'm calling i.pravatar.cc, which will give me some icons or images by default, and it's going to change every time you are just going to reload it. Let me just show you. If I reload it up, see, it is giving me another image. So any value you can pass it here. This will be dynamic value. If I go inside this particular website, you will be able to see that up. If I get there, just see, this is giving me lots of images. What kind of a size do you want? Definitely you can pass that too. Let's say 200. See, the size has changed. So that's how you can get the stuff. If I reload it once again, I am getting a different image, but of this particular size. So that's what I have done here, which is nice. All right, so this is done. Let's say this is my profile, and after that, I also want to give here detail to be true. So let me pass it detail true. Now we have an arrow button also, which is looking nice. So after this is done, I will have another ion item, but I want to keep it separately. Should I or shouldn't I? You can have here multiple options, but I just want to work with one more ion item. So let me just pass it ion item, within which I will have an ion toggle, which will be used for our toggling to dark mode to light mode to dark mode, where the text will be dark mode. Okay, so it is aligned itself properly. Now I'll apply certain attributes to it, starting off with when it is changing. So when it is changing, I want to execute some functionality upon that. Also, I will pass here ng model so that whenever a value is changed, this value will be updated within the ion toggle, for which I will use ng model. And what is the current value? We are going to fetch it from our theme service where we have the palette. What was the name of the palette? Let's check it out. So in the theme service, we have a variable or a writable signal function called palette toggle. I'm going to call this value, which will give me true or false. And based on that, I'm going to set the value of this particular toggle within our settings page. So I have to inject at first the theme service. Let's do that. Private theme equals to inject, and within that I'll pass the theme service. It's done. Once that is done, I can directly use it in my HTML, but I have to make it public instead of private in order to use it in my HTML. Now I'll be able to use it. If I pass theme dot, you can see all the options I'm getting here. I will call palette toggle function, or actually I don't need to pass a function because this is two-way binding, so I don't need to pass it actually. Just doing this will help me to achieve it. And for ion change, I'll simply pass here theme service dot toggle change. This function I'm going to call, and I'm going to trigger whatever event is triggered. I will pass it here in the argument. In this way, I don't have to create another functionality here itself, but I will be using directly the ones that are present within the service itself. All right. Let's get to our settings screen once again, and it's showing up. But if you want, there is one more property, justify space between, to have lots of space between the two, and it will be placed at the corners. All right, that's what I have done. Now let me just get rid of this color, which I don't want actually. So I'll get rid of it, and lines, I'll make it to be passed as full. All right, now let's get to our CSS and work with it. I'll go to settings page, SCSS file, and start working with the ion list here, within which at first I'll pass a border. So border of 1 pixel solid, and let's say gray color or light gray color will be fine. I think would be better. Light gray. I want very less visibility, so possibly medium color will be okay for this. I think the medium color is fine. But if I turn it to light mode, then also it's not looking that bad, isn't it? And by the way, yes, our light mode and dark mode is properly working. I just forgot to tell you. Just look at it. How easily we can transform now, right? So this is okay. I'm happy with that. Apart from, I need to give some border radius. So border radius of possibly 20 pixel. Let's try it. But I think it's fine. 20 pixel is okay. Well, here I want to give some margin padding both. So let me just do one thing. Instead of passing it here, I'll just pass it directly into my HTML and make these lines to be none, because lines won't make it work. Instead, I'll pass a class here, ion margin vertical, and same class I'm going to pass to the other ion item. In this way, you will see a lot of spacing between the two, and there are no lines. I just want a border bottom here itself onto my ion item. So let me pass a custom class border bottom. It's not bottom bottom, it's border bottom. And let me declare it into my SCSS file. So border bottom, in which I have to pass actually this particular thing only. So 1 pixel border I need to pass, and that's it. But it has to be applied only on the bottom part. So border bottom where you're passing this up. All right. After you do that up, you need to pass some padding also, for which let me go to HTML once again, and I will pass ion padding vertical. So if it is too much, let me remove the margin. Only padding will be fine. This is better, isn't it? Here also I can do the same stuff. I can simply pass padding instead of margin. So no margin is needed, and by default, if there is a margin, it will be removed from here itself. I'll pass margin to be 0. If there is any default margin, it will go away. But still the spacing is quite a lot. So we have to fill the gaps properly. Let me check the design at first, what is showing up. So let's search it here. This is fine. Well, looks okay to me. And let me enlarge this too, so that you will be able to see it properly. So it is little bigger, and in order to fix it, I should actually increase the size of the ion label text. So ion label font size should be how much? Let's give 1 rem and see. No, it's quite small. However, 1.2 rem. Well, that's little bigger, but not that much. So what will I do now? Well, I have to apply the same stuff on my ion toggle also. So let me just pass in both. All right, both of them are good to go. Now I need to reduce the padding here because it is too much. So let me give padding to be, let's say, 1 VH and 0 on left and right. And I'm going to remove the padding class from my ion item. In this way, I can pass some custom padding whatever I need, isn't it? So now it is looking proper. I can increase the padding from here itself. Let's give 1.5 REM. 1.5 VH is fine, I think. Or if you want more, definitely you can go for 2 VH, which is much better, I think. So 2 VH is fine according to me, isn't it? You can also increase the size of the Ion avatar image. So let me work on that too. Ion avatar, where I'll increase the height and width. So let me give height of 5 VH and also a width of 5 VH in this way. Alright, looking better, but I can increase it a bit more. How about 8 VH, or should I go for 6 will be fine, I think. Let's go for 6 VH. Bigger and better. One more thing I want to do, I can pass a status for this particular profile. So let me just pass here a p tag within our Ion label, in which I'll say, let's say available. Okay, and you can have some spacing here too. Then it's gonna look much better. So in order to have some spacing there, I'll work with the p tag to give a margin top of how much? Let's say 3 pixels will be fine. Alright, 3 pixel is good. But if you want more, definitely you can go for 5 pixels too, and increase the size as per your requirements. So let me give a font size of, how much should I give? Let's say 1 REM will be better. 1 REM will be too much, I think. Okay, it's looking fine. And actually this particular size also, I don't want it that big. So I can reduce it to 1 REM, and this will be, let's say, around 0. How much? 85 REM. That would be better. But this is looking quite small, which I don't want. And it varies from device to device. So either you can keep this particular font size, or if you want to increase, definitely you can. So I think I should increase it a bit more. So I'll go for 1.2 REM into my settings page. And 0.9 REM will be fine for my p tag. I'll keep this particular settings only, and it will work for both light mode and dark mode, which is okay to me. Now, only one thing that is left is to have a logout button, which I'll give it at the bottom. So to work with that, I'll go to the HTML once again and pass it into my footer. So let me have an Ion footer here, where I'll have no border. So I'll just pass a class Ion no border, and within this I'll have a toolbar. So Ion toolbar will be passed here. Inside the toolbar only, I'll pass a button, Ion button. So within this button, the text will be logout, and expanding it to take the full size. So it will be block, isn't it? And if you want some margin, definitely you can pass it here. Let's say class Ion margin, which is fine, but Ion margin only horizontally. So horizontal. Great, it's working. You can increase the size too. Let me give size to be large, but I want the text to be small, and also the color to be, actually danger color will be fine. Right, that's looking better. And if you don't want that here, you can simply pass it here too. Okay, that's completely your choice. If you, however you want to work with it, definitely you can try it out. Now this is done. We have the button ready. I also want to reduce the size of this particular text. So I'll wrap it up within an Ion text. We have already seen how we can actually achieve it. So I'll do the same here. So the text color will be same. That's okay. I can make it bold too by passing it here strong to be true, which makes it bold, which is great. And in fact, I can make this label and all of it to be bold too. How will I do that? I can simply pass it here within this font weight to be bold. All right. Now this will be bold. That's looking better, but I don't want this to be bold, so otherwise everything will be quite bold. I don't want that much of a thickness everywhere. This is looking better according to me, and I want to keep the same color except the size. I want to change it. So in order to work with that, let me access my Ion footer, and within which I will just directly work with the button where I have the Ion text whose font size I can directly change it to, let's say 0. How about 0.9 REM? Well, it's quite small. I can increase it a bit to 0.95 REM. Well, not looking that great. How about 1 REM? Well, I think 1 REM would be fine. So let's keep it in this way. So far, so good. Also, you can reduce the size. Let me just change it once again because I'm not happy with 1.2. I think which will be quite big. I'm using 14 Pro Max, so it is looking fine, but everywhere else it will be quite a bigger one, which I don't want. So I think this one will be fine. 1.1, at least little bigger, not that much. So let's keep it in this way. And if you click on it, well, I have to do some functionality work. So HTML is good to go. I don't think I need to do anything else apart from the click event on it. So let's work on that. On click of it, I just want to log out from here and redirect to the login screen. In order to work with that, I will simply implement my auth service here directly. So for this, I have to inject public auth equals to inject the auth service this time. So once I inject the auth service, so this is imported as you can see here. Let me just format the document properly. Now you will be able to see everything. We don't need this too, so I'll just remove it. Actually, we need the forms module because we are using ng model for the toggle button, right? But common module we don't need it, so I'll just remove it. Let me get rid of it now. Great. So now it will be fine. Let's go to our functionality and work with the auth service. So how will I work with the auth service? Since I have made it a public one, so I can use it auth dot. I'll get all the options. I'll directly call the logout functionality here and we are good to go. So if I click on that, I'll get logged out. Let's try it. If I click on it, okay, nothing happened. Why? What is happening in the logout function? Let's check it out. So in the logout function, I'm simply removing the token, setting this to null, but I have to redirect at the same time, right? So I have to call this dot navigate by URL and have to pass /login. If I do that up, it's going to redirect to the login screen. That's what I have to do. Now the functionality is proper. I can try it once again and I'm already redirected to the login screen because the auth guard that we have implemented is getting into play. So let's get going once again. You can pass anything you want here. Alright, let's go for login. I'm logged in. If I go to settings, I can switch between light mode and dark mode. Everything is working as expected. I don't find any problem here. And if I click on logout this time, I'm getting redirected to the login screen. So our settings page is properly ready. Everything is working as expected. You can see all the stuff which is present there. Now we can move ahead and design our chat screen. But before that, let me just sign in once again. Let's go for login. Let's design this up. Now in our chats page, I'll keep the same design only, but I'll change the name to recent chats everywhere. Well, mostly in two places we have to change and it's ready. Great. After doing that, I will apply here a button which will be slotted at the right side, which will be the plus button. So let me just prepare it. Iron buttons. Okay, it should be within the toolbar. What am I doing? Within the toolbar, iron buttons, slot will be end. You won't be able to see now, but in order to see that, let me just do one thing. I'll comment this particular part. And once I do that, you will be able to see the design. All right, it's visible. So within the button slot end, I'll pass an iron button whose size will be large. And for the color, because color will change based on the mode. So I'll just apply it later on. Let's first check how the design looks like when we pass an icon here, because I'll be just passing an icon, nothing else. So I'll just place the slot to be icon only to make the icon bigger. And the icon name which I'm going to use is create outline to create a new chat. That's what we are going to implement it here. Fine. So after this is done, I have to go to the TS file and first of all, I need to show the icon. For that to show up, what I need to do? Well, you already know the drill. First of all, let me just remove it. Then I'll work with the iron icons and let me just get rid of it. Anything extra, we don't need to work with that. Now add icons, just pass the icon here, which is the icon create outline, import it and you're good to go. Just pass a semicolon. That's it. Now you can see an icon is showing up, but I don't want that particular color. I want to change the color here. In order to work with that, I have to get or inject my theme service. So let's go for it. Private theme equals to inject and I'll call my theme service here. Okay. Now along with that, what I'll do here is I'll prepare a computed signal called is dark mode, which will be equals to computed signal. This is how we implement it up, where I'll simply read this dot theme dot palette toggle. So palette toggle value is the one which I'm going to read and whatever changes occurs there will show up here directly. Now I can simply call this particular variable or function within my HTML and start working with that. So for the color, I'll simply check color on a particular condition that if is dark mode value, if it is true, then what am I going to do? If the value is true, then I'll simply pass the color as the light color. Otherwise, it will be the dark color. In this way, I'll be able to identify the theme mode and accordingly, I can pass the colors. Also, the final thing which I want to apply here is the click event. On click of it, I need to start a new chat or actually show up a model, which I'm going to show you in some time. So I'll just get rid of it for the time being. And let's first design this up because we need to see some content here. Then it would look better. So we have got the icon properly placed. Now Now I can again open this up because I want the earlier design to be shown properly. Now also you can see it, isn't it? Alright, so far so good. Next thing we need to apply will be our search bar. So I'll create a div. Let me give a class search bar. Inside that I will have my actual search bar, to which I'll give another class so that if we have another search bar anywhere else, it won't get hampered since we are going to work with that in the global.scss also. So I just change the name little bit of the class and let me pass a placeholder here called search. Now you can see search bar is showing up. Great. Also, instead of passing it here, you can also pass it within the toolbar itself. So let me just do it. If I pass it here within the toolbar, what will happen then? It will still show up. And what if I just scroll? Then what will happen? Well, in that case, possibly I have to create another toolbar here and pass it there. Let's try it. Whether both of them shows up or not, let's check it out. So I'll just create a toolbar here. And if I pass this particular thing there too, I will have actually two search bars, so which I don't want to implement. That's why let me just get rid of it. Where it was, second toolbar, I'll just get rid of it and let's keep it here for the time being. So everything is working fine as expected. We also need to design it, but let's first fill up the screen properly with the dummy data. Then we will work around with that. So let's get going. Now I'll have an ion list within which I will create an ion item where I will have an ion avatar. So every user will have its image, name and everything placed properly. Now for the ion avatar, I'm going to pass ion img tag because it will be loaded lazily. So if you have data which will be coming up in a lazy loading format, definitely ion img tag will come in handy. So mostly with virtual scroll, definitely you can simply work with ion img. Now the source, what will be the source here? For the time being, let me pass the same source which we have given for the settings. So where is the settings page? Where is it? This is the one. Let's get to that, to the HTML, and I'll try to copy the image source, whatever I have given here. So I've copied it. Let's get back to our HTML of the chat screen and pass it there in this way. So once that is passed, image is showing up. After that, I need to work with the ion label. So let me just pass ion label in which I'll pass a name. So let me just give my name. Along with that, we will also pass a p tag in which you will have your last message which you have passed or someone else has passed you, isn't it? Means the last chat message which is available. So let me call it hi. Simply, isn't it? It's showing up. Great. Now I need to loop this design as many times as you want. So let me use @4 chat room. This is actually a chat room which we are going to have with every user, whichever user you are using to chat with. So let me just pass an array here of, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So an array of 6 items, let's say, and you will track everything by index for the time being. That's what I want to do. So this for loop is created and I will simply move my ion item within that. Once I do that up, it will show me certain records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 records it is showing me up. Now I need to place it properly so that it looks pretty good. Currently it's not looking great. So it's time to design everything here by going to our CSS file. So let's go to our settings page not settings page actually, it's not settings, it's chat screen CSS file. Let's go there and start working with that. I'm going to start off with the ion list by giving a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels will be enough. Nice. Then I need to work with the ion item to pass some margin top. Margin top of how much? Possibly 2 VH will look better. Great. We have lots of margin now. How about ion avatar within our ion item? We need to work around with that, isn't it? To fix the height and width to, let's say, 6 VH will be better. Height. Okay, it's not HR, it's HE. Got it. And width also I'll set it to 6 VH. Same width. Something is wrong with my spelling today. But since it is able to detect properly, I can fix it very easily, isn't it? Got the errors at the right time. Now ion label. I need to increase the font size to, let's say, 1.1 rem. So 1.1 rem, little bigger. I'm keeping it up. Alright. Last but not the least is our p tag. So for the p tag, I'll pass a font size of 0.8 rem because it can be quite a big text also, and I'll show only one liner. So if you have a bigger text which is exceeding one line, then definitely we can do something about that too. But let me first give some margin top because I want some spacing between the ion label and the p tag. So possibly 3 pixels will be enough. Not that much of spacing is needed. So little bit of spacing is enough to work with. Now if you have a bigger text, for example, If I give a bigger text here, then you will understand it properly. Let me pass here lorem 10. If I hit enter, it will give me 10 characters long text, and it is coming in 2 lines. I want to place it in only a single line, for which I will use white space and pass here no wrap. See how this is changing? But I want 3 dots also. Now first of all, let me pass overflow to be hidden. That is very must to pass. So after that is passed, you can see 3 dots are coming up. But this will not show every time. To show it every time, you have to pass text overflow to be ellipsis. So this is used for passing the 3 dots. To help you understand everything, let me pass some comments here, with the help of which you can easily understand what exactly we have done. So this is used for preventing the text to go to a new line, hiding the overflow content, and it is used to display the 3 dots. Okay, even if you don't pass it up, still it will show the 3 dot. So far so good. Just one more thing I want to add on here in my HTML is basically to have an ion text for what? For showing the time, because I will not only have the last message but last message timing too. So let me slot it at the end, where for the time being, let's say I'm passing, let's say 9:30, let's say AM, and let me give some spacing here. Will look nice. I need to design this too properly by changing the font size of it. So to work with that, after the ion label, I'll work with ion text and pass a font size of 0.9 rem will be better, I think. Little bit smaller, and it's better, isn't it? So far everything is aligned properly, isn't it? And now we just need to work around with this search bar. So in order to work with the search bar, I have to do what? I actually have to go to the global.scss file, because directly if I pass few properties might work directly here, but everything will not work if I do it here. And I have already tested it many times earlier also in earlier projects too. That is why I can easily say that currently that's not the case. But in order to implement it, we have to go to global.scss file and start working with that. To start off, I will work with my ion search bar, to which I have given a class called srchbar, where I will change the border radius for Android and iOS both to have 20 pixel value. So that's applied. Now there is a class called ion search input container, which is responsible for holding this icon and all the buttons inside it. So I'll play around with that by working with the ion icon at first, in which I'll pass inset inline start and set the value to 10 pixels, which is not implemented, but if I give important, it's working, I think. So inset inline start will give some spacing for this particular icon. After doing that, I'll work around with the button here, to which I'll pass inset inline, and where I will once again do the same stuff, pass only 10 pixels and make it important. Now this button is for what? Well, if we try to type something, we get a button, right? And I'm placing it at the end part. Later on, I will show you what else we can do it here. Now I'll work with the input, means the text that we are typing. So I can directly work with that. And let me pass here padding inline start. And let me say 3 rem and make it important. Let's see whether it gets implemented or not. Well, nothing is getting applied. Okay. This is not search. This is search bar. Search bar input. Now this is applied. My goodness. That's what I was thinking. Why it is not getting applied. I have already implemented it many times. Now you see there is some spacing here. And if I try to type something, there is some spacing here too. So for the spacing part, I have done that. Now it's working great. So if you don't pass proper classes, then you're going to end into trouble. Fine. After this is done, you can also work with the iOS design differently and material design, means the Android design differently. For the iOS, I'll change the height of the ion search bar. So ion search bar dot search bar class, where I'm going to implement a height of 45 pixels. And similarly for our Android device, means material design, I'll change it to MD. I'll not pass the height, because the height of the material design, means the Android device, will be okay, but I want some margin top of 1 VH to be passed there. Now I'll show you how exactly it works. So far so good. I also want some margin top for my iOS design too. So let me pass it there too. Yeah, you see some margin is available there. Great. Let me just show you how it works in the material design. And I've opened it up. Let me inspect it and select a device. Let's go for this particular device. Let me fit it and reload it up. Now you will see proper designing of it. But I don't see the search bar here, which is not good. We should be able to see the search bar. Why am I not able to see that? Because where we have passed actually, that place is not the actual place where search, we should work with the search bar. So either you pass it here within the toolbar, or if you place it outside of the toolbar, means outside of the ion header actually, which you have passed within the ion content, because this part only works with the iOS, not with the Android design. Now you will be able to see the search bar here. Great. That's how you can understand how exactly it's working. So in both the scenarios we have seen, look at this, everything is working fine. Even if you want to reduce something here, definitely you can, but let's go to our global.scss file to check if everything is working as expected. So I'm okay for the time being. The height is being passed, and margin top, if I reduce it, it's okay. So without margin top also I can go ahead with it, but in Android device definitely we need some margin. So far so good. What I need to do next is, well, this height is not working. Why this is not working? Because directly if you pass the height, it's not gonna work. We have to pass it within another class. That class name will be search bar input container, which we have already used. So I have to pass it within that to actually increase the height. Now the height is increased. Earlier it was not increased, so that was of no use if we do it in that particular manner. You need to know which classes to be implemented. So you have to try a lot of things, and this is very, very important, trust me. So after this is done, do we need to do anything else? Let's check our SCSS file in the chats page. So let's check and verify whether we need to do something else. Well, actually, in case of my material design, I have to work with it. So if I have to work with it, how can I do that? I'll use .md, and on the div whose class is, what is the div class name? Search bar, right? That was the name. Let me give some margin. Top left 0 and sorry, not top left, top bottom 0, left right 10 pixels. That's the margin which I have given here. And if you want some border, definitely you can work around with that too. But if you pass some border, changing the color will be difficult for you, because the color that we will be applying here will be passed for the iOS mode too, which I don't want. So I'll try this up, but I want to show you one more thing before that. For the ion item, if I want to change something for my first item, okay, how can I do that up? Because the first item spacing is too much, which I don't want. So first of type, that's what I can use, and I can pass a different margin top. So let's say margin top of, let's say 0 pixel for the time being. Let's see how it goes. So you see now this is working. Spacing is removed. Here also the spacing is removed. If you want to pass some spacing, definitely you can. For example, I just want to give 1 VH of spacing for the first element, which is great. And for the other elements, you can also increase the spacing if you want to, like margin top of 2.5 rem, which is fine in this case. What about the Android? Well, here also, I don't think it's looking bad. So 2.5 to 3 is looking great. We can keep that much of a spacing for each and every element. So 3 is looking much clear. How about the Android iOS design? Here also, you can see this is much clear and better to look into. So now you can easily identify each and every item. So it's your choice how you want it. If you want more spacing, definitely you can try this up. But I feel I can reduce the spacing to 2.5 VH, and we can check it later on when we have dynamic content here. Okay, because I'm going to prepare a list now from which I will get the data. But before that, let's get back to our search bar, in which I have to apply this particular color. So what is this color? Let me inspect it. I need to check the color of it. Possibly it's the background color that we are getting here. Now I have a tool with the help of which I can directly identify which is the color. So 121212 is the color, right? That's what it is saying, which I can directly pass. So let me keep that color for the dark mode only. So in order to apply that up, what I have to do, so for the dark mode, which I can access colon host context, this is the one where I'll access ion palette dark. Now within the dark mode, what I need to work with, I need to change the background color. So let's go for it. Ion search bar, whose class name is search bar. I'll change the background to 121212. Okay, let's check it out. Well, this should not be within quotes, it should be a class. So now it will be fine. Let's check it out. Well, this is applied but rarely visible. And if I try to go for MD also, it will be applied for material design along with that for the iOS too. So I can't differentiate between the two in this particular case. Just check this out. If I apply it and if I try to change it, let's go for, if I go for, let's say 222. Okay, this is the background color that is getting implemented, which I don't want. I don't want to change that. I want to change the inside color, right? For which I'll access this class and pass the background there. Will it get changed? Well, it's not getting implemented. Now to pass a background color for our material design, I have also included .md here within our ion search bar, where we have the class search bar. Alright. So in the dark mode, I'll pass a different color. For example, let me just show you. If I pass this particular color, it is not changing anything into our iPhone, but on the Android device, it is changed, isn't it? If I try to pass FFF, let's see what happens. You see, in our iOS device, there is no change at all, but in the Android device, it is changed, which means we are able to work with this particular classes properly. Now, I'll simply pass a color called 121212, which will not work exactly, which is actually the color that we are able to see into our iPhone, but that's not going to apply because it is already being applied and it is not taking that properly. So instead of that, I'll simply pass 222, which is our dark color. So let me just pass here. Instead of this, whatever the dark color is, I'm going to pass this. So iron color dark, that's how I'm going to access it. All right. If we do that up, it's not going to be implemented in our iPhone, nothing will be implemented, and on the Android device, that's getting implemented and it's looking nice now. So this is how you can play around with the design part. All right. So we have achieved it. What else we can do? Well, I don't think we need to do anything else into our chat screen. We have already implemented lots of things. Just we need to do one thing, which is to have a list. So we'll work with a list of items or list of chat rooms. So let's work on that here. I'll create one and I'm going to pass it up. So let me just create a writable function here. Let me name it chat rooms equals to signal function. Let's say of type any for the time being. We are going to create the interface later on. But now let me pass it as an empty array and pass here any array. Okay, as the type. Now after doing that, I have already created an array here. Let me initialize it to that. So this particular array, I'll set it this dot chat rooms dot set function I'm going to call and pass everything there. So this whole array, I will pass it within that. Okay, just look at the array which I have prepared where I have name, photo, last message and last message timing. So these four things I have. Let me just pass it here one by one. So basically I'm not showing you the data that this particular user is included in this particular chat room and what is the chat room ID also. I'm not passing that up. We can definitely tweak it and I'm going to modify that data later on. For the time being, let me just show you the data. But before getting started, I'll also do one more thing. Let me create a variable here at the rate let. We can directly use it up. Let me keep chat array which will hold the value of chat rooms function. That's how we can do that up. Now I can directly use this chat array instead of passing chat rooms function everywhere. I'll give it a condition here that if chat room or chat array exists and the length of chat array is greater than, how will I drag it down? Dot length and passing in not symbol. If I don't give that, if it is greater than 0, then only I'm going to go ahead. So here there is a warning or an array error. So in order to resolve that, I have to pass a not symbol. Now everything whatever I've done, I'm going to pass within this condition. In this way, the search bar and the iron list will show up only if the condition is satisfied. So after I do that up, I just need to change it everywhere because we are accessing the chat room data from our chat array instead of the dummy array which I just created. Let's get going with that. I will call directly my chat room dot photo. I will be able to access the photo directly. Now you see everywhere the photo is different because I have given different sizes for each and every one. See here 300, here 220. So if you give same sizes, there might be some trouble. So I'm just giving different sizes and I have already fixed the sizes, so there won't be any problem here. That's done. Now let's go to our name and fix this to chat room dot name. You will have different name everywhere. Similarly, the message also I'll have the one that we have already passed. So chat room dot last message. And finally, one more thing we need to pass is this particular one. I'll pass it here, last message time. Alright, the timing is being passed, but this is not the actual timing which I need. So I'll just apply the date pipe and I have to pass here in a proper format. So it's going to be it should be column minutes and then something of that kind, but it will not work directly since I have to import the date pipe. Let's do it here, date pipe. Import it. Once that is done, I'll format a document and now we will be able to see that it's not working as expected. So it will be small a possibly to get our AM PM. And now see, just check this out. It's working. Instead of capital HH, let me pass small hh, which will give me proper timing. Yeah, 4 p.m. 3:15 p.m. That's great. That's what I need. All right. So this is how we have designed everything and which is looking great with dynamic data. We can also append our chat room ID along with the data which we have implemented, which I'm going to show you in some time. But for now, our chat room design is completely ready. Now we are going to create an interface for our chat room. But before that, I have modified the data which I have passed here. First of all, I have changed the last message time to last message timestamp, which is easier to understand and quite relatable. Along with that, I have also added room ID for each and every record which we have here. You can just see and understand. So this is pretty fine. Along with that, in the HTML, I have changed the name of last message time to last message timestamp. And one more change I have made, with the help of which I have reduced the size of the text size or the font size of this particular time. And this is done in the SCSS file. I have changed it to 0.85 rem instead of 0.9 rem because it is because if we pass little smaller, it will look nice as this is not our highlighting point. So by making these minor changes, our application look nice, but still we have to implement our interface to make it more optimized, for which I'll use the command Ionic G interface. Within the interfaces folder, I'll create an interface called chat room. Let me hit enter and it will be created now. Let's check it out. There will be an interfaces folder which is created, and within that we have our chatroom.ts file. Now within this, an interface is created, but I will rename this particular file name as I prefer to do that in case of enum guards, mostly guard. In case of guards, we already get that. But in case of enum and interface, I prefer to do so, which is quite optional. It's completely your choice if you want to do that. It's not going to harm in any way. So I will update it to chatroom.interface.ts, with the help of which I can easily determine that this is an interface. Because when we import, sometimes we don't see the folder name. We don't focus on that, and the file name should be proper, right? That's why I'm doing so. Now within this chat room, I'll create room ID, which will be of type string. You can give integer also if you're using that. But in my case, I'll just keep it a string, and the name will also be string here. But your name can be null too. So I'll just pass an optional that it can be string or null. Same goes in case of photo too. You can have string or null. And then comes the last message, which is very, very important if you have any. So last message will also be string or null. So remember, like I said, if you have last message, if you do not have last message, it's not going to show up. So we need to pass that condition also. But let's finish it up. Then we will do that. Last message timestamp. That's what I need to pass. And it can be of type any because it's not related to date. Sometimes we get different kind of a format. So I'm just keeping it of type any for the time being. Now in the HTML, I'll pass everything within the condition, the last message and the timestamp. To do so, let me just scroll up till here and pass @if chatroom (last message). If I have that, then I'm going to show it up. Otherwise, I will not show it. That's one condition. The second condition will be applied on the iron text, as this will also be optional. So I have to apply the same condition mostly. If you have the last message, definitely the timing will also be recorded. That's what I'm assuming. Or if you are not sure about it, simply check this particular condition that if it exists or not. In this way, you can just do that and pass this condition within this, pass this thing within this condition now. So it's good. The last condition which I want to verify is basically the else condition for this particular stuff. So in the else condition, what we are going to give? Well, we will give, or actually we will show an empty list. That means no record found stuff. And how to do that? Let me just show you. Well, within this, I'm going to execute that up. Now within this else condition, I'm going to have some design which will show up with the help of icon and some text, but I'm going to do it in after some time because the first priority is to pass our chat room interface to the signal which we have implemented here. So let me just pass here chat room. You can see suggestion is coming up, and with the help of this interface, I'm able to understand. Here also we have the folder, but still I am more focused on this particular part. That's why now it's imported and we are good to go. Everywhere it will show up the same stuff and we don't have any other error. It's working pretty fine in our case. So this is done. Now the next thing, we are going to work with this empty screen design. Now to design a no record found screen which can be used in multiple places, I'm going to create a component for that. So let me do it here. Ionic G component, or C in short, within the components folder, well, you can have a shared components folder. That would be better. I have not created this components folder for my login when I was accessing or creating the reset password screen. But in this case, whichever screens you want to share or whichever components you want to share across multiple pages, then definitely it's better to create a separate folder for it. That's what I'm doing here. So components will be created whose name will be no record found or empty screen basically. That's what the name I'm going to give. Let's create it. After this is created, look at this. It's quite structured, isn't it? I'm going to call this particular no record found screen within my chats page. So in the TS file, I have to import it in order to use it up. No record found, imported. Once that is imported, I can use it. Don't need to worry. There is an error coming up. Possibly that is for the standalone. I have to go to no record found TS file to check it out. See, no standalone is being given. So if you have standalone by default, then it's fine. Otherwise, you have to pass it. If that error is coming up, make sure you check everything properly. And I'm passing imports where I'm just having an empty array. That's it. So if you do that up, everything will work as expected. No errors, isn't it? But we do have one warning. Why that warning is coming up? Possibly something is being passed which is not in use. And what is that? It's very hard to find sometimes. Possibly it's the no record found. I have to pass it in the HTML. That's why the warning is coming up. So let me pass app no record found, and now the warning will go away. I hope. Yes, it's still there. Well, if I comment this up, the error is gone. So I have to think very carefully why this error is coming up. Actually, it's not an error. It's a warning. So we do have some data here and everything should work as expected. Now I think the error is gone. Okay, fine. Sometimes it happens. It takes a little bit of time and everything is sorted. It's time to go ahead and design it up because you will be able to see the screen and I have to show you the screen. How will I do that? I'll go to the HTML of the chats page and will toggle the condition. How will I do that? Well, if I check, where is the condition actually? There you go. If it is, let's say, less than equals to 0. So it's totally the opposite and we do see the screen now. I have to work with it, design it as per the requirement. Then we will be able to see it. To start off, I'll go with iron grid. The grid layout I'm going to prepare here where we will have an iron row and then I will have an iron column. So all the text I want it at the center, whatever I'm going to pass. So I'll just use the default class iron text center and it's going to center everything, all the text at the center part. Within this column, I'm going to pass iron icon whose name will be dynamic. So I'll just pass in this particular way, name equals to, and then the value, the dynamic value, which I'm going to show you in some time. Now, along with that, I will create another row. So let me just copy and paste it once again for another row because in the other row, I'll not have an icon, but instead of an icon, I'm going to have an iron label or you can have iron text also. Now within the label, I'm going to pass a title. So these two things will be dynamic. Along with that, you can have the color also to be dynamic if you want to. Now, how do I implement that up? I'll go to the TS file and I'll make an input signal with the help of which I can achieve the same. So in order to do that, let me create a property called modal. You can give any name you want, equals to input. This is the input signal that we can directly use nowadays instead of the add input decorator. You can use add input decorator. It's still in use, but this is the newer way. If you want to implement signals into your application, then you can go in this particular way also. Now, what will be the type of it? Well, I'll give type any because I can add anything I want later on. But if you want to pass a certain type of data to it, definitely you have to pass the type of it. For example, let's say I want to pass icon of type string, then title of type string. Along with that, I also want to pass color of type string. But here, color is optional. Okay, so I can give a default color to it. For example, if I give a color here by default, let's say primary, which I cannot pass it here directly. Instead of passing it here, what I have to do, this is the type and I can initialize the value directly here like icon. Now along with the icon, you can pass the value of title by default and then comes your color. Alright, so what value I want to pass? Let's say color will be primary, title will be no record found, and what will be the icon? Well, any default icon you can simply pass it here. Let's say chat bubbles outline. So if I do that up, you will be able to see this design. Once we pass this up, how do I pass it? I have to go to the HTML file and implement it one by one. For the name, I'm going to pass modal function question mark dot icon. Now if I give that up, let me remove the question mark because we have given the default value, so it will take it. And also if you don't want to use function, definitely you can make a variable using @let, but I don't want to do that for the time being. Let me pass here dot color. And for the label, I'm going to pass the title. So model function dot title. That's the data I'm going to have. So you can see something is showing up. Now let's design it up in our SCSS file. Starting off with Ion Grid, where I will just shift it little bit by using transform translate in y direction by, let's say, 10 VH. Great, it's moved. You can increase it as per your requirement. Then within this, I will get Ion icon and Ion label whose font size I'll play around with. So font size for the icon, I will change it to, let's say, much bigger. 18 rem will be good. Let's check it out. Great. That's what I want. I'm happy with that. And now it's time for the label font size. So let me make the font wheel to be bold. And what about the font size? Well, I can increase it. So font size, let's say 1 rem will be better, right? So it's almost same. You can increase or decrease as per your requirement. Let's say if I go for 1.2 rem, that will increase the size of it, which is fine. So the design is ready and we are able to see that. Now you can send some data from your chat space also. How we will do that? Let me just show you. Since we are using the input signal, definitely we can pass it here wherever you are using it. For example, I can access the model in this way and pass some value. So value can be dynamic. It can be passed in TS file in a variable, and that's how I can show the same data. For example, let me create a variable here, then you will understand. So let me pass model equals to any name, I'm just passing it up, where I will simply have the data like icon, that's gonna be chat bubbles. We have given the same, but still if you want to change it, definitely you can. But not chat bubble, I'll give different, the one that I'm using currently. Which one am I using? I'll have to go to the tabs HTML to check it out. I just forgot. For the chats, I'm using chat bubbles only, hopefully. So let me pass that. I thought I was using something different. Okay, no, not a problem. Chat bubbles. Even if you don't pass this chat bubble, still it will work nicely. That's the beauty of it, because we have given a default value. So if I comment it also, still it's going to take it. Now for the title, I'll give no within the quotes, no chat rooms. And last but not the least is our color. So the color which I'm going to pass is primary. So primary is already passed by default. If you don't want to pass that, definitely you can change it. Now there is an error that is coming up. Let's go to our HTML and see. So here I have to pass model and the error will go away. Now it is saying that property icon is missing. Well, in that scenario, what I'll do is, let me go to no record found component and make it an optional. All of them I'll make it optional. Okay, let's make everyone optional. Now there won't be any error. Whichever you want to pass, definitely you can. I'll not make the title optional. I want the title to be there. See, it is showing up, but why my chat bubbles outline is not showing? Because I have given some, since it is a single value property, so you have to pass either all the things or you don't pass anything. So that's what you need to take care of. There is one more way of doing it. If you go to your HTML and you pass here a ternary operator that if this exists, then only you're going to show it up. Otherwise, you are going to give a default value, then it will work. So in our case, what I have to do is I have to go here and uncomment it up in order to make it work. Now you will see that we will get all the stuff here. So that is how we have designed our no record found component, and I'm quite sure you have understood each and everything here. Last thing before wrapping it up, this particular part, I'll just change the color to be tertiary, little purple color, which will look nice, isn't it? That's great. And it's done. Let me reverse the condition here once again to greater than 0. Now we have our list, and then what we have to do next is we have to make a model to show the users with whom we can simply start our chat, isn't it? Now in order to create that, I have to create a model for which I have to scroll down towards the bottom and work with Ion model here. So within the Ion model, let me pass an identifier, call it users model, any name you can pass. Then it will open up on a certain condition. Let's say I'll create a condition where I will have a writable signal function called is new chat to be a boolean value. So let me just pass it in the TS file. Where should I pass it? Let me just do it here. Is new chat equals to signal function of type boolean whose initial value will be false, not floss, false. Now let's get back to our HTML and pass the other things which we want to work with, like did dismiss. Whenever it's getting dismissed, I need to change the value of is new chat. And how will I do that? Well, I will simply call a setter. So let's create a setter at first, then it will be easy for us to work with it. So set is new chat function, where we will get a value of type boolean, and whatever value we get, we simply have to pass it within our is new chat. Well, chat spelling is wrong. It should be small. Now it's fine. So is new chat dot set, and we have to pass that value, that whatever we are passing it within this setter. Okay, now it's easy for me to work with it. So set is new chat, simply pass here false. So the value will be set to false whenever our model is getting dismissed. Now this particular design, I want it to be a card design for the iOS mode, for which I'll use present element. Will have present element, but this will be a dynamic value or a property which I'm going to create here. So let me create a property called present element of type any, whose initial value will be null. So this is created. Why am I getting? Well, the name will be different. It will be presenting element, not present element. So what it will do is, it will typically reference to the Ion router outlet. And how it will do that up, let me just show you. I have to go to my HTML and make sure you understand that properly, that this is only applicable for iOS mode. In Android device, you won't be able to see this kind of a design, which I'm going to implement now for the Ion model. You will be able to see the Ion model, but the design will be different. So for having a card design, I have to create a div with a class Ion page. Any class name you can give, but Ion page is fine. As per the documentation, this is what it is shown. So I'll just move everything within this div. Alright. So once I do that up, I have to go to TS file once again and go to my ng on init. And what you can do here is, you can simply set your this dot present element to be equals to document dot query selector, where I'm simply going to pass this particular class name. The one that we have passed is Ion page. So it will call that particular class. Now this is ready. If I click on this, I need to open up that particular model. So what I have to do is, first of all, let me just complete the model stuff. It's not yet completed. The design part, little bit design we will give, and we will try it out. So what's next? I'll have an ng template here. So within the ng template, we will have our design. Let me call it users work or users list, whatever for the time being, to show something. If we click on that, now when we are going to click on that, whenever someone is clicking on this create button, so I have to give a click functionality to it. So on click of it, what will happen? We are going to set is new chat value to be true. That's the only thing you need to do. And if you try it now, let's see what happens. I'll click on it and see the design is changed. It is becoming one card over the other, because you can see the background, right? It is moving from its original position. And if I click outside, I am unable to do anything as of now. Let me just reload it. So it is full screen. Now just focus on it. See how it is changing. And we have some padding or margin, which is applied with the help of Ion page. And what happens in case of our Android device, if I click on it, it's simply taking the whole screen. So that is what happens within our Android and iOS designs. Hope you're clear with that. Now it's time to design this functionality as per our requirement. Let's work on that, and rest of the things will work as it is. Also, let me just try one last thing. I'll initialize this particular stuff if this isChat is set to true. Let's see if it works or not. So if value, then I'll simply set it, or you can check if value equals to true, to be on the safe side if you want to. Now let's try it out. If I click on it, see, this is also working. So every time it will be set whenever you're calling this button, but it should be set at the very beginning also. So it's not a problem. That is why I'll just undo this stuff, whatever I have done so far, and keep it within our ng on it only. So far so good. Now it's time to design our user screen. So for designing the user screen, I can create a component and use it. And if you want to use it somewhere else also, definitely you can try it out. So I'm going to create a component which can be used or shared across multiple pages. Ionic G component denoted by C within the components folder, whose name will be users, where we are going to have the users array. So let me create it. It is created now, and we will get it here. There you go. I will call this particular component within my chat space HTML file within the model. So I have to import it in my TS file. So let me just scroll towards the top and pass it here. Users component imported. Once that is imported, I'll directly call in my HTML. Now instead of this Ion users list, I'll pass it app users. So it is passed. And why am I getting an error here? Because it is not made standalone. Well, I hope they fix it very quickly, because this is annoying. Since in standalone, we have to make everything standalone, right? Otherwise, that's not going to work properly. I'm not going to use module files here. Mostly we don't use that, but it's optional. Definitely you can use it up, but it's optional. So now it's gone. The error is gone, and we are good to work with the users component. If I click on it, you will see users works. That's what is happening. That means we are getting to this particular component HTML file. Now it's time to design it. Well, to start off, I'll work with the Ion content, where I'll give full screen to be true. Make sure you pass full screen to true even if you're passing a header. Otherwise, this will not work. And it's better if you pass the header within the ion content if you're working with the component, because sometimes it doesn't show up if you're passing it within a component. So ion content should be of full screen to be true. Make sure you do that if you're using a component and using it within a model. Remember that within a model only you need to do that. So I'll do the same like I told you. I'll have my ion header within that, where I will have one toolbar within which I can simply pass an ion title. And what's my title gonna be? New chat. So after the title is finalized, I'll go and work with a button, but button should be placed at the end. So ion buttons slot will be end. And what this button will behave like? Well, it will be actually used for cancelling or closing our model. So I'll have an ion button whose color I'm going to pass it as medium, where I will have an ion icon only. So the slot will obviously be icon only, since I only have an icon, and the name of it will be close circle. To have this icon working, I have to pass it within my chats page because I'll be using it there. If you're using it somewhere else, definitely you have to pass it there. So let me just go here, and in the ng on init, I'll work on it. The name was close circle. Let's have that, and you will be able to see if I click on it. Just look at it. It's working. Let's get back, and chats page HTML also you can simply see I have zoomed it a bit. You will be able to see whatever I have done. Sometimes I tend to forget because I am more convenient when it is not zoomed that much. But yes, for you guys, it's better to make it zoomed in this particular way because it enhances the visibility. Alright, so far so good. Only one thing is left here, which is the click event for this particular button. So when you click on it, it should be calling a functionality that will be, let's say, close model. Let me create that up within the TS file. I'll create it, close model function, and keep it in this way for the time being. Let me see the imports also if anything extra is there or not. So I'll just format the document and see properly. Everything looks fine. So nothing much we have to do here as of now. The header part is done. It's time to work with a list. So first of all, I'm going to have an ion list header. Mostly I pass ion list header within an ion list, but this time I'll have it outside of the ion list, in which I'll simply pass contexts. So basically I'm accessing the context here, and this part also is made for context, so you can have the context here too. The same design can be shared in two different places. Okay, so far it's fine. After passing this ion list header, I can simply work now with the ion list, because within that only we need to make a lot of things or work with our ion item. Let me make the lines within that to be full so that it can take the full width, and the ion item within that will come in very handy, because within the ion item, I will at first have an ion thumbnail this time, not ion avatar. So thumbnail design we are going to use, I have to import it manually since it is not getting imported automatically. Now within this ion thumbnail, again the same stuff, ion img tag I'm going to have, where I'll pass the src. Okay, so we can make the data dynamic, don't need to worry about it. I'll do that up. And here one more thing is introduced in Ionic, that if you don't want to pass it in this particular way, you can simply just close the tag directly in this particular way too. That reduces the closing tag unnecessary code, which is removed now. After the thumbnail, you will have an ion label. Don't need to worry. After I just design this up a little bit, because you already know what exactly I'm doing. We have already did this for our chat screen, so it's quite easy for you to understand what am I trying to achieve here. We are going to have here username, along with that a p tag for the, let's say, status. So we'll have the status of the user here. So this is what we are going to have for the design part, and we don't need anything else here. But one thing is left. I actually have to loop this ion item. So at the rate 4, let's say user of users, I'm going to create that as a writable signal function, and I'm going to track it by index. So I know it's little confusing for you, but don't need to worry. Just wait for 2 minutes and everything will be sorted now. Alright, so everything is ready here. It's time to get rid of the error. I have to pass here ion thumbnail and copy this, pass it in the imports too. Once you do that up, the error will go away from the HTML. One of the errors, sorry. And the other error is for the users. So let me just create a users signal function, let's say of type any array, whose initial value will be, let's say, an empty array. And we have to import the signal. It's imported now. So it's time to check it. What do we get? If I click on it, you see I'm getting the context, and since I am having an empty array, I don't see anything here. What if I pass here 1, 2? Let's try it now. I'll have 2 results, which is nice. So let's fix the design now first, and then we are going to have some data. So let me just do that up. I'll go to the SCSS file and start designing it up. For the time being, the image, I can simply pass the images which I have used in the chat page TS file. So let me just get it from here. I'll copy it and we'll pass it in the users component HTML directly in the src. In this way, make it a string and everything is good to go. Let's check it now. If I click on it, see, images are coming up. Now it's time to design it. So let's go to our SCSS of user component and work with it. To start off, I'm going to work with the ion list to give a background color of transparent because I want it to take the color whichever is present in the background. Also, I'll have some margin to be passed for the ion list of, let's say, 10 pixel would be better, with a border of 1 pixel solid, and the color will be medium here. Now I'll show you how it looks like. So let's see. If I click on it, just check this out. We are getting a border, there is some margin too, and it's looking better. But I'm not satisfied yet. I'll work with the border radius to provide a value of 10 pixels, which will look nice, and work on the ion item then, where I'll start off with ion thumbnail design because that is not looking that nice. So I'll change the height and width of it. So let's say height of 5vh would be better with a width of same of 5vh. And for my ion img tag, I'll just pass a border radius of 10 pixels. Now let me just show you how it looks like for the ion thumbnail. Just see, ion thumbnail is looking much better. Still, I'm not done. The next thing I'm going to work with is the ion label now. So with the ion label, I'll simply work at first with the font size to make it 1.1 rem little bigger with some padding on all sides, or actually I want it on the top and bottom mostly. So it will be 1.5 vh and left and right to be 0. Okay. And there is one thing which is missing in my HTML is that to this ion thumbnail, I have not given slot to be start. That is why it is quite stuck. So slot start will give some padding or margin by default. Let me just see now. See, there is a lot of spacing here, which is looking nice. That's great. Let's get back to our SCSS file. Now, since after the ion label, I have to work with the p tag. And first of all, I'm going to pass some margin top of 3 pixels. And how much should be the font size here? Let me give 0.85 rem. So if you feel that this is similar to the other design or somewhere, definitely you can make a class of it and pass it within the global.scss and spread it everywhere wherever you want to use it. But according to me, I don't think it's matching with anything else. So we can keep it in this particular way and check it the design now. That's looking great. It's quite good actually. And what about the Android design? If I click on it, see, this is looking nice actually. In both the platforms, it is looking great. After doing that, what I have to do next is I have to provide some data here, isn't it? So let's work on that. Now to have a proper data instead of it, what I'll do, I'll create some service and pass it there. And then I'll call it here directly because that's what we have to do if we work with any backend also. Let me get there and I'll just create 2 services, one for chat room also. The chat room data also, I'm going to keep it somewhere else. Ionic G service. Within the services folder, let me create a user service. But within the users folder, I'm going to create that. And similarly for a chat room too. Chat room service within a chat room folder in this way. So both of them are created. Let's get there and work with it. So chat room and where we got the users, there it is. Let's go to our user service at first and I'm going to create a writable signal function here, or you can create a constant value also, or a variable or a property, whatever you want to. But I'm going to create users whose value, let's say it's a signal function. For the type, I'll create an interface for the users too. So let me do that quickly. It's not going to take a lot of time. So Ionic G interface, within the interfaces folder, user interface, I'm going to create it. Let's get there. This is the one. Rename that user.interface.ts file. And what all things I'm going to have here? I'll have, let's say, ID of type string. Then I'll have a name of type string. What's next? I'll have email of type string. Then I'm going to have phone number, phone of type string. Everything I'm giving it a string. Phone number also, because you will have plus and everything there. Plus operator will be there. You will have some spaces somewhere or the other possibly. So it's better to pass it as a string. And lastly, I'll have photo as a string. Everything is a string. Everything is ready now. Let's go to our service file once again for the users. And I'm going to pass here user interface imported. Once that is imported, it will be an array of users in which I have to pass a value. So what that value will be, let me just pass it directly. So within this, I'm going to create an array in which I'll have lots of things. Now here, ID value, actually I'm passing it as a number. So let me change it there in the interface. It should be a number. If you want it to be a string, definitely you can try that up. For the timing, let me give it as number. Now the error is gone and everything looks okay to me. All right, let me remove this semicolon, not needed. And what's wrong here? All right, now it's fixed. So a lot of details I have entered, which is related related to the chat rooms which we have created earlier. So it will be similar. Okay, this is the data for our users and I'm going to keep it in this way. You can minimize it. Similarly, I'll go to the chat room service and do the same there too. Let me create chat rooms of writable signal function whose type will be chat room interface array, in which I will have to pass the value. So let me just copy it from there within the chats. This is the data. So what am I going to do? I'll cut everything till here. Let me cut everything and will pass it directly into my chat room service value here itself. Okay, so this is solved. Now I will call within my chat page this particular value. I can directly call it here by injecting the service, or I can make this particular a computed signal which will observe the value of the chat room's writable signal which we have passed within our service. So we can do that up. Let me just try that. I'll comment this and instead of passing it here, I'll remove it. All right, and convert this into chat rooms which will be equals to computed, where I'm going to call my service. So which service? This dot chat room service which I have to inject, but let me just pass it because I already know what things I need to do, and I'll be calling the chat rooms here directly. Now let's inject it up. Let me inject it at the bottom here itself. Private chat room service equals to inject chat room service. This is the one. Let's import it, and now everything will be working as expected. No more errors and we will get the same design. But there are few more errors occurring somewhere or the other. We have to fix those, which is related to, I think, the users data, possibly. Not really. Then why this error is coming up? Well, that's because in the chats page HTML, there is an error related to the chat array. So what is this chat array? It is holding the chat room function. So in order to fix this, let me go to the TS file to fix this up. Alright, that error is occurring because I have to pass here function, as it is a writable function. Now the error will go away and we will get the data. So far so good. Let's get to our user service where we have the users data, and I'm going to call that up in my user component directly, because whenever it will be called, should I call it every time? Well, actually no. We should call it only once. So I think I should pass it here, and for which I have to inject another service, private user service equals to inject the users service. Once I do that up, I have the access to this user service and I can directly pass the data to my component. So let me go to the model here. Within the model, I can access, well, I have to make the input signal for that, right? So let me get to the users component, and I have to make it, instead of normal signal, it should be an input signal. So input signal, in this way, I have to make it input of type that should be user array, isn't it? Import it, and initial value will be an empty array. That's fine. Now, since it is made input signal, I can now use it within my chats with HTML. If I try it, you will see the option will be coming up. See, users, and within this users, what am I going to pass? I'll directly call my service. How will I call that up? Well, I have to make it public in my, not here. Let me just close these files which are not needed as of now. So in my chats page TS file, I have to make it public. Once I make it public, I will be able to use it in my chats with HTML as per my requirement. How will I use it? User service dot users function. That's what I need to call. Once I do that up, I'll be able to get the data within my users. If you want to see it, I'll show you. But before that, I'll go to my users component HTML file, and what's the array which I'm going to work with? I'm working with the users array. I'm just confirming it up. And within the users array, I'll be getting the data as user dot name. Along with that, I will have users. Okay, it will be actually the status. So I need to have something called status all status. Let me just keep it for the time being. I need to pass it here, or let me comment it for the time being. Let's see whether this name is coming up or not. Along with that, I will also have the photo, which will be dynamic now. So dot photo. That's great. Let's check these two things at first, and then we will work with the other stuff. If I click on it, you see I am getting the list of records, and this will hover towards the top since I have passed everything within the ion content, given it full screen. So this is not sticky. You can make it sticky if you want to, but for the time being, it's okay. Now we need to work with the status, for which I'll go to my interface at first. Within the interface, I'll add one more called status. That will be optional of type string. If you do not have, still it will not give you any error. That's what I've done here. Now let me get back to the service and pass the data there. Now I have modified the record, each and every record with a status. So everywhere the status will be different or same. I don't care for the time being, because I just need to show it into my users component. So I'll get back to the users component, and where it is actually, here we go. I'll go to the HTML, and now I'll once again pass this p tag with the status. This time it will take it, and it will be optional. So I can give a condition here that if we have user question mark dot status, then only kindly show up, otherwise don't show up. That's the benefit of using @if, how quickly we can do that without any tag. Now let's check it out. If I click on it, just see I'm getting all the data with their status. That is what is happening here, which is looking great, isn't it? And if I click on this close button, nothing is happening. To fix that up, I'll go to, where should I go to? Do I have the click event? Yes, I do have the click event, which is working, but I need to pass something there. To pass something there, let me create something. What that something gonna be? Well, that will be a output signal. So let me create close equals to output, import it. That's gonna be of type, let's say boolean, and I should not pass any initial value to it. Now within the close model, I'll call this dot close dot emit. It's going to emit true. If it emits true, what I'll do, I'll go to my chats page HTML file and I have to execute it up. How will I execute it? I'll call the close model in this way, within which I am going to call users model, which is the identifier for this particular model. So users model dot dismiss function. This is the one. So it will dismiss the model, and then the dismiss will get called and set this value to true, whichever we are using it in this particular function. So everything is sorted now. And if I click on the close button, it's working. See, again, it's working, and I can just scroll now. It's gone. Great. So nicely and so smoothly it's getting implemented. Let's check it on our Android device. This is the design that we have, right? So just scroll. It's showing nicely, and if you click on it, it's gone. That's great. So everything is working as expected. The next thing which we need to work with is to create a new chat when you click on any of the user. If it is already existing, it will stay there. Otherwise, it will create a new record in the chat room. That's what we have to achieve now. Now, to create a new chat room is little bit challenging. Why? Because if we select a user, if a user is an existing one with whom you are already in chat, right? In this case, we have John Doe with whom you are already chatting. So you need to track that down, and so far we haven't done anything into our interface or anywhere else. We have passed the IDs of users with the help of which we can track that down. So we have to modify the data a little bit. Now, why am I saying that we have to modify the data, and why haven't I done it at the very beginning? Because I want to show you each and everything step by step, and doing it in this way will help you to understand how to modify your data when you're building something on the go. Mostly I prefer to prepare everything from the beginning, but this is what I want to explain you. So to simplify it up, I'll start off with my user component, where I will have some functionality on click event of the item. So for every item, I'll have a click event which will start the chat. Let me just do it. I'll pass a click event here. On click of it, I'll call a function called start chat, where I'm going to send my user, means the user data. Once I do that up, in the users.component.ts file, I have two options, whether I can work with the chat room service directly, or I can simply throw the data to the page wherever you're calling this component. So let me just do it here. It would be better. For doing so, I have to inject what? Inject this service called chat room. So this is injected, and let me pass it within a constant chat room. It should not be a constant. I'll give it as private, and now I can use this functionality. So start chat function. Within that, I'm going to get the user, which will be of type user data, and I'm going to access it up. Now in this, I'll simply call this dot chatroom dot create chatroom, which is not there at present. I'm going to do that. So create chatroom, where I'm going to send this user. That is the only thing which I'm doing. And let's say this will return a promise. So if it returns a promise or any boolean value also, if we get a success message or any other value, then I'm simply going to navigate. So this dot router dot navigate by URL, and within that, I'll simply pass the tabs. Now for using the router, I got to pass here private router equals to inject, and within that the router I'm going to pass it here. But directly, now if I access it from here, everything will work fine, but I have to close the model also, isn't it? Because I'm going for the routing part, I'm doing everything here. Because if you get the chat room to be created, you simply close the model and you need to go to the chats page, basically the chat room screen, or actually we can redirect directly to the particular chat screen instead of doing that. So that will happen if I pass here /tab/chats, which is not available as of now since we haven't created any chat screen. So let me just pass in this particular way, /tabs/chat, and I need to get the chat ID also. I'll not use navigate by URL. Instead, I'll be using navigate function and pass an array here within the function, not in this way. Let me just remove it. Pass an array. First one will be slash, then tabs, then I'm going to have chat, and then the chat ID, right? That's what hierarchy I'm going to maintain. So what will be the chat ID? Well, I have to get it from here itself, the new chat ID. And to dismiss the model, let's first check this out. So I'm going to comment this up for the time being. I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to do here. So to dismiss the model, let me call, or I have to inject the model controller. Private model controller equals to inject. I'll call the model controller here. Now to import this up, what you have to do, let me just show you. Spelling corrected. Now I'll copy it and pass it here directly. If I do that up, no, okay, sorry, not in the imports. Now I copied this up and I'm going to pass it within the imports here, within this package. Now the error will go away and I can directly call the functionality here itself. How? Let me call this dot model ctrl dot dismiss. This is the functionality which I'm going to call. So either I can do this or I can emit an event here. So both ways it's possible, or the second option is to emit an event to our tab screen. But why am I not doing that? Because if I do that up and you try to use the same in your context screen, then there will be a problem. Because you have to pass the same functionality in two places. That's not a good idea. So let's keep it in this way and let's create a chat room functionality. So I'll get there to the chat room service and create a function. Let me just scroll down. I'll create a function called create chat room where I'll get the user data of type user. Now within this function, I first need to check whether a user is an existing member of the chat room or not. And in order to work with that, I need to pass some more data along with this. For example, if I pass here room data, which can be of type any, let's say, within this, I have, let's say, users or user IDs where, let's say, I have 5,1. So in this way, I'll be able to find out which are the two users that are available within a particular chat, right? So that's what I need to do. You can apply everything in a sorted manner. Now, in order to work with that, I have to go to my interface and make little bit of change. What that change will be, I have to go to my chat room and pass here room of type any. If I do that, I can add anything into my room property. So once that is done, I won't get any other error as such. And I can make it optional also if you want to, but I won't, because there will always be a room in a chat room. Now I'll get back to the service and I have to pass it everywhere wherever I'm using it. Now at first I need to decide which is my current user. That's what I need to pass it everywhere. So I don't want to complicate things. That is why let me make a user of my, let's say this particular user is my, so I'll have ID 9 and with all the others, I'll get their particular IDs. So let's start off with that. I'll go to the chat room service now. So this is the chat room service. I'll get there and start off with the first one. Pass a comma, room, user IDs, which will hold an array where you will have ID for Jane Smith is 1 and my ID, let's say it's 9. This is how I'm going to prepare my data, copy it up, and you have to pass it everywhere. So just check the name. First one is John Doe. And what do we have here? John Smith. Okay, John Smith is not the first one. I think it's the second one. Yes, second, ID number 2. So I have to pass here ID to be 2. In this way, I am managing all the user IDs. Let me just paste it here. This is John Doe. That is first number. Then third one is Alice Brown, which will be number 3. Hopefully, let's check it out. Here also it's number 3. That's great. Then for Bob White, hopefully it's 4. That's how the hierarchy I have maintained so far. So I just want to confirm it in the users. Okay, users, it's not 4. It's Ravi Kumar. And where do I have Bob? Do I have Bob or not? Come on, show me. Well, actually, I don't have any person name called Bob. So I need to revise the data. See, this is why I'm doing it. So that I can have a proper clarity which all data I have. Because this is a dummy data which I have got prepared with the help of ChatGPT. And I've not seen that so far. So I'll have Priya Sharma. This all details I'm going to have there, whose ID is 5 instead of Bob White. So let me pass here number 5 and let me copy the other stuff like the name, copy and paste it here. Along with that, I also need to pass the photo too. So which is the photo? It's 240. That's what I have passed, and it is 250 here. Let me change it to 240. Well, it won't show the same image, of course, but I just want to keep the data as it is, because if you mess it up, then here two of the images might look same, which I don't want. That's done. Now last one is Charlie Black. So for Charlie Black, we just made some dummy records already, but I need to check whether do we have Charlie Black or not. I don't think so. We do have. No, we don't. Possibly we don't. No, we don't. So let me go for this Amit Rao. That would be better. Let's go for Amit Rao instead of Charlie Black. So both of them are changed, and this will be, first of all, we will have number 9, then 12, because I'm assuming that you are going to sort the IDs in a proper order. So Amit Rao is number 12 and Mai is number 9, right? That's what I've kept. Let's keep it in this way. Everything is fine. Let's go and work with it now. To work with that, let me do everything within try catch block. If there is any error, I'm going to throw that, and in the try block, I'm going to execute some of the code. As we are not using with any backends as of now, so you can keep your functionality outside of try catch also, but I want to do it in this way. All right. Now I need to get my data, which I have saved in the users, or actually in the UID, in the auth service, right? So let's go to our auth service first and see what exactly we have done. So let me just scroll towards the top, and I'm saving UID value as 1. Instead of 1, I'll give 9 here, which is the ID that I'm keeping for my account. All right. So I'm just making it static data. Let me just keep that, and I'm going to log out as of now and log in again so that I can get number 9. So log in with any credentials, you will end it up here, but this time I'll have number 9. And to check it out, I'm going to call this value directly. How will I call that? Well, have I made any functionality in order to access that data? Well, possibly not, but this is a writable signal function, so I can call it directly. How will I do that? Let me go to my chat room service, and here let me create ID or user ID, which will be equals to computed signal, where I'll get the value of whatever the ID value that is present there, which means this dot or dot UID function, and I need to inject the UID for doing that up, and I need to inject the auth service for doing that up. So let me just do it here. Private auth equals to inject auth service imported. Now let's check out what is the value that you are getting. So this dot user ID function, I need to log the value of it. Let me pass everything within a log in this way. So let's just try it here. I'll click on this button and let me just let's select Jondo. What do we get? Well, I'm getting the value as null. So here what is happening is, if I'm calling UID function, that is only set when I'm going for login or sign up. It is not set when the page is refreshed. So at that point of time, what I have to do is, I have to go to auth service and create another function called get UID, in which I'll simply do what? I'll check if UID value exists or not. If it does not exist, then I'm going to execute something. Otherwise, I'll simply return this dot UID function. That's what I'm going to do. So if it does not exist, then I have to get the data from the storage itself. So I'll make it a sync. Since the get function of the storage is a promise, let me create a constant called data, which will be equals to await this dot storage, which we have already injected long time ago when we implemented the login sign up and everything. And I'll call the get storage functionality, where I need to pass the token, means the key. It will be strings dot token key. See how easily we are able to do that. Once I do that up, I'll get the response as get result, right? As this is going to return a promise of type get result. So I need to check a condition here. If data question mark dot value, if it does not exist, or if it exists but its value is null. In this scenario, I am simply going to return null. Alright. Otherwise, what am I going to do? I'll simply set the value of this .uid.set function, and I'm going to set data.value because it will hold some value there, right? So that's what I'm going to do. Once this is set, it is going to return this .uid, and that's what I'm going to call in my chat service. Instead of the UID, I will call get UID function. Once I call this particular functionality in my user ID, it will become a promise of type either string or null. So in order to work with that, what I have to do is, instead of logging it in this particular way, I'll pass a constant call, let's say user ID, which will be equals to await this dot user ID function. That's what I have to do, and I have to make this functionality as async. Once I do that up, I can call my user ID in the log and check the value of it. Let's check the console log. So if I get here and click on anything, I'm getting IDS 9. Look at this. If I try it again, look at this, it's working. And the model is also getting dismissed. So everything is working as expected. Let's go ahead and work with the other stuff here now. Since we're getting the ID of the current user who is logged in, now I can go ahead and get the other user ID with whom you want to start the chat. If it is existing or not, that's what we need to check. So in order to track that out, I have to match this record with the existing records that we have within our chat room. So let's do that. So in order to achieve that, I will first of all prepare my user IDs. So constant user IDs, which will be equals to what value am I going to have here? Well, I will have the user ID or the current user ID. Let me just rename it to current user ID. Then it would be better to understand. So I'll just pass it everywhere. Along with that, I'll also pass user.id, and I have to apply sort function to sort it in ascending order. Then only it's going to work, but I will have a certain problem which will be related to current user ID since we are getting it from the storage. So it will be in a stringify format. If we are getting this in a stringify format, I have to convert it into an integer since we are accessing the integer as our ID as of now. So let me just convert it into an integer using parseInt in this way. Now there is an error that is showing up. It is saying that string or null is not assignable to parameter of type string, which means that it is expecting that it can be null also. That is why I'll just pass an exclamation symbol to get rid of the error. Now it's great. After doing that, I will again convert the whole array into a string. Why I need to do that? I'm going to explain you. So constant, let's say user ID string. So here simply I am going to use json.stringify and pass my user IDs. And let me pass a comment here also so that you can understand that what we are exactly doing. We are sorting and parsing the user IDs. Once everything is ready, what next we need to apply? Well, we need to use a find function or to find the proper data because we have to access the room ID. For doing so, I'll create a constant call chat room. Now I've created a constant here with the help of which we will fetch the value and pass it here if there is any chat room that is an existing one. To check that out, I'll call this dot chat rooms data in this way. Dot find function I'm going to apply there, in which we will have a single chat room that will be of type chat room in our case. The chat room interface, isn't it? So this is passed. Now what I'll do, I'll try to access the data within that. How? Let me call chat room dot, well, that's not the chat room. I need to actually call this particular chat room. So there is a little bit of confusion. Just beware of the spelling. So let me just change this to is chat room data. Then there won't be any problem. So within this chat room, I know that I have something called room. You can give a question mark also if you want to, but I know that this data will be an existing one. Within that, I'll have the user IDs and I need to match it with my user IDs. But this user ID, if I match it directly, array cannot be matched in this way directly. We have to convert it into a string to do so. Otherwise, I have to match each and every index value. And that is why I have converted it into a string. So I'm going to pass this as a string, and this is not enough because I have to convert this data also into a string. Then only it will be matched easily. So json.stringify will be called here. Let me modify the data by formatting the document. Now it's looking good. This is how we are going to get the actual data. Let's check it now by logging it up. What will be the value that will be coming up? Chat room data. Let's see. So if I go to create and click on Zondo, I'll get 1 and 9. So this is 9 that is coming up, which is great. We are getting the data out of it. So Zondo is already available. That is what it means. And if you want to log at every step, definitely you can do that up. For example, I'll just log the data here. So console.log user IDs. Let's check it now. If I click on it again, click on here, you see I'm getting 1 and 9, not directly 9 as a string. So now everything is perfectly okay and we are getting some data if it is available. If I select something which is not available here, then what will it show? Let's check it out. Let me select this particular one, George Martin. If I go for it, I'm getting undefined. That means it is working as expected. But by the way, this is not getting sorted. Now with this functionality, there is a mild issue which I need to cover up and show it to you. So what happens is if I go for Amit Rao, if I select this up, this is already available in our chat room, isn't it? If I go for it, See, it is showing undefined. Why? Because the value it is providing in a sorted manner is not properly sorted actually, which is not a good thing. So I need to sort it in a proper manner. That is why I'll pass a value. Let's say A and B. I'm going to pass it as a parameter and subtract A and B in this way. Now, what value will I get if I do so? Let's check it out. If I do that up and I select Zondo, I'm getting the value as 19. And if I go for Amit Rao, I'm again getting the value. And this time it is 912, which is good. That's what we need. Let's go for number 9 now. What will happen with number 9? Let's go for number 9. So for number 9, record is not found because we don't have a chat with yourself, right? So which is great. Everything is working as expected. So make sure you pass each and everything properly. Now everything is good to go. Our chat room will be created. We are getting the chat room data. It's time to pass this data. Where do I need to pass it? Well, I simply need to pass this data, return chat room data. Return spelling is wrong. Let me just correct it. And this data will be passed to my component. Which component? The users component. So let me just scroll and go to users component. Now here I'm returning the data at the very end. But before that, I need to set the data in my chat rooms here. The array that we have within our writable signal, I need to update it with the current data. How will I do that? Well, this dot chat room, I can access the option of update, within which I have the privilege to get the chat room array. So let me call chat rooms and access it up. What will I actually do? Well, I'm going to update my array. So I can create a functionality also in a proper way. And let me prepare the chat room data, chat data, or chat room. Actually, it's the chat room data only, but I have already passed the same name. So chat room, let me call it record, which will be equals to an object in which I'm going to have a certain data, and this will be of type chat room. Okay. So it is going to accept the room ID. What will be the room ID? We will have chatroom data.room ID, right? Apart from that, I will have the name of the user. Well, actually, in this particular one, I won't be getting room ID. What am I going to get? If it is an existing one, I don't need to actually update it. I can simply return the record to navigate it to that particular page. But if we do not have any data, then I need to create that. For which, what I'll do is, I'll check the condition. If room data does not exist, then I'll do something. And this chat room updation is a part of it. Alright. So actually I was trying to execute that, but I just forgot that we are also checking for the existing one, isn't it? In fact, you can pass this whole functionality in a different function. That would be better. So let me just get rid of this data and I'm going to pass it in another function. Let me name it as check existing chat room, in which I'm simply going to pass or send the user ID that will be of type string and pass the whole functionality here. Once that is done, okay, it will be current user ID. Let me just pass it. Along with that, I also need to pass the user data. So I'll pass the user here, which will be of type user. Fine. Now there are no errors in this particular functionality. Let's scroll towards the top. And I'm going to call this function here, this dot check existing chat room, in which I'm going to send the current user ID along with the user data. So these two things I need to send, and I have to pass here a not symbol because it cannot be null if we are passing it up. And I can remove this not symbol from here. Now there won't be any error. So everything is good to go. This function will return what? It will return a value. That's what we have to do here. Once everything is checked, we need to return this chat room data if it is an existing one. So return chat room data if it exists. Otherwise, what it will give us? It will give null or undefined. So by default, it will be undefined if there is no record found. So we are okay with that. Now what I'll do is, I will have this functionality within, let's say, chat room data, and we'll check here the condition. It will be R will be capital. So everything is same, but we have broken the code in a much simpler way. Now, if there is no chat room data available, then I need to create the chat room. Otherwise, I'll simply return the chat room data. That's what I'm doing. Now here, it will be pretty simple actually. Now within this update function, well, I have to pass or prepare my chat room data. So this kind of a chat room data I have to prepare, where I have to pass a room ID. Let me give it room number or room ID 10. Then I have to get the username, photo from the user itself. Along with that, last message, there is no message as of now. So both of them will be null. Along with that, I have to pass the room data where I have to pass at least the ID for the time being. So in order to pass the IDs, well, we have already created it here. What I'll do is, instead of passing it in this way, let me just cut it, and I am going to pass only the user IDs here. That will save our lot of things. So user IDs of type number array, isn't it? That's what I'm going to pass. So let's keep it in this way, and I'm going to move it towards the top in this particular way. It's done. So after everything is sorted, I just need to pass all of it within my parameter, just the user IDs, and everything will be sorted now. Once I pass that user ID there, I will remove it because it will accept the user IDs as the name is same. After that, I got the chatroom record as ready. Now I can use it and append it with my earlier data. So return an array in which I will have the chatroom record, along with that the earlier data which is of the chat rooms, which is also an array. So I'll just pass it in this particular way, chat rooms. So I'm going to return that up. Let's see what do we get if I do that. This will be updated. And once that is updated, I'm not going to just simply pass my chat room data. So after I get this data, what I need to do is, let me make it a variable so that I can change the value of chatroom data. So after I get the value, I'll again set my chatroom data to have the value of this dot chatrooms in this particular way. But if I do so, I'm passing an array which I don't want. So instead of this, I need to pass this particular array. Now to pass this array, if I update it here, I think it would be better. So chatroom equals to the chatroom record which I need to pass. And that's it. Nothing needs to be done here. Now we will see what data do we get in return. Let's check it out. Let's get to our users component and we will check the value here. So this will return a promise, right? I'll make it async and access the value using await. Also will pass everything within try catch block. That would be better. And this is done. So everything is passed within the try catch block. Now I'll get the value here. So constant data equals to this particular value, and I'm going to log the value here of the data. Let's check it out, what it shows. So if I click on it and go for Zondo, what am I getting in return? Well, I'm getting the data in my users component, all the stuff which I need. That's great. What if I go for something which is not available? Then what will happen? Let's go for Sanya Kapoor. If I click on that, again I'm getting some data where I have the room ID, room data, photo, name, and these two are null, which is great. That's what I need. Now, after I get this data, I have already updated this particular stuff, so I don't have the other two things, which is fine. And this is getting into our home screen or the tabs chat screen, which is great. That's what we need. But I'm not going to just be here because I need to navigate to the single chat screen directly. Instead of just closing the modal, I'll close the modal and I'll navigate to the chat screen, single chat screen. Let's go for that. In order to work with that, I have to actually designing will come later on, but we have to create that and navigate to that chat screen. So let me create that quickly. Ionic G page. Within the pages folder, we have the tabs folder where I'm going to have a chat page. This is what I'm going to do. Let's see how it is prepared. So where do I have it? This is the one, chat screen. So I have to go to this chat screen. Now this chat screen will be a subpage of the tabs, not the chats. That's what you need to remember. For doing or working with that, I have to go to tabs.route.ts file where it will be available by default since we have the routing file. There you go. So I will have chats slash, then I need to pass the ID here. So colon ID, with the help of which I'll pass some data or the ID actually of a particular chat room. Now this particular ID will hold the room ID, chat room ID, and that's how we are going to navigate to that particular page. And remember one thing, that this data is just dummy data and we are just creating one, but actually we are not saving anywhere, so it is gone. As soon as the page refresh and I do anything here, it will get refreshed and the data which we have just added, it's gone. Not to worry, let's get back to our chat screen because I need to perform the navigation, right? So not exactly the chat screen. We need to go from two places. The first one will be the chat page, the chats page HTML file. Whenever you click on any chat room, it's going to navigate to that particular single chat screen. And how we are going to achieve that? Whenever you click on any item, we are going to do that. So I'm going to call here router link, in which I'll pass the array starting with slash tabs, then chats, then the chat ID, which means chatroom dot room ID. That's what I need to pass. And router link, I need to import it into the imports. Then only it's going to work. So let me import it here. Router link, just simply import it. Once importing is done, the error will go away and you will be able to use it into your HTML. Now if I click on it, just see I'm getting navigated to the chat screen, single screen page where you will have all the chats. The next place where we need to work with that is in our user component.ts file, where we have already performed the functionality. We just need to use it now. So once the model will be dismissed, I need to navigate to single chat screen. All right. And what will be the ID? Whatever ID I'm getting within the data, I'll just pass it here. So data dot, I'll get the room ID. See how beautifully the interface is linked up. We don't have to worry about the data that we are getting. So now everything is fine. This will be chats and this particular ID will show up in our URL now. If I go and try to create one, or let me just show you here properly. If I click here in the Zondo, you see I'm getting the room ID. Along with that, if I go to create and accept one, let's say Ravi Kumar. If I click on Ravi Kumar, I'm getting navigated to the chat screen with the ID. Now what is this ID? Let's check that out. I'm passing 10 by default, right? Let me go to chatroom service, within which, what am I doing? I'm passing room ID as 10. That is why it is taking as 10. So if you pass here room underscore 10, it will take room underscore 10 as the value. So that's how it works. If I get back, click on it, select Ravi Kumar once again. This time it's going to show up what? Room 10. That's how it works. You can click on back button to get back. So far, we have executed everything. We are able to navigate to the single chat screen. And now here also we see Ravi Kumar. But if I select any existing one, let's say Zondo, I'm navigated to the single chat screen. But if I get back, I won't see a new chat room. That's what we have done, and we have executed everything successfully. It's time to design our chat screen and work with that. Now to design our chat messaging screen, we have to go to that particular page and start working with the HTML now. And I'll get inside one of the screens here to check it out. This will be better. I'll work with the iron header at first, where I need to pass a toolbar, which we already have. But in the title, I'm going to pass a name. For example, Zondo, right? That's what we need to get for this particular chat. How do I get that dynamically? I'll show you. But first of all, I'll make the mode of it to be iOS mode for even Android application too. And why I'm saying that? Because I'll be implementing something here. So let's first fetch the data. Then we are going to work with the design part. To fetch the data, let me first remove everything which is not needed so far. Common module and forms module not needed. Get rid of this stuff. And in the HTML, I'll get rid of this header within that. And full screen to true not needed. Let's remove everything here. Now I need to fetch the data, for which I'll be using activated route. So private route equals to inject activated route. So this is done. After I do that, let me go to my ng on init and work with a functionality to fetch our data, where I'm going to pass a constant called data that can be of type any, which will hold the value of this dot route dot snapshot. And within that, we will get our paramap data. And if I want to fetch the ID, this is how I'm going to do that. I have to pass the same name that we pass into our route. So that is the ID. Now, once I do that up, I can even change the name here to ID instead of data. So let me do that. That will be easier to understand. Now, if this ID is available, then I'm going to simply set the value, or you can do the opposite. If it is not set, then you can simply return, or even you can apply some functionality like go back or something. Okay, let's say return back, for which you can use nav controller. I think that would be better. Now, if ID is set, I'm going to fetch the data for this particular ID, because this is the room ID, right? Room ID, that's what I'm getting here. So for this particular room, I need to get the complete chat room data. And how will I do that? I have to inject the chat room service here. So private chat room equals to inject the chat room service. This is how I'll do it. Once I do that up, the next thing which I need to implement is this dot chatroom dot get chatroom. Now that's a function which I have to create, where I'm going to pass the room ID and fetch the data. Let's go to our chatroom service and do that up. Where is my chatroom? This is where I have it. Let me just scroll down and create a functionality for it. So get chat room by ID, the room ID, which will be of type string. And how will I get that? This dot chat rooms dot find. Okay, this will be a function dot find. You can call it from your API also if you are working with a backend, but in this case I'll find it directly using this chat room where I have the chat room ID, means the room ID, which I'm going to have within that. This is the one. If it is equals to the ID that is being passed as a parameter. So if that matches, then I'm simply going to return whatever value I get. Alright, so this is going to return either the chat room or undefined. Now let's access it up. I'll go to my chat page TS file and we'll hold this value within a constant called chat room and let's log the value of it. Alright, let's check it out. What value do we get here? Now actually I'm getting the complete data, which is great. That's what I need. Now I'm going to save this data within a writable function. That's what I can access anywhere I want. So let me pass it. I'll create chat room. Well, this value is not going to change, so I can keep it in a variable also. So let's say chat room of type chat room, whose value is not initialized here. And these two are creating a problem. So let me just change it to chat room service instead of passing it directly. That would be better. Now let me change it. This is better. I'll simply set this dot chat room will be equals to chat room. Let me pass here. I'm not using signal. Now what's the problem? Well, okay, fine. It can be chat room or undefined. So I can keep a check here that if chat room does not exist, then also you can simply return back. And I'm going to call the return. Otherwise, you can move ahead. If I do that up, the error will go away because I'm putting it a condition, which is very vital. So this is done. Now I'll get to the HTML and start working with that. In the title, I can simply pass here my chat room name. So chat room question mark dot name, I can directly access it up, which cannot be null. Okay, question mark is not needed. That's what it is saying. Now you can see it is coming up, but I'm not going to pass a title directly. Instead, I'm going to create an ion item here. That's going to be interesting. Lines will be none. And you will see what kind of a design we are going to build now. I will pass the name within the ion label. That's how I'm going to do it. And before that, I will also have an ion avatar for my image. That's the important part, whose slot will be start. And within this, I'm going to have an img tag where I'll pass the src, whose value will be chatroom.photo. So see how we are able to do it. I'll get the photo also. Great. Not only that, I will also have the status of the user. Now, how will I get the status of the user? I have to call that particular user also. Now, to call the user data, I can simply import or inject I have to go to chat page TS file. I was in different location. Now, if I inject the user service, then I will be able to do that. So private user service equals to inject, where I'm going to call the users service in this way. If I do that up, I can create a functionality there with the help of which I can access the single user data. And how will I do that? I already have the user IDs within my chat room, isn't it? So once I get that, I can definitely access on it and work with the other thing. For example, if we get that up, after we check this condition, I'll call this dot user service dot get user. And how will I get the user? I have to fetch the ID. Now this functionality, if I create, I have to tweak certain things. So let me just do it later on. For the time being, what I'll do for the design purpose, I'll just pass online here. And let's fix all the design here. Then we will work on it later on. Now after the title, I need to work with the buttons. So ion buttons, whose slot will be start. I will have the ion back button here, where default href will be /tabs/chats. That's ready. So our header part is ready now. We just need to play around with the CSS. So I have to go to the CSS file in order to work with that. So we will do everything step by step so that there should not be any problem that will be occurring into our path. To start off, I will work with the ion header. Within the toolbar, I will tweak certain things related to the padding. So first of all, I'll access the padding top, which is available by default as a custom CSS property for the toolbar, which I'll change to 1VH, and padding bottom also the same stuff, 1VH. For the ion title, I have to work with the ion item within that. So ion item, whose background I'll make it transparent, otherwise it will take some color which I don't want. It will take the background color by default. Looking nice as so far. I want to change the font size to, let's say, 1 rem would be better. For the text, for the p tag, I'll change the font size to 0.8 rem because it should be smaller, right? And it's time to work with the ion avatar now, where I'll fix the height and width to be 5VH, and that's it. So after doing this, we have some spaces spacing at the top and bottom, that's the priority. And fixing the height and width will help us not to like change the size based on the devices. It will adjust automatically, and the font size is also fixed everywhere. I'm not passing here ion label because if I pass it directly on the ion item, it will be applied everywhere. And for the p tag, I'm passing it separately. So everything is good to go. After the ion header, what we need to work with? Let's go to our HTML and start designing it up for the ion content part. In the ion content, I'm going to start off with an ion list. Now within this list, I will actually have a different component for each item. And if this list is not present, then I will show an empty screen, basically no record found screen. For doing that, I have to have actually a record which will hold our chats. So let me call it chats, which will be of type signal, that is going to hold a chat array. I will have to create this interface which will be an empty array initially. Let me just import the signal at first. Let's create an interface whose name will be, if I have to go inside the interfaces folder and create a chat interface. Let's do that. That will be created now. And within this, I first need to rename it like I did earlier, which is done. Let's get inside that. What I have to do here is I will be having some data like sender ID. The type of it will be string, or in our case, we are keeping the user ID as integer. So we can pass number here. If you're passing it as string, change it to string. So when you're connecting with backend, you can simply modify the data as per the requirement. Then what is your message? You can simply have it as type string. The next thing, we will have the timestamp of type number. Now, along with that, I'm also going to keep a boolean value is current user, whether the one that is accessing this chat, whether it's a current user or not. And based on that, we will display the chats on left and right side. The current user will have the chats always on the right side. So let me put it as boolean. Now, final thing will be the user ID. So one thing, we will have the sender ID, and then we will have the user ID also. So user ID will be of type number once again. Since the user data, we have the ID as the number. So all the data is prepared here. Now I'll go to chat.ts file and need to import this interface. Once that is done, everything is good to go. User service, I'm just keeping it. We'll use it later on. So far, so good. Is everything working as expected? I think so. So let's create a component also for our chat box. I'm going to create a component within my components folder, because if you want to use it somewhere else, definitely you can. As of now, possibly it's not going to be used, but still, if you want, definitely you can keep it there. That's what I'm going to do. Let me go for chat box. That's the name I'm going to keep. Let me hit enter and it will be created there. Let's check it out. There you go. We have the chat box here. Now, before working with the chat box, if we do not have anything, we do not have any data, then I want to show something different. Let's work on that also. I'll go to my HTML and work on the condition now. How will I work with that? Simply, I need to check @if chats function !.length giving a not symbol. If it is greater than 0, then I'm going to show it up. What's wrong here? Okay, I have to remove it and don't need to pass in not symbol also. That's fine because it is an array. That's why. So if we have some record, then I'm going to pass a list. Otherwise, in the else condition, I have to call my no record found component. In order to do that, I have to go to the TS file and import it up. So in the imports, let me just format a document and pass it here. No record found component imported, and also I need to prepare a model for it to pass the data. So let me just do that. Now in the model, let me pass some data. It will be icon whose name will be chat bubbles outline. Same thing I'm passing there. What will be the title in this case? Well, that will be different. Let's say no chats, or no messages would be better. No messages. And what will be the color? Let me pass as primary color. If you want, definitely you can go for secondary color too. Now we do not have any data, but still our record is not being shown. Why? Because we have to pass this component into our HTML. Then only it will show up, right? So let me just go for it. App, no record found. And within this, I will pass my data in the model. Let's go for it, model. And now we will be able to see that. But our icon is not shown. Why? Can you guess? It's pretty simple to guess, right? Because we haven't passed anything in our constructor for the add icons. So let me just do that quickly. Add icons. We need to call our chat bubbles outline. This is the one. Imported. Now you will be able to see that. Great. You can in fact change the color to tertiary like the way we did earlier, which will look nice, I think. That's better, isn't it? So you can play around with the colors as per your requirement. Let's keep it in this way and move ahead to start working with the other stuff. So let's go to our HTML and everything is okay here. I need to call my chat box also. So I will import chat box component to chat box component. So it is imported and I'll pass it here. Don't need to worry about the error. I'm going to fix it now. But the chat box component I'm going to pass within a loop, not directly, because I'm going to pass each and every chat box data myself. For that, I'll use @4 and it's gonna hold chat of chats function, track it by index. You can track it by ID also if you want to. Well, that's how I want to do it. App chat box. Don't worry. Now let's fix this error, what we are getting. I have to go to my chat box component.ts file and pass here. What I have to pass? Simply standalone to be true. In Angular 19, we don't have to do that hopefully. So it will be great if that doesn't show up here. Means it will be by default standalone. You don't have to pass this. That's what it's shown in the documentation. Hopefully it will be done in the same way. I'm waiting for it. Alright, this is done. No errors, nothing. Great. I just need to prepare the footer also in my chat page. Let's go for that. Then I'm going to work with the chat box here. Now to work with the footer, I will pass ion footer. I'll pass a class here because I don't want to pass any border. So ion no border will be passed. By default, you will get some border, right? I don't want that. And we'll access the toolbar now. Within the toolbar, I'll work with an ion item because it's very easy to work with the ion item as we can align things very easily. Otherwise, you can work in a grid format, row and column format for more responsiveness. Lines will be none. I don't want any lines here. Then you can also access the color part. You can make the color to be dynamic, but I'll show you, then I will do it. Within the ion item, I will pass a text area which will auto grow, where number of rows that I'm going to pass by default will be 1, and it's going to grow automatically as long as that you keep on typing. After that, I'm going to pass a placeholder also which will read as type your message. Anything you can pass it here. Then I will also pass a class to it which will center my text, and also the alignment of it will also be centered. Ion align self center. So basically it will apply align self to be centered. That's how it works. So it will be done automatically with the help of this predefined CSS custom properties. Now let's get inside it and see, do we get anything? We do get something here. For the color, let me work with the theme service. So I'll inject the theme service here and start working with that. Let's do it here. Private, not private, it will be public. I will access it directly. Public theme equals to inject, then the theme service I will pass it here. Imported everything. Now I'll get to the HTML and start working with the color of the ion item. So the color which I'm going to pass here, if we have different colors, different themes, then what it will be? I will access the palette toggle functionality. If it is true, which means it is in dark mode, then I'll pass the color as dark. Otherwise, the color will be light. That's what I'm going to do. So the color is getting changed, which is great. Now after that is done, this is fine. We just need few more stuff here. For the messaging, I'll pass here ng modal, within which I'll pass a writable signal called message that I'm just going to create. So in order to get rid of this error, I have to do two things. First of all, I have to pass here in the import the forms module to use my ng modal, and next thing will be the message writable signal. So message will be equals to signal that will be of type string. In this way, I'm going to pass it. And initial value will be null and it will be of type string or null. I think that would be better. So this is prepared now. Where am I getting the error? Possibly this warning is coming up for the chat box, but I have passed the checkbox. Why that error warning is coming up? Now this warning is coming up for the ion text. It is not in use. When I was importing the ion text area or typing it up, at the time it took ion text also, which was not needed. So now it is removed. We got rid of it and the warning is gone. So once the warning is gone, let's get back and I'll clear up all the files. Quite messy now. Great. So where were we? We have designed our text area. Still we are not done. We need to create a button also, for which let me just go after the ion text area and work with a button now. Button slot will be end. Size of it will be large, within which I will have an ion icon. Only the icon will be present, so I can pass slot to be icon only to make the icon bigger and take the complete size. The name of it will be send and the color of it will be light. To show the icon, I have to pass it within my constructor. So let me just scroll down and get to my constructor. There you go. Let me pass send here and I'll import it. Once that is done, you will be able to see the icon now. Great. It is showing up. So once the icon is showing up, what I have to do is I have to change the background color and everything, which I'll do it. But before that also, I need to apply something. When you click on that, I want a loader to be shown. Okay. It will be for a very less time period, but definitely it has to be shown to make our design look much better. So I'll have is loading a boolean signal value which will be equals to signal, writable signal of type boolean, where initial value will be false. That's what I'm going to keep, and we'll pass this functionality and put a check on my button at the rate if is loading is set. Then what I need to do? Well, I'm going to show a spinner, show spinner, where I'm going to have similar button but without icon, and I'm going to have an iron spinner instead of that. So iron spinner whose name will be, let's say, crescent, and that's it. If you want to check it out, let me toggle the condition and you will be able to see that. Okay, I have to pass an else condition also. For the time being, it's not shown. Let me give the color to be light color, then it will show up hopefully. No, still it's not showing. Let me pass the else condition first, then we will see why it is not showing up. Well, that's not showing up because the spelling is wrong. Let me correct the spelling. Now it will show up. That's how it will work. So this is condition is fine. I just need to access here one more thing, which will be the click event. If you click on it, we're going to send a message. And let me create this function. Functionality will work on it later on. Send message, and that's it. We can also optimize this functionality, whatever I have done here, but let me keep it for the time being. We'll check it later on if needed. So in the HTML, we have done this part. Now it's time to design it a bit within our SCSS file. Let's get there and work with it. So I'll go to SCSS file and start working with my footer part now. For the iron footer, we are going to access a lot of things. First of all, I'll start working with my toolbar, where I'll make the background of it to be of white color, but this will be applicable only for the light mode. For the dark mode, I'll change it to, let me access it here, host context, where I'm going to call iron palette dark, within which I will change this color to, which color I will change it to? Let me give a hex code and let's check it now. You can see this is getting implemented, which is great. So for light mode and dark mode, we have implemented it up. Let's move ahead and start working with the other things. That is the iron item. But before moving to that, I will also pass padding to be 0. I don't want any padding to be present by default, so I'll pass padding to be 0. Now let's get to our iron item within that. For the iron item, I'll start off with inner padding and change it to 8 pixels. Inner padding end is basically this particular width. It was quite a lot, and my button for the sand was having a lot of space, which I don't want. That is why I've reduced it to 8 pixels. By default, I think it was 16 pixel or something. Now I'll change the width of my iron item to be having of 95%, and to take the margin as auto on left and right side. On the margin bottom, I am going to pass a different value. Let's say 1.5 VH. Same goes for margin top 2. I will have 1.5 VH. But I'm not satisfied with that. I want to pass some border radius to make it look good. And possibly 50 pixel will look nice to give it a round shape kind of a thing. Now it's looking better. Great, great. I'm loving it. Now it's time to work with the button. Starting off with the border radius. I want to make it round shaped. So I'll give border radius of 50 pixels. So it's round shape now. The last thing which I want to work with is the background, to which I'll give linear gradient. So with the thing which we have already implemented earlier for the linear gradient, I'm going to apply the same, which will be 135 degree. Then the color I'm going to pass, which is going to be 4A90E2. Well, these colors I think are already defined into our, well, let me just check it out. In the theme possibly, if that is defined there, why am I passing the color directly? I can directly access it up, isn't it? Yeah, I can directly access this color. So let me just do this. We'll copy it, and also the tertiary too. So what I'll do is, let me just first of all, where is it? Actually, I'm lost. Okay, there we go. Let me first type it down because I'll replace it everywhere. So the second color was 306030FF. It's time to replace this particular thing, linear gradient, with this degree. I'll search for it. Possibly I have passed in many places. So everywhere I'm going to replace it with the variable hyphen iron color primary and hyphen iron color tertiary. That's the color which I need to pass. Let's replace it everywhere and see whether it works or not. Okay, that's not working because I need to pass it within a variable. My mistake. I have to access the variable, right? So I have to do it in this particular way. Wrap it up within a variable function. Same goes for tertiary also. We'll have to wrap it up in this manner. Now if I try to copy it and pass it everywhere, wherever I'm having this particular value, it will get replaced. Let's check it everywhere now. It's going to work easily. Let's get back and see. See, everywhere it is applied. That's great. So we have optimized a lot of things in our design with the button. Do we have to do anything else? Well, no, everything is done. So our footer is ready. It's time to show you once again the footer. Look at this. Great. It's looking awesome. So footer part is done. Header part is done. It's time to work with the center part, which is the content. So in the content, we have already sent the stuff which we need to work with. We just need to create our component, which we have already created, but we need to work around with the designing part inside that. Let's go and start working with it. I'll go to the chat box component, but before that, let me just check the condition if everything is fine. I hope so. Everything is okay here, isn't it? Yeah, everything is fine. I can smoothly go to the chat box HTML and work with that. Our chat box, we first need some data, some chat data, for which I will create a new service. That's gonna be the chat service. So Ionic G service within our services folder. Its SAS service will be created within a chat folder. Once I do that up, let me get inside the chat service now and work with that. Within the chat service, I will do the same stuff which I have done for chatroom service and user service, that I'll create a dummy data first of all. In real-time scenario, you will never have this kind of a thing. You will have to call an API to fetch your data if you're working with the backend. So let me call messages, create a messages signal function whose type will be chat array. Now within this chat array, I'll pass an array, but one thing you need to remember, you also have to pass the room ID along with it. Otherwise, you won't be able to track it down, isn't it? So in my interface, which I have created, I haven't passed the room ID. And this ID which we are passing here can be an optional stuff, because only we need the sender ID, and whether the sender is the current user or not, that two things we need to track it down. Rest, this user ID can be an optional property. Okay, if you're not passing the user ID of the other person, then also it's fine. And what kind of a chat it is, you can keep a track of that too. Mostly it happens in chat room. In a room, what kind of a chat are you organizing? Whether it's a private chat, whether it's a group chat. Mostly we are working with the private chat here between two persons. But I want one more property to be passed, which is room ID. So if we have the room ID of type string, then we will be able to determine this chat belongs to which room. And that's what I'm going to pass here in the data. So let me just show you what exactly I'm going to do. We'll have the room ID. I'm passing the user ID also, is current user, sender ID. 9 is my user ID, with the help of which I have logged in. So I am sending the data. That's what it means. That is why is current user is set to true here. Alright. And some dummy stuff I have got from ChatGPT, which is great. I am okay to work with this. So this is ready now. I can call it wherever I want. Possibly, actually I have to call it within my chat page. So let's go there and start working with another service called chat service. Private chat service equals to inject the chat service and get your data. This C will be capital, then only it's going to determine import it. Once that is imported, what you have to do is, we already have our message, but this message is for what? Basically to determine the value that you are passing here. Now this chats is what we need to access. Now instead of signal, let me make it computed signal instead of writable signal. So computed, where I will simply call this dot chat service dot messages function. So whenever there is any change, it will be called, and let me import it. Done. Everything is as same as it was earlier, but we don't see anything here because we haven't done any functionality into our chat box. It's time to design that up. If I just pass something, it will work. But how will I do that? I have to pass some input signal here, then only I'll be able to fetch the data. And to do so, let me call a writable signal called chat. Not writable signal, it will be input signal. So import input, which will be of type chat, import it, or it can be null also. Mostly it won't be, but I'm just passing the value because the initial value I'm going to pass here is null. That's why. After that is done, I have to go to chat page HTML file, and in the component, I have to pass this particular value. Where it is, this is the for loop. I can access the chat, and single chat, I can simply pass it within it in this way. Now why it is giving me an error? It is saying undefined is not assignable to type chat or null. Alright, why? Now it's gone. So this is having a value. That's what I have to prove here. That is why this exclamation symbol is being given. Everything looks okay. If I call in my HTML the value, let me call it chat function question mark dot. You can see all the suggestion is coming up, dot message. It will show up all the messages. See how it is showing up, which means we are able to access everything within our HTML. It's time to work with the design now. To start off, at first I am going to access the add differ, where I'll check a condition that if means in this case we have to pass when chat function will have some value, then only I'm going to access it up or show the design part. Otherwise you can pass a placeholder also using @placeholder if you want to, but I don't want to do that for the time being. I don't want to show anything which we have actually already tackled. So nothing needed. Where I need to work with the ion item, if there is some value within the chat, and lines will be set to none. Alright. Now within the ion item, I'll work with a div here instead of the ion label directly, because I have to wrap the text, and with the help of ion label, it's little difficult. It has some default CSS that is applied and I have to work on it a bit more. So div is fine. I will wrap all the text that I'll be getting there. Along with that, I'll also pass a user-defined class called container, which with the help of which we can work around on that. Now, based on the isCurrentUser, I'm going to place this slot. So slot will change according to chat function dot isCurrentUser. If it is true, then the slot will be end. That means if I am the current user, then my text will be placed at the right side. Otherwise, it will be at this starting point. So this is fine. Within the div, I will access an ion text to show my messages, where I will pass chat function dot message. Now you see messages are coming up and it is aligned as per the role, or which is the current user based on that. So far so good. The next thing I will have is an ion note which will be placed on the right side of the text, within which I will show my timestamp. So small, I'll access this HTML tag where chat function dot timestamp I'm going to access in this way. This is the timestamp, but this is not looking great. I need to use the date pipe to access it up properly in a proper format. And what will be the format? Let me pass that format also. It will be HH:MM. HS means it will be like 13, 14, 15, something of that kind. The timing will be shown in that particular way. I'm not showing AM and PM. If you want, you can simply pass AM and PM by giving A and setting this to small letters. But let me just skip it in this way for the time being, and let's go to our TS file to import our date pipe. Otherwise, we won't be able to work with it. Import it. Now you will see that the timing will show up in proper manner. Great. Now that is fixed. The next thing which we need to work with is the check mark, and that has to be applied within the note. So I'll check a condition @if chat function dot is current user. If you are the current user, then I'm going to show a tick mark or check mark icon on the right side. Check mark done outline. That's what I'm going to access. To show that up, I have to import it into my chat page TS file. So let's go there in the constructor and work with that. Checkmark done outline. Import it. Once that is imported, we will be able to see this particular icon also. So all the stuff that we need to work with is into place. We just need to design it up now. So let's check it out once again and just understand whether we need to do something else or not. Well, everything is done. Let's move to our CSS file and work with that. First of all, I'm going to start off with the ion item to pass a background. Also, one thing is left actually, which is to work with the ion item. Let me make the background to be transparent here. Now, one thing that is left into our HTML, I just forgot to pass that. In my ion item, I will do one more thing. I'll pass a class based on a condition. You can use ng class also, but let me just use it directly. If you are the current user, then I want to access a different class on the ion item, which will be, let's say, current user. Otherwise, I will access a different class, which will be called as, let's say, other user, and I'm going to create that up. Don't need to worry. So this is used here. Now let's go to our SCSS and continue with the stuff which we were doing. By doing so, we can apply different classes and different styling to each and every one. Now padding start, I will change it to 8 pixels, and along with that padding end, I'll give it to 0. Padding end, not padding. I'll have a size of 0. So doing that will remove the unnecessary padding which was there, which is actually necessary in some cases, but for our design part, for the chat screen, it's not required. So that is why I removed it. And to have proper spacing here, I will use ion safe area. I'll just move it towards the left and right side completely. And then I'm going to align it as per my requirement. So area left, I'll set it to 0, and same goes for ion safe area right. We'll also set the value of it to be 0. The minimum height also I'm going to fix it for this ion item. Let's say to 32 pixels. So I've reduced the minimum height, and also I'm going to change the border width, which you will see now because I have not given any proper border here, but I'll change the border width to be 0. I don't want any other extra things to be passed. Now it's time to work with the container which is within the div, where I'm going to pass position to be relative so that it will be aligned properly. Otherwise, it will move here and there. If I use somewhere absolute or something, and the max width for this div, I'll set it to 70%. So it won't go beyond 70%. That is why the text will look nice, as it is not going to go for 100% width. Border radius of 12 pixels should be passed for this div, but as of now, I don't see any change, isn't it? So let me just work on that at first. I will work on other user, where I'll work with this container and pass a background color of light. So iron color light. Let's see now. You see something is showing up. Great. We are able to see the border radius also. Now one minor thing I'm going to change here, which will be the border left radius. Well, actually border bottom left radius, not left radius. So I'm going to change that to 0. If I do that up, just look at this design. This is 0 now. That's what I want. To give you a different look and feel. From the design perspective, that looks pretty okay. And for our current user, I'm going to place the same thing on the border bottom right radius. Now, after doing that, let me work with the dark mode. So host context, where I'm going to pass the class iron palette dark, where I will access this particular class once again and change the background color. So what will be the background color in this case? I will put the dark color, so 222, and the color of the text will be changed to light gray. So that's what I'm going to apply. And now look at this. It's looking lovely, isn't it? So everywhere this is applied, wherever we have the other user, but actually it's applied everywhere. Now let's work with the current user now. I'll copy it and pass it once again. Now we need to work around with this particular stuff. This time it will be current user. Now within the current user, first of all, the background color will be tertiary. And this will be right radius, bottom right radius. Alright, that is getting applied hopefully. We will be able to see that, but the color is not getting changed. Why? I'm quite sure I have applied proper things. Well, that's happening because of this. Let me remove it. Now let's check it out. Yeah, this is getting changed. Great. Now after doing that, I also need to change the iron text color. So let's work on that. I'll change the color to be of white color and need to work with the iron node too. Whose color? Well, let me change to some RGB color. Let's say 158, 157, 157. Well, you can change it. You can simply hover on it and select some different color if you want to. But I think I'm okay with that color. Or you can keep it to 158, 158, 158 as per your requirement. So now we will be able to work with the actual container that will be applied on both. So after the border radius, I'll work with some padding. So padding top and bottom, I'll pass 5 pixels. And left and right, I'm going to increase it a bit more of 8 pixels. Now you see, a lot of spacing is being given. That's looking nice. Also, along with the padding, I want to pass margin top, margin right, and margin left. So let's work on that. Margin top will be, let's say 12 pixels. Now we have lots of spacing. What about margin right and left? Let's give the same. Margin left to be 12 pixels and margin right also to be 12 pixels. Now you see, the spacing is done very nicely and we are able to see the design properly. After that, it's time to work with the iron text within that, whose font size I'm going to change to 0.9 rem and pass a font weight of, let's say 400. That would be better. Now, after the content gets visible, I will do something more. So I'm going to use %, : after, and within that, the content will be empty. I'll change the width to be, let's say, 72 pixels. Now this is mainly done to align these things properly, the text and the iron node. So you will come to know now when I pass display to be inline block. Just check this out. Lots of things have been changed. Along with that, visibility, I'll set it to hidden and also change the font size to 0.75 rem. Now this will be applied mostly on the iron node. Remember that. Now it's time to work with the iron node, where I'll give certain things like the font size to be 0.875 rem and I'll change the color of it to be medium color. So iron color medium. Also need some padding to be passed. So I'll give a padding of, let's say, 4 pixel mostly on all sides, but on the right side let me give 8 pixels and on all the other sides 4 pixel is fine. Now comes the real part. I'll give position to be absolute. Pass the bottom value as 0, not background, it's bottom as 0 and right to be 0. Okay, so it is moved towards the right side. Now display will be flex and it's time to work with the line height. So I'll change the line height to 16 pixels. All of this styling is applied to align this particular iron node in a proper manner so that you can just see it very easily and understand what exactly the time is. So in both the cases, it is quite visible. If you want to change it, you can change it here itself. You don't have to go anywhere else. Alright, once that is done, I also need to work with the iron icon within that. For the iron icon, I'll change the font size to, let's say 16 pixel will be good. Right, it's fine. And the color of it will be changed to, let's say white color so that it is more visible. Right, it's damn visible. After that, I also have a small tag with the help of which I'm going to align everything by passing margin right to 2 pixels. Okay, so we have some spacing between the two now. And what is there in this small? If you forgot, look at this, what we have passed within this small, the timestamp. So we are working with the timestamp here. And the timestamp size, if you want to check it down, let me inspect and show you up. So within this small, font size is 75%. That's what is getting applied here. And on the iron text, 0.9 rem is the font size. That's what we have done. So everything is working as expected. Well, nothing much we need to do more, I think. So both of them are looking nice. If you want to increase the sizing or the spacing, definitely you can. By increasing the width, margin top and bottom, you can increase it up. Not top and bottom, only margin top will be fine. If I go for, let's say 22 pixels, you will see bigger sizing, right? Bigger spacing, which might look good in some cases, but I'll keep it 12 only for the time being. Or we can make it to 20. How about that? Let's look the same into our Android device. If I get inside it, now we will be able to check it properly. So I think the size spacing is quite a lot. A 12 pixel was okay according to me. Let's check it once again here. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's looking good everywhere. So in both the platforms, it's working as expected and we are able to see the design properly. So nothing much we have to do here. Just some final optimization steps we have to follow for scrolling and all other stuff. So we'll work on that now. For design, whatever we have done so far is good apart from the font size that I have applied on the pseudo part. Alright. So I've removed it, which is not making any impact, which is fine. Okay, let's move ahead and work with the other thing, which is related to the scrolling part. So I have to go to chat page TS file to work with that, or actually start with the HTML part. Because we have to work with the iron content, but we do not have to pass anything on the iron content. We can directly access it up in the TS file. So actually I don't need to enter the HTML. Without entering also, we can work with that. How to do that? I'm going to show you right now. I'll just move towards the top and here I need to access my content. Let me create any property called content, which will be equals to view child. That's how we access in Signals. Directly I can access it up. Otherwise we have to use the decorator. Now within this, I'll pass iron content. Okay. And what will be the type of it? The type will be iron content itself. Okay. Now after that is created, I will scroll towards the bottom of ng on in it, and what I'll do here is I'll create a function called scroll to bottom. Spelling is wrong, it should be double L. Now within this function I'll access my this dot content function dot or question mark dot scroll to bottom. That's what I'm going to use, scroll to bottom, where what value am I going to pass? I'll pass 500. So it will scroll towards the bottom with a delay of 500 milliseconds. And where am I going to access this particular functionality? Well, I will access this functionality in my constructor where I'll be accessing the effect function. So let me pass effect function, import it and pass it in this particular manner where you can simply read. You cannot set any value. So I'll check a condition here. If this dot chats function exists and the length of it, well, I can directly check in one line, question mark dot length. So if this length exists and it is greater than 0, then what I'll do, well, let me give a not symbol also if in case if it shows does not exist. I don't want that. So within this condition, I'm going to pass a set timeout. Why am I passing a set timeout? Without set timeout also, I can directly pass this scroll to bottom function, but I don't want to do that. If we use set timeout, then it will take a little bit of time. Sometimes it doesn't work when you're loading many a times. All right. When you're loading the screen, if I keep on loading, it will not work at some point. That is why if you pass a set timeout, then there are high chances that this problem will not occur. So that is why I'm passing a set timeout of very minimal. It's going to be 500 milliseconds. So after 500 milliseconds, when the page loads, it will scroll towards the bottom. So it will give you a smooth transition and it will look nice. Let me call here this dot scroll to bottom function. If you don't want to give that, definitely you can pass this functionality outside of the set timeout and remove the set timeout and try it out. If you are not happy with the transitions, or sometimes if it is not working, then in that case, definitely you can pass this functionality within the set timeout. But I know that this will create a problem at some point or the other. That is why I'm doing it at the very beginning. So now every time there will be any change, it will be detected and it will scroll towards the bottom. Also, I want to give some margin towards the bottom on my ion list. So let me work with it in the SCSS file. Where is my ion list? Let me just pass it here. Within the ion content, I have the ion list to which I'll give a margin top of, or margin bottom actually. Margin bottom of, let's say 5VH. Otherwise, what will happen, sometimes the text when we are scrolling towards the bottom does not show up fully. Okay, now it's done. And I'm going to have some longer text to show you that part. So let's complete this up. Whatever else we need, we will work with that, and then finally we will show this thing. So two more things are left. First of all, we need to see the scrolling part. Then second thing is to send some message and have it here. For the scrolling part, to have a bigger message, let me pass some text. Lorem, let's say 100. Okay, 100 will be too much. Let's go for 40 and I will create that text. Now this text, I'm going to cut it from here and pass it within my dummy data. Let me get to my dummy data once again. I'll go to chat service and we'll pass the data here. What was the last data? Not much, just wrapping up some word. Okay, where is it? This is the one. But actually this is being accessed for user ID 3. I'm not passing a filter here, which is not a good thing. I need to access a filter. So I need to change the functionality which I've implemented. I'll show you that part also, but for the timing, I have just shown all the messages. I have to show only the messages which is sent to a particular room, which I'll do now. That is why I've created this stuff. So sender, where is this? Okay, this is sender user ID 1. This is room 1. And in room 1, I have sent only one message, which is not nice. I should send some more messages. In fact, you can give an ID to this particular thing also. I have not passed an ID, which actually should be there. Not a problem. You can take the help of ChatGPT and create that. Now, what I'll do is I'll create one more record, pass it here. The same thing, or I can change it to 9-1. All right. And this will be true. So if I do that up, I can pass the text. Let me get the text once again because I copied it up. So it's gone. Let me get to here, undo it, cut it, get back to my service once again and pass it there. So instead of this message, I'll pass the message which I have copied quite a lot. Look at this. This is the bigger message which I have passed and I can copy it and paste it like 4 times. I have done this part to show you exactly the scrolling thing. Okay. That's why I'm doing that. And I'll copy it once again, paste it. Room 1, user ID will be 9 this time and sender ID will be 1. In this case, I'll have the same text and everything will be same except this particular one. All right. Now it will have on the right side or left side. Now the scrolling effect is taking into place. If I just reload it, just look at this. Scrolling effect is taking into place. That is what is happening. This is what I wanted to show you. Get here, get messages function. So get messages by room ID. That's what I need to follow. I have to get here the room ID that will be of type string. For the time being, I'm just going to filter the data and return it. So return this dot messages function dot filter. What kind of data I'm going to filter? Each message I will check for the particular room ID. So message dot room ID triple equals to the room ID that is being passed in the parameter. If that is the same, then those data I will return and I'll fetch that data directly into my chat page. So let's go to our chat page. This is the one. So instead of the computed signal now, I'll directly access the writable signal and set the data there. So for doing that, let me just comment it. This was just to show you how exactly we can work around with different things. You must be thinking, I'm changing too many things. Well, it's not. That was done to implement the scrolling effect. Otherwise, I need to add few more records which I didn't want it. So it will be of type chat array, which will have the initial value as an empty array. Now I'm going to set it here in the ng on init by simply calling my data. So I'm getting the chat room data directly here. If the chat room exists, then what am I going to do? I will call my this dot chat service dot get messages by ID, which will be chat room question mark dot room ID. That's what I need to pass, and I'll fetch all the data within my this dot chats dot set and will pass it here in this particular way. It's not chat service, it's chats. Now it will show up. There you go. This is the filter data that I have. If I get back and go to the second room, you see I'm getting the message for that particular room itself now. So that's what is changed here. And if you want more messages, definitely you can work in the similar manner there. For example, let me just go to service and I'm going to copy and paste once again. It's good that I have not passed the ID here. Otherwise, I would have to change the ID also, which is not required in this case for the time being. Let me just copy it and I am going to pass it. Let me pass it here 2 times. Okay, let's go to our room 1 and check it now. Okay, I think I did something wrong. Let me just undo it. Well, this is not the message which I want. I want the bigger message. There we go. This is the message which I need. I've copied it. Let me paste it once again. It will make the size bigger. How about this one now? I'll copy it and let me paste it here. Great. I'm able to see now the scrolling part. So, lot of things we have fixed here. What else do we need to work with? Let's try to find out. The scrolling is taking into place. We are getting the chat message. We need to work around with the send message now. So for the send message, I have the data there. I just need to work around with that. First of all, I'll go to my chat page. Chat box is not anymore needed. I'll close everything and go to my chat page TS file. Need to work around with that with this send functionality, where at first I'll simply check if the message function has some value or not. If not, and I'll check if you're sending some empty string or not, for which this dot message function question mark dot trim function I'm going to apply here and check the value as an empty string. If that's the case, well, you can simply show a toast message and return. That's it. Otherwise, you can do everything within a try catch block if you want to in this manner. You can log the error if there is any. Also, I'll call my isLoading. But for isLoading, I'll create a setter here. That would be better. So set isLoading value of type boolean, in which I will simply set this dot isLoading dot set to the value whichever is being passed. It will be very easy for me to work with it now. Set isLoading to true. And also I'm going to set it to false. Set to false when you have an error. Then also I want to do the same. Now within this, I have to apply the functionality for sending the message. Now to send the message, I'll use await this dot chat service. If you're working with a backend, you have to, if you're working with the promise part, definitely you have to use async await. So I will be accessing that up. That is why I'm doing so. I'll call here a function called chat message, which I'm just going to create, where I will have to pass the ID of the room. So chat room, this dot chat room dot room ID, comma, the message. So these two things I need to pass and it will work as expected. So I need to make it async to get rid of the error. The second thing, I have to go to the chat service and create this functionality. So let's go there and work with it. All right, I'm into the chat service now. Let me just minimize it. And you can also pass that particular data in a JSON file and call it from there. That would be better instead of passing everything here directly, because it's consuming a lot of spaces which you don't want to have all the time. Okay, send message, where we have the room ID of type string and then the message, which will also be of type string. Now I will also pass here, what I'll do is, for my interface for chat, I will also pass here an ID which will be an optional field because we don't have it as of now. So let me pass it as string, and now if I create it here, there won't be any problem. So let's go to chat service once again and work with it. Two things I'm taking, and there is an error here. Okay, I need to pass exclamation to get rid of the error. Now it's fine. And this dot chat room, this will be function. If I do that up, well, I'm getting a warning. What if I give a question mark here? No, it's not gone yet. Why? Well, I don't have anything called chat room function. What is that then? This dot chat room, I'm directly accessing it up. Okay, that's fine. No, this is not a single function which I've created, which is okay, not needed. So far, so good. I don't need to do anything else here, but I need to go to chat service and work with it. Now, how do I work with it? Let me create a constant called data of the chat, where let me give a type of chat interface. If I do that up, I have to pass all the data in a proper manner. To start off, I'll give ID of type string to be 1. Then what else do I need to work with? Sender ID, let's say 9, because whenever I am sending the message, it will be having the sender ID as 9. And what will be the user ID? Well, the user ID will be the ID of the other user. So you can simply have that. I have already kept it optional possibly. Let me just check it. Yes, I've kept it optional. So even if I don't pass it, still it's fine. Now let's get back once again. And the next thing which I need to work with is, well, I need to pass the message and the timestamp. So for the message, I can simply pass here message. It will have the same name, so not a problem. Next is the timestamp, which will be called from date.now. That's what I'm going to get. The actual timestamp. What else do I need? Let me just check it. I need is current user and room ID. Alright, so is current user will always be true since you will be the one who will be sending the data. And room ID, obviously the one that we are sending it here. So all the data is prepared. Once the data is prepared, send it to backend, send it to the server and simply return the data. Alright. That's what I'm doing here. Now this is just returning the data. If you're working with the backend, definitely I'll create it as a promise and I do everything within the try catch block in this way. If there is any error, I'm going to throw the error and move all the code which I've created here within the try block. So far everything is sorted. Now this will be called there into my chat page and I can access the value directly. Let me create a constant call new chat which will hold this particular value. So once it is holding the value, I need to update my update chats array. How will I do that? Well, you already know that we have a function, this dot chats dot update function I can use, and within the update function I can call the complete chat array. So chats array, that's the name I'm going to pass, where I'll just return an array in which I will have this chats array, comma, actually this will be a spread operator I have to pass because I have to make a copy of it and then pass my data which is there in the new chat. So that's how I'll be accessing it up. Once I do that up, it will be updated and you will have the latest data, whatever you will be passing it here. Let me just show you how it will work. So let me pass hi, hit enter and it's showing up. And also along with that, it is also moving or scrolling. That is a great thing. And why that is happening? Because we have passed it within our effect. So whenever there is any change in this particular condition, it will get affected. Alright, that is why it's happening. And one more thing I want to do here is, I want to clear up my message. So this dot message dot set empty string. That's what I want to do. Clear the message in the form. Let's try it once again. Hi, how are you? And if I hit the button, just see, scrolling is taking into place and it is working as expected. Again, I am good. Let me hit it and see, it's working. So how smoothly we are able to design this up. Just one last thing which is required is this online. I want to pass the status of that particular user with the help of my get user functionality. So let's work on that. That's the last thing. Now it's time to work with the optimization steps along with fetching the user data, user ID mostly, and get the data of it so that we can get the status, actual status. For doing so, let me just comment it for the time being. I have to get the current user ID, right? Then only I can filter the other ID. To get the current user ID, we already have it into our chat room service, right? You remember. And I will access that current user ID here too in my send message, because to create that particular message, I'm setting this sender ID as a static value, which I don't want. I want the current user ID to be passed. That is why I'm fetching the current user here. Well, actually it will be current user ID. That's what I need, current user ID. And getting the value as parseInt because it will be in stringify format as we might be getting it from the local storage. That is why I'm doing that, and it is not null. That is why it is set to an empty string. So once everything is done, in my chat service, I will again call another parameter here. That's where I'm passing this value, this current user ID. So this parameter is used to pass our current user ID as the sender ID. Let me change the name here too. So it will be current user ID in both the places. Now our code is more optimized. Along with that, where else do we need to access the current user ID? We also need to access it in our get user. But before that, I will pass everything within another function. Means this particular code, I'll do that within another function instead of passing everything here, which will be get chatroom by ID and pass everything here. All right. You can use try catch block also if you want to. Now this room ID will be passed as parameter of type string. And I need to call this function here directly now. Get chatroom by ID. You simply need to pass the room ID here. That's it. Now our code is more optimized in this case too. Along with that, if you want to fetch the user, you can do it in a different function, right? Instead of doing it here. So let me just cut that and have a different function. Get user by ID. Now how you will fetch the ID, that's the question. So for the time being, this is the functionality that I will be having in this get user, where I only have the array. Right. So within the chat room, I'll get the data. This is the data which I'll be getting right within the chat room. Of this chat room data, I have to use to get my user data. So let me call this functionality here itself. After setting my chats, I'll get the user also. So get user by calling this dot get user function where I'll simply pass chat room dot or question mark dot room dot user IDs. That's what I need to pass. So I'll get the user IDs here and work on that, which will be actually string array. Not string array, it will be number array, right? It will be number array. Okay, got it. Now after doing that, I will again fetch the current user ID here. So let me just do it. We'll call this up and pass it here in this particular function. So it is using await, so I have to pass async here. Async, let's do everything within try catch block. Even if you don't do still, it's fine, but it's better to do it. And let me pass all of it within the try block now. So we got a current user ID. Now we need to work around with that to fetch the user ID. Now to get the other user ID, what I'll do, I'll create a constant called other user ID, which will be equals to the user IDs that I'm getting. And I'm going to apply the find function there where ID not equals to the current user ID. But this current user ID is of type string. So I have to make it a number. Parse int, and within that I'm going to wrap it up and pass a not symbol so that its value cannot be null. Now you will see that I'll get the other user ID. So let me pass this other user ID which I'm getting here to fetch my user data. Other user ID. Okay, let me create this get user function. Where will I create it? In the user service. So quite a lot of service we have created, which is fine. Let me minimize it and create a function here, get user, by using the ID of type number. And how will I call it? This dot users function dot find that particular user with the help of the user dot ID should be equals to triple equals to the ID that is being passed there. All right. And whatever value I get, I'll simply return it. That's the simplest way I have done. If you're fetching it from the server, make sure you are passing everything within the try catch block and make it a promise and work with that. Or in observable also you can use that up. Now here what is the problem? It cannot be undefined. So I have to pass the not symbol that it cannot be undefined. If I do so, this will return me a value which I'll hold it within a variable. Let's say this dot user equals to, and this user I need to create it. So where will I create it? At the top, I'm going to create one more variable. Let me call it users. So where is the variable should I create? Let's create it here. User of type user, which will not be empty. All right. So that's the thing I have done. Where is the error coming from? Let me just check it. Okay. This dot user cannot be undefined. Yes, it cannot be undefined, of course. So I'll pass a not symbol here too. This function will not return null. All right. Or undefined. That's what I've done. Now I'll get the value. And after I get the value, I'll go to the HTML file, and here I simply need to do one thing. I've got the user data and I'll get the status of the user. So user question mark dot status. Let's check it out. What do we get here? If I get inside Zondo, I should see a status that is online. How about Jen Smith? It is busy. So I'm getting all the status which was there earlier for a particular user. Okay, this user, I can remove the question mark, and this is also not needed. Now it's fine. Great. That's actually awesome. So everything is working as expected. We don't need to do anything else. You can play around with the condition as per the requirement. Even you can set this particular user which we have passed, where it is, to have either user or null. So that's completely your choice if you want to work with that. I'll keep it as it is. Anything else do we need to work with? Let me just check it once again. Well, where is the footer gone? Where is my footer? Well, there is something wrong. The footer is not showing up. The problem with the user status, if I comment it up, I will be able to see the footer part. So how to fix that up? Let's check it out. Let me pass here. I'll just scroll towards it up. Actually, I think I have to change it to user or null. All right. And set the initial value to be null. If I do that up, then also it's showing up. And what if I give it once again, or if I place a condition here that at the rate if user question mark dot status, if it exists, then only I'm going to show this part. What if I do that? Let me give a question mark here. Now there is no problem. So see how intelligently you have to take care of few of the things which can create an impact. Okay. Now once that is done, everything is good to go except few more things which I have to take care of, which is related to this not symbol. Let me remove that not symbol. Okay. If I remove it, it's giving me a problem that it can accept either user or undefined, but I'm passing user or null. So I have to give an exclamation symbol, which is okay. So I've done that. Now it's good. Let's go again to the another one. It's showing up. It's showing up. Let's try to pass a value and hit this. It's working. It's working here too possibly. Let's try it. Yes, it's working as expected. So no more errors. We have optimized our code to a great extent and everything is working as expected. So we have successfully designed our chat app. So the UI part is completely done.